Hello and welcome to Croft for day 2 of the Ginetta Festival. If you weren't with us yesterday, you might be unaware of just how much fun you're in for, because yesterday we had the GT Academy Championship leader off in qualifying but set double pole anyway. We had a fantastic set of Ginetta Junior Championship races which produced the usual pack racing affair but with that little bit of extra drama that we'll bring you up to speed with in a moment. And in the Ginetta GT Championship, our 3 title protagonists are closer than ever. My name is Tom Davis. I'll be taking you some of the action. We've got Chris Hartley up in the commentary box ready and raring to go, and he'll start by taking you through the timetable for the day.
Morning, or just about afternoon, everybody. It's been a quiet morning here at Croft. We've had some photo shoots, some media activities, but we're about to get the action underway. And it's a slightly revised timetable for today based on the fact that we had a few delays yesterday and there's lots to get through in just an afternoon of racing. You can't go racing on a Sunday here at Croft because of the local noise regulations, and therefore we're going to start things a little bit earlier than first scheduled, which is great news because we've got less time to wait. We've got 3 qualifying sessions coming up, 1 for each of the categories, and then we will go racing with 6 races. We're here at Croft Circuit then, 3.42 kilometres or 2.1 miles around. It is a quick circuit in parts. It's a technical, twisty circuit in parts. It offers a bit of everything for the racing drivers. It always gives us some great racing. There are plenty of places where you can overtake, and we saw lots of that, particularly in the Ginetta Junior races yesterday. So we've got Ginetta Juniors in action. These are the 14 to 17-year-olds. They're going to be going first. They all run in identical cars, the G40s, and they are 1.8 litres, 4-cylinder Ford Zetec engines, limited to 100 brake horsepower, but the cars are very light, only 810 kilograms, and they can do 0 to 60 in less than 6 seconds. We've got the GT Academy, which is the G56 GTA cars, V6s, power those cars, 270 brake horsepower. They can do 140 miles an hour, and we've got the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, the big dogs with 6.2 litres V8 engines rumbling along, giving us just under 400 brake horsepower and top speeds of 165 kilometres an hour. The format is the same as yesterday in that we will have 1 single 20-minute qualifying session for each of the categories, and each driver's fastest lap time sets the grid for their first race today, and each driver's second fastest lap time sets the grid for the second race of the weekend. Overnight news in terms of what happened in Ginetta Juniors. There have been some changes, some amendments to the race 1 results, and it has quite a big effect on who finished where, because we saw some contact out on track yesterday between Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham in the first race, and it was on the last lap that they came together for the 3rd or 4th time in the race, and contact at Sunny Inn on the final lap meant that Harrison Mackie was onto the grass, spun out and dropped down to 10th place, and it was Riley Cranham that took the race victory. But the stewards had a look at that overnight after the racing had finished and judged that Riley was at fault for the incident. I've given him a penalty, enough seconds, 16 seconds, to put him behind Harrison Mackie in the results. It means that Jacob Ashcroft, who finished second, started on pole, finished second. He was actually third, wasn't it, at the start of that final lap of the race. He ends up winning it and getting a race victory. So Jacob Ashcroft, number 46, declared the winner of race 1 in the Ginetta Juniors. Jesse Phillips, number 26, second place. Number 17, Max Murray, in third. And then 95, Noah Young, 36, Sebastian Leuch, and 22, Josh Watts, in the top 6. 7th place was number 7, Ian Denixka, and then Harrison Mackie promoted to 8th, number 24, and demoted all the way back from 1st to 9th, Riley Cranham in the 18 car, with number 11, Henry Cameron, rounding out the top 10. Harrison Mackie then went on and had a very fine battle once again on track, not just with Riley Cranham, but several other drivers. A very good driver, and he won race 2 yesterday. Number 24, Harrison Mackie. Jacob Ashcroft was on the podium again, finishing in 2nd place, and Lewis Goff, who'd had a problem with his car in the first race, coming into this weekend as the championship leader. He finished in 3rd place. So those were the results yesterday from the 2 races that we had for the Ginetta Juniors. So this, as you can see on screen, if you are watching us on the live stream, is the revised timetable for today. In just a couple of minutes' time, we'll get underway with the Ginetta Junior qualifying session. We'll tell you more details about how that works in a moment. Then it's straight into the GT Championship qualifying session at 12:35. At 1:05, 20 minutes of qualifying for the Ginetta GT Academy. And then we go racing with the third and fourth races of the weekend for each of the categories. The juniors go at 1:40 with their first race of the day, the third of the weekend. GT Championship cars go at 2:15, and 2:50 will be the first race of today, the third race of the weekend for the GT Academy. And then it is repeat after that from 3:40 the juniors, their final race of the weekend, 4:15 the GTs, and the last race of the weekend. As long as nothing goes awry with the first race today for GT Academy, it will be the 100th ever GT Academy race as our very last race of the day, which kicks off at 10 to 5, taking us through to around about 10 past, 5:15. We love a bit of nature here at Croft, and we're seeing on the TV coverage, the live stream pictures, one of the hare. I think it's a hare. I don't know if it's a hare or rabbit, because I'm not very good with nature and animals, but I'm going to go with rabbit. It doesn't look quick enough or long enough to be a hare. That's enjoying the sunshine here at Croft. On what is a Baltic day compared to what we've had for the last week or so. It's only about 22 degrees. It's about 10 degrees cooler than it has been. It's also quite a bit windier, but I've checked and I've checked again, and the weather app that I use has promised me a 0% chance of rain. Right, we'll believe that when we see it. But it should be good. Should be a bit less intense for the drivers in the cars yesterday, who were all struggling in the heat when it was up to something like 60, 65 degrees in the cockpits of the cars. Even with a 20-minute race, it was hard work physically and mentally for the drivers yesterday. But they got that wind to deal with today. It was a bit breezy yesterday. It's a lot more breezy today. So we're commentating to you here at the circuit. Welcome along to everybody that's joining us and are on the banking and in the grandstand ready for the first qualifying session. It's great to have you here. We're also covering the live stream, so this is going out via live stream coverage. So we're talking to you from wherever you're listening, and thanks for joining us. And I'm Chris Hartley. I'm here in the commentary box, and Tom Davis has hot-footed it over across the paddock and back into the commentary box now. Tom, morning.
Good morning. I've learned that I need to do more cardio, is the takeaway from running back to the commentary box. Those stairs really took it out of me. But as you can see, lovely day for it here today. You were talking about Jacob Ashcroft. That change of result gives him his first victory, which has been coming, you've got to say. He's looked better and better through the season. Now he's got that victory to add on to what was a clutch of podiums beforehand. I reckon keep an eye out for him today. Yeah,
he's doing well, isn't he? He's got a superb karting record, and started karting in the Bambino class. I first came across him on a pretty cold winter's day racing Bambino karts at Rye House, where he was a good driver. Comes from Western-super-Mare in Somerset. He's a big Jenson Button fan. Jenson, former world champion, 2009 world champion from Somerset, from Froome in Somerset. And yes, you're right. He had a solid start at Donington, a 5th, an 8th and a 9th, so good points in all the races. But since then at Silverstone, Alton and here at Croft, he has been a regular visitor to the podium. 2 podiums at Silverstone, 2 third places. At Alton, he got a 2nd and a 3rd, and promoted to the win yesterday, following up with a 2nd place. Which means he's up to 2nd place in the championship now, having started the weekend 4th in the standings. So Lewis Goff, who had 1 bad race and 1 good one yesterday, where he got onto the podium in race 2, he's still the championship leader. He's on 311 points. Jacob Ashcroft is 2nd, 68 points. He's still got a decent gap, actually, Lewis Goff, even though he hasn't had a great day. Others around him didn't have a great day yesterday either. Harry Bartle has dropped to 3rd in the championship. He's got 234 points, 77 adrift. And Jesse Phillips has dropped to 4th place in the championship. He's only 1 behind Harry Bartle on 233, with Harrison Mackie having a good day in the end yesterday with that win in race 2. He's up to 5th in the championship with 154 points. And also to point out that the top 2 in the overall championship are also both rookies, Lewis Goff and Jacob Ashcroft. So 68 points between them, but you can score a point for pole position, and in Ginetta races you get 35 points for a race win. You can also get a bonus point for the fastest lap. So a 68-point lead in the championship can very quickly dwindle.
What I will say, and you'll go out and prove us wrong now, is that I think we've seen that early phase of Lewis Goff dominance begin to fade over the last 3 days worth of racing. At Alton Park, he was quick, but poor qualifying, and ultimately losing all his laps to track limits cost him dearly, so only the 1 race victory there. And in turn yesterday, again quick, but not as consistent as we saw over the first 2 events of the championship. That's opening the door for drivers like Jacob Ashcroft, like actually also Harrison Mackie, who we touched on. He started yesterday 5th, ends the day in 5th, but he's accrued a large number of points amongst that all, despite being involved in that drama with Riley Cranham down at Sunny Inn on the final lap of race number 1. So keep an eye out for Harrison Mackie in this one. Another driver to watch for is going to be Melvin Kalushian. We've got the onboard shot of him on our screens at the moment. He pulls out of the assembly area with everybody else to see a green flag and get this qualifying session underway.
Exactly, and the way the format of this works, it's slightly different to the other championships that we have. The unique qualifying format for the Ginetta Juniors is that they all go out in a predetermined order, and they're heading out onto the track now, and they only get 3 laps of qualifying. Right, our first qualifying session of the day is getting underway. The car's on track. It's the Ginetta Junior Championship, powered by Sunoco Race Fuels. Okay, then, cars on track, so they go out in a specified order taken based on the last round's qualifying positions. The drivers go out, do 1 out lap. They're not allowed to overtake each other. They're not allowed to dramatically slow down. The pace car leading them around out on track, and then they get just 3 flying laps of qualifying. And 2 of those laps have to count. 1, your fastest lap time sets the grid for the first race of today, and your second best lap time sets the order for the second race. So 3 flying laps, then an in lap, then it's done. So there's actually 20 minutes on the clock, but they won't get anywhere near using that up, probably about half of that time. And the whole reason for this, Tom, is to stop drivers, in particular teammates, which we saw quite a lot in the past. I think it's about 5 years ago they introduced this system. It used to be that teammates would draft each other along the straights and give each other a huge tow and a huge advantage around circuits like this. You can pick up 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second if you're in the tow of your teammate.
Spot on. The analogy I often hear made and completely agree with is that it's similar if you don't have this format to what we see in lightweight motorcycle racing, where the slipstream is so powerful you could get every single corner right, but if you're running on your own, you're not going to have the lap time. This qualifying format goes as much as you can towards getting rid of that slipstream effect, making it an out-and-out competition to see which driver is fastest. Having said that, Croft is a relatively short lap, and this is a pretty big grid of cars, so there will still be a hint of that, particularly if your first lap is very quick. You could get the benefit of a tow on laps 2 and 3. Yeah,
we certainly saw a few drivers catching up to others and then timing it right and getting a tow. Yesterday, then, it was Jacob Ashcroft who got his first pole position in the championship. He set the overall fastest time yesterday of a 1:40.140 seconds. The Ginetta Juniors all run on treaded Pirelli tyres, so they're road legal tyres. They have to have a minimum tread depth, like you do on the road, of 1.6 millimetres. They just get the 1 set of tyres to use over the course of the race weekend. To try and keep costs down and to stop teams and drivers just splashing money to get new tyres on the car and get quicker and quicker. And it also means that drivers have to manage their tyres, so they are released out onto the track. We've got then Jacob Ashcroft yesterday, 1:40.141. That was the fastest time. Riley Cranham and Daniel Oliver were second and third yesterday. And one thing I haven't mentioned yesterday is that Daniel Oliver, who looked pretty quick all day long, in qualifying and in both races, ended up getting disqualified from that first race. We had the drama with Riley Cranham getting kicked back down the order after crossing the line first, and Harrison Mackie then being promoted up slightly up the order, but it was a disqualification for not obeying yellow flags, which is a big no-no in motorsport, for the number 12 yesterday of Daniel Oliver. So he'll hopefully have learnt that lesson and will come back good here. But he was strong yesterday. On second best lap times, Riley Cranham ended up getting pole position for race 2 yesterday.
Just for a moment, so Bailey Doughty on screen, keeping out for his teammate, the other MK Racing car of Ethan Brass. That car, there was a bit of a tension going to it this morning. Nothing with too much alarm, but more than the other cars, which were just being left alone and already prepared. So curious to see whether Ethan Brass is running healthy or not. Regardless, you know, he'll be pushing the car as hard as possible as the front of the order make their way into the hairpin for the very first time to get the first of 3 flying laps underway. The field being led by Jacob Ashcroft, who uses all of the road on the exit of the hairpin. You'll see the green flag, which blows on its own given the windy conditions, and now he makes his way up towards Claremont.
Absolutely right. So they're in the order in which they qualified last time out, as in yesterday. So it's Ashcroft in the orange and black Elite Motorsport car that starts his first flying lap at the head of the pack. Nobody at all in front of him. And then Riley Cranham, then Daniel Oliver, then the championship leader Lewis Goff, one to watch in the number 4 car. So Ashcroft Croft making his way out of the chicane, all looking fairly smooth at the moment. And the gap behind him staying equal to Riley Cranham. These 3 flying laps. You've still got, because it's quite a big field of cars, lots of Ginetta Juniors still making their way out towards the end of their out lap. So still coming into the complex, as already through the first sector have gone the front runners. So fastest through the first sector with a 30.990 at the moment is the championship leader, Lewis Goff, in the number 4 car. He's had a good first sector through there. But as I say, 1 minute 40, around about that mark is what we're looking at for a flying lap time. But you can't afford to lose lap times for track limits. We saw a few drivers losing lap times for that reason yesterday. Bearing in mind, 2 of your 3 laps have to count.
Another driver going quickly is Riley Cranham. Started from the front row for race 1 yesterday. He seems to be getting his head down here. That's the car we can see on screen. Riley Cranham dips now into the complex. The rear axle looking alive, which on a qualifying lap is good, although I hope it's not quite so lively when we go racing later on in the afternoon. The first 2 cars into the hairpin to complete lap number 1 then. Is Cranham possibly just a little bit closer to Ashcroft than he was when he started the lap? It's Riley who seems to be on the move. The benchmark will come in from Ashcroft first of all. What's the time? It's a 140.8. Cranham immediately down to a 140.2, however.
Yeah, which is a 1/10 of a second slower than the very best lap yesterday in qualifying set by Ashcroft. So Cranham sets the early time, 1 minute 40.231 in the number 18 car, 1 minute 40.423, needing 2/10 down for Lewis Goff, number 4. Then it's Ashcroft, 3rd best at the moment with a 140.826. However, it's going to keep changing. Phillips has got up into 3rd place now, and then Harry Bartle has gone through into 4th place, one of the front runners in the championship in that green and white number 73 car. He goes 4th quickest. A good start as well for Max Murray, number 17. He's into the top 5, and one of the front runners, of course, yesterday, Harrison Mackie, ended up winning race 2. Number 24, he's into the top 6. So suddenly, Ashcroft, he's out of the top 6, number 46, down to 7th place.
Good to see the performance from Harry Bartle. Here's one of the drivers who struggled yesterday. P4 for him at the moment would put him on the front 2 rows of the grid. On screen, we've got Jesse Phillips trying to make hay whilst the sun shines in the middle of the day. And he's been chased, actually, by Bailey Doughty. This is good from Bailey. This is Lewis Goff, who makes his way through Sunny out. And the car, again, just moving around that little bit. It didn't look very comfortable, is what I'll say, as he got through the middle part of that corner. Now in towards the complex he'll have coming up before too long. This is where you want to just hook up the apex if you can. There's those curbs which will allow you to pivot the car around if you can get the tyre over and on top of them, and that's why he's so far over the middle of the corner. There is Lewis Goff, championship leader, hunting down one of the elite motorsport machines, on the brakes as late as he dares into the hairpin. 4 car back onto the power. At the moment he is in 2nd position. He's not improved in the first sector, but he'll be hoping that this sets up what will be his final flying lap.
Good first sector for Harry Bartle, 30.960. That's only half a 10th away from the absolute best sector. Also in the 30.9 through the first sector. He's only 13th at the moment. Watch out on this lap, I reckon, for Josh Watts. He's had a personal best in sector 2 as well, kicking up the dust there as he starts his 3rd and final flying lap. He's the points leader, Lewis Goff, in the number 4 car. He's up to 2nd place now. Riley Cranham is fastest still at 140.231. Goff in 2nd, Phillips in 3rd. None of them actually improved on that lap. You've got to get that 2nd fastest lap in as well. We don't get that info on the screen for that, unfortunately, up in the commentary box, so we can't say who's going to be on pole for race 2. But Mackie has gone up to 3rd place in the number 24 car, and yet Watts did finish off that lap very well, so he's gone 5th quickest now in the 22 car.
Sebastian Luch, first driver to lose a lap for track limits, means he cannot afford to make another mistake. He'll be starting from the back in one of the races at least, as through the chicane, or rather through the S's, we go once again. Lewis Goff keeping it pinned. This is Harry Bartle, however, and he has now got himself close enough to the car ahead that he'll begin to benefit from a tow. The question is, does he get held up in turn when they reach the next corner?
And Ashcroft's only down in 8th place at the moment, so he needs to find something. He has done a personal best through the first sector though, but it is a couple of tenths down on the absolute best first sector time, and he's lost a couple of tenths through the middle sector on this lap as well, so he might improve slightly, but he needs a really good final sector, otherwise he's going to be down the tail end of the top 10. We can see Harry Bartle, number 73, on our screens, pushing up as high up the order as he can, having a pretty decent first lap, but slipping back down the order a little bit on the 2nd lap of the session. He's now down into 8th place. Ashcroft has gone through with his final lap, and he's going up to probably the fourth row of the grid he's looking at, but there are others to come through behind him. Riley Cranham's 1:40.230. That's impressive, isn't it? How he was so quick out of the box on his very first lap. You think the driver might want to get a banker lap in first, find their feet, get their eye in, but it looks like that might be the lap that ends up getting pole position, the very first lap of the session.
Brilliant lap from Cranham, and actually quicker again on his final lap to move the benchmark further away from the likes of Goff in second, Jesse Phillips third, Harrison Mackie. Can anybody further down the order make a challenge? For example, the likes of Bartle. Bartle's previous tour slower than what he'd managed previously.
Yeah, Cranham found another few thousandths of a second, didn't he, with a 1:40.230, bettering his own lap. So we know he's got the two fastest laps of the session, so we're pretty sure, without seeing the data, he's going to end up with a double pole position here, unless somebody pulls something out of the bag from further down the path. They want two green sectors, but not really from anybody inside the top 6, the top 10. So as it stands, it's Cranham, Goff, Phillips the top 3, Mackie 4th, Watts in 5th, Hargland going well in 6th, Ashcroft 7th, Bartle in 8th, Murray in 9th, Doughty in 10th place as it stands.
And with 3 flying laps having been completed, whilst we look at Harrison Mackie going quickly, this is effectively now practice for him, because they did their outlap, they've done 3 quick laps, and as a result, they're making their way back to the pit lane. So they'll chase each other, they'll get their eye in for what's coming in the racing action, but it looks to be double pole for Riley Cranham.
Yeah, absolutely, with 2 1:40.2s, and the next best lap was a 1:40.4, so nearly 0.2 of a second back for Lewis Goff. So it's going to be Cranham that gets the championship point for pole position for the overall fastest lap in the number 18 car. Fantastic job. His first and third laps almost identical in the end. So it's our racing driver that gets pole position. Number 4, Lewis Goff, his teammate, is going to be starting second on the grid for race 1, and third, driver that was in the top 3 in the championship coming into the weekend. He's down to 4th at the moment, but not far back, and that's Jesse Phillips. So it's an R Racing 1, 2, 3 actually, with then in 4th place yesterday's race 2 winner Harrison Mackie in the Elite Motorsport car, and a lap time disallowed for track limits, but that's lap 5, so I don't think it's going to affect things in terms of his overall grid for Lewis Goff. And a very good effort as well to be in 5th place for Josh Watts in that 22 car winner at Alton Park. 1:40.578, but it was very tight. You had Phillips with a 1:40.537 third, Mackie with a 1:40.545, 8 thousandths of a second behind him in 4th, and then 33 thousandths of a second behind him in 5th was Watts. And then you go down the order, and you have to go down to 17th place before you find any 2 grid positions, any 2 drivers that are split by more than thousandths of a second. Incredibly tight that session. It all means that the top 16 were covered by just 0.8 of a second. So the qualifying done and dusted, and it is Riley Cranham that gets pole position with a 1:40.230 and the championship point that comes with it. He'll be on pole for race 1. We're pretty sure he's going to be on pole for race 2 as well, with those 2 flying laps that he did. Riley with a 1:40.230 after a very mixed day yesterday. Got the win on track, got it taken away from him later on. He'll have a point to prove. Goff coming home in 2nd place for R Racing, and it's a team 1, 2, 3 with Jesse Phillips 3rd. So 18 Cranham, 4 Goff, and 26 Phillips, the top 3. 24 Mackie in 4th, number 22 Watts in 5th, number 8 Hargland in 6th, number 46 yesterday's winner Ashcroft in 7th, number 73 Bartle in 8th place, number 17 Murray in 9th, and number 9 Doughty in 10th place. Behind that, Calustian number 5 was 11th, number 11 Cameron was 12th, number 12 in 13th place with Oliver. 14th was number 15, Smith. 15th, number 36, Loish. 16th, number 7, Danixka. And 17th, number 67, Tomanchuk. 18th, number 3, Helder. 19th, number 21, Brass. 20th, number 95, Young. And then 21st was number 47, Darling. 23rd, number 2, Farfus. 23rd, number 6, Robinson. 24th, number 33, Mafamulo. And 25th, number 20, Lewin. So that is, subject to all the post-session checks, the way they will line up for the first race of the day for the Ginetta Junior Championship, powered by Sunoco Race Fuels. With the championship points that he scores, Riley Cranham will move on to 134 points. That will keep him, though, in 9th place in the championship. So, Ginetta Junior's qualifying session done and dusted, and I think that Tom has managed to catch up with our pole sitter.
I have indeed. Thank you very much, Chris. Riley, how was that for you? It looks like double pole position. It must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, it was a good session. I think first lap was just getting back into it. Obviously, no practice this morning, so straight away first lap, getting back into it. And then towards the end, started to get a bit of a tow, which obviously helped me out. And I'm happy to come away with the result.
And how much is that tow worth around here? Does it make a big difference?
Yeah, I think obviously as the tyre goes on, it gets a bit overheated. So I think having that tow definitely helped with overheating the tyre. So yeah.
Nice. And then let's talk quickly about the race. Obviously, you were at the front yesterday and it was exciting, let's put it. How about today? Is the mindset different, or is it, again, exactly the same? You're in the zone?
I think, yeah, yes, it was good. Pace was good. A few things I had done incorrect. So I think just a mental reset today and just go again in the two races.
Well, congratulations. Double pole. We'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll head back up to the commentary box where Chris is awaiting you.
Excellent, thanks very much. Tom Davis down in Parc Ferme catching up with Riley Cranham, your pole sitter, and we're pretty sure double pole sitter for the third and fourth races of the weekend coming up for the Ginetta Juniors. Their first race, I mean, they haven't got long to turn this around because their first race, it's going to be a tight schedule for the teams, for the drivers. That gets underway at 1:40 p.m. So by the time they got the cars back from Parc Ferme, remember they have to get to the assembly area a good 10 or 15 minutes before each race starts. You're probably looking at around about 50 minutes. That's all to get the cars turned around. Right, it was a mixed day yesterday for Lewis Goff, but he's still the championship leader coming into this latest race, and he's caught up now with Tom down in Parc Ferme.
He has indeed. Lewis, how are you looking? Because you still lead the championship, but the others seem to be nipping at your heels a little bit more than they once were.
Yeah, obviously we started off strong for the first couple of rounds, and everyone's kind of just caught up a little bit. But obviously yesterday we struggled a little bit with the setup, and obviously I had the puncture. But yeah, we're looking strong today, and hopefully we can give it a good go again.
Regarding that puncture yesterday, do you know what it was that caused it? Was it the temperature or a curb, for example?
Yeah, coming out of sunny out, I dropped a wheel on the exit, and obviously as the run-off strip was a bit spiky on the edge, and as I did it, it just popped it straight off. And I knew as soon as I did it, I knew that I had a puncture. But obviously I managed to do a full lap on it, and luckily come back into the pits.
And in terms of today, starting at the front obviously helps. What's the objective? Is it always to win the race, or does it become a little bit more about the points and risk for you?
Yeah, you know, since we're halfway through nearly, it's all about just picking up points. I don't really need to win everything. Everyone knows what I'm really capable of doing. But yeah, it's all about the points really now.
Well, they certainly do know what you're capable of. We know as well. Good luck later on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris, back to you.
Excellent, thanks very much, Tom. So yeah, good to clear that up. That was so it was a puncture yesterday that put him out, and it was just for running wide and slightly off the track. Interesting to hear though, Lewis already thinking sensibly so about the long game and the championship as a whole. You don't have to go and win every race. You can't win every race in Ginetta Juniors. It's too competitive. It's too close. So keep on picking up points. Nobody cares how many race wins you got at the end of the season. They only care that you won the championship, and doing a good job. But as you said there, it's getting close. They're all catching up. So we'll see how he gets on. The first race of today for the Ginetta Junior Championship, powered by Sunoco Race Fuels, as I say, will be at 1:40. So it's a quick, sharp turnaround for them after these next two qualifying sessions. They'll be back out on track. They get a bit more of a gap between races 1 and 2 of the day, though, because Ginetta Junior's next race, their final race of the weekend, will be at 3:40, 2 hours after the start time for the first race. They should have about an hour and a half, or just under maybe, to get the car sorted between the two races. Next up, though, we're going to turn our attentions to the cars that, if you're watching the live stream, you can see on our pictures that are in the assembly area, getting ready to go out for 20 minutes of qualifying. Next up, we've got the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship car. So they'll be going out very shortly, but Tom has now caught up with Jesse Phillips, who was the third fastest driver in that Ginetta Junior qualifying session.
Jesse, it started off going very well for you today. It's continued going well as we got through from the championship as well. What are you thinking in terms of that result? P3 is the second row, but it does give you the chance to go forwards.
Yeah, I think from yesterday, P9, it's a big improvement. Second row, can't be. We're in the mix, so anything can happen. So I'm happy with it, and it's a great result for the team.
And let's talk championship for a moment, because I think in the mix is the perfect phrase, right? Yesterday was good in terms of the points. You come into today. Are you trying to continue that momentum? Is there a target driver you want to beat out there?
I would beat everyone, but obviously, yeah, yesterday was quite good points. Today, hopefully we can go a bit better again, maybe get a win.
Give us a prediction then. Race 1, race 2, where are you going to finish?
Win and a win.
Good prediction. Congratulations and good luck. With that, Chris, I think that's a completely predictable prediction for as far as we're concerned. I don't know why I bothered asking.
Loving the confidence. It's the right answer, isn't it? Yeah, Jesse's been knocking on the door, hasn't he? He's had, so far this season, 3 seconds and 2/3. Hasn't quite got the race win yesterday. Got another second-place finish yesterday. He's 4th of the championship, but he's only actually 10 points away from being 2nd in the championship, which in the context of the scoring system in Ginetta's is not very much at all. So let's see what he can do. It's a good spot, that, actually 3rd on the grid, the inside row for the standing starts that the Ginetta Juniors will have in their 2 races to come this afternoon. Sun is breaking through the clouds a bit here. There are 1 or 2 fluffy clouds around, but when the sun comes out, it's pretty nice, but feels cooler than it really is because of that quite strong wind that we've got. If you're looking at the live stream picture, you can see the trees blustering away there up at Tower Bend, the entrance to Tower Bend. So that could be something that the drivers have to watch out for, particularly in those lightweight Ginetta G40s. If there's a bit of a crosswind, it can affect the cars as they hit some pretty high top speeds around here and in 2 corners like Tower Bend, and when they go through the Jim Clark S's, for example, which is taken flat out. So the next 2 qualifying sessions are both going to be straightforward 20-minute sessions, and it's the same format as the juniors in that you have to get 2 quick lap times. So there's no just 3 lap times that you do. It's 20 minutes, get as many laps in as you can, but your fastest lap time sets the grid for the first race of the day, and each driver's second fastest lap time, the order of that, sets the grid for the final race of the day. So next up then, we have got qualifying for the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Right, prepare to have your senses tingled because we've got some 6.2 litre V8 cars about to thunder out for qualifying. These are 390 brake horsepower cars. This latest iteration of the G56 car brought into the championship last year. The cars weigh 1,256 kilograms. They've got GT3 levels of speed. You can do 165 miles an hour. That's about 260 kilometers an hour. And they have had 2 races, of course, already. Yesterday we saw a race win for Will Antrobus in the number 57 car in race 1 by almost 4 seconds, finishing ahead of Harry Gamble, who was struggling with the heat and his car and his tyres in particular yesterday, but held on despite the fact that Cameron Pratt-Thompson, championship leader in the number 37 car, really closed up to him for the final few laps. But Harry Gamble was a cool customer in the hot conditions and didn't get flustered and managed to keep the car guided home in that 2nd place to take some points away from Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Race 2 then, William Antrobus, even more dominant. He was superbly impressive yesterday in his speed, and he was very switched on. After I interviewed him after the first race, he was still, you could tell, very much focused on the day as a whole and the race ahead. But after race 2, when Tom interviewed him, it was almost like a different character. He was completely full of beans and delighted with the way the day had gone. So double race win yesterday for number 57, William Antrobus. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, championship leader coming into the weekend, didn't get the win, but he got 3rd in race 1, as I said. He got 2nd place in race 2. And one of the stars of yesterday was Alex Duncan, because he's one of the AM drivers, and he actually leads the AM class championship for the amateur drivers who've got less experience than the pro drivers, and he finished in the 3rd place overall yesterday. That was after qualifying 3rd place overall for that 2nd race, so did a great job yesterday. He's been coached by British Touring Car Championship driver James Dorlin, who's a Yorkshireman and relatively local to Croft. Quite a few stars of the British Touring Car and Porsche Carrera Cup scene here this weekend. Tom Ingram is doing some coaching this weekend as well, the reigning British Touring Car champion, and Max Coates, who is just about the busiest racing driver in the world, I think. He's always at every weekend and every weekday, also part of the staff here looking after things commercially at Croft, lives just down the road, and he's doing some coaching as well this weekend. Max Coates racing the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain this year, the ex runner-up in the Formula Renault Euro Cup and Mini Challenge and Porsche Sprint Challenge style. So good to see these experienced drivers passing on their knowledge. So those were the top 3 finishers in each of the races yesterday. So after the points were added up yesterday for the championship, it's still Cameron Pratt-Thompson that leads, but only just, because William Antrobus, with his 2 wins yesterday, his 3rd and 4th wins of the season, has now closed the gap to just 1 single championship point. And if William Antrobus ends up getting pole position for this race, in this session, he'll get a championship point for qualifying on pole. That will put them dead level. And because he's got more wins than Cameron Pratt-Thompson, he'll move into the championship lead. Cameron hasn't actually got a win so far this season. He's just been Mr. Consistent, which is no bad thing in Ginetta racing and hard enough to achieve. But Cameron Pratt-Thompson has had 2 third-place finishes and 3 second-place finishes, not yet got a race win. William Antrobus, as I said, 4 wins, 1 point behind, potentially about to draw level if he can get the pole position. And Harry Gamble is 13 points adrift after finishing 2nd and 4th in the 2 races yesterday on 171 points. Alex Duncan, the best-placed AM driver, leading the AM Championship. He's 4th overall in the standings, and he's got 102 points. They all have the same point-scoring system. They're not separate points for the AMs, but they do race for a separate championship and separate podiums. James Nicholas and Jamie Cordell also getting up onto the podium yesterday in the AM class. So 20 minutes of qualifying for these thundering V8 cars. And based on what we saw yesterday, Tom, William Antrobus, he's going to take some stopping. He was in fine form, wasn't he?
He's been in fine form for a few races. 4 wins from the last 6 for William Antrobus. He didn't get his season off to the best start in race 1 at Silverstone, but since then he's been very, very quick. The only driver to have picked up victories in that time, the other 2 going the way of Harry Gamble, who yesterday looked a bit out of sorts, is the only way I can describe it. Bumped into him in the paddock earlier on. He was smiling, he was happy, he's obviously in good spirits, but the question is then, does that translate to a better pace than yesterday? Because he was struggling a little and actually dropping into a battle with Alex Duncan in the other class at points.
Yeah, he just I think he was just struggling with the setup and the tyres. Extremely hot yesterday. He drove really well, I thought, to hold on to that 2nd place in race 1. He had a bit of an off moment at the start of race 2, which cost him a place and some time, and wasn't really ever able to recover from that. But yeah, damage limitation, still a 4th place finish. Wasn't too bad at the end, a 3rd in the pro class as well. But he'll want to start closing the gap and catching points up. And Cameron Pratt-Thompson will want to try and get his first race win of the season if he possibly can. But they've got to close the gap. It is a different day, though. That track temperature's a lot lower than it was yesterday. The wind is up. So see what they can do. They get 2 sets of tyres that they can use across the course of the weekend. Here at Croft, because there's an extra race compared to normal, 4 races over a weekend, they get 6 new slick tyres and 2 used as part of that makeup of slick tyres that they can use, all running on Pirelli tyres. We've got some onboard pictures from the 99 car, pretty lively day yesterday. James Nicholas, he set the early benchmark time with a 1:24.774 in the number 99 car.
James braking very late is where he's finding the time relative to a few of the other drivers out there, particularly into Tower. That said, as it got hotter, everybody was moving the braking points a little bit earlier as the tyres started to scream for help. But today, the conditions back with him, and so I suspect his driving style of putting all the energy through the front axle is going to be rewarded in this qualifying session. Nicholas now into the complex. The car does look as if it's got a lot of energy going through the front and rear tyres at that part of the circuit. Now he's on the brakes into the hairpin, and he's been a fan all weekend of this closer to a V line, if you like, through that final hairpin. A few drivers taking a gentle turn in and then gradually feeding the power back on. Others going in a point straight line straight towards a middle point of the corner, but not on the apex, so they can turn it tight and fire it back out the other side. Similar, actually, comparison there straight away to Harry Gamble, who's taken that slightly more flowing version of the line.
Yeah, slow in, quick out is the way to do it, because it's a long run coming out of that hairpin. It's the slowest corner on the lap. And if you go into it spectacularly, screaming your tyres, and it all looks great, and you might get down the inside of somebody, but you just kill your speed coming out of the corner. It's a pretty narrow exit as well. It's easy to run onto the grass. And if you're slow out of it, it destroys your speed all the way down that very long start-finish straight. So Gamble is quickest at the moment, 1:22.614. He went through and just set that lap time. Yesterday's best lap time, set by Antrobus, was a 1:21.985. So we're still a little bit away from that, but again, different conditions. Tyres have been used up. We don't know who saved some tyres for this qualifying session as well. And that's not bad, I would suggest. 122.614. Did Gamble manage yesterday? He did a 122.258, so it's about 4/10 away from what he did yesterday. We're on board with Harry Gamble with our live stream pictures at the moment. Antrobus has gone second quickest, yesterday's double race winner with a 122.772, and then a 123.729. A second behind him is Darling, number 25, currently third quickest. And currently the fastest of the AM drivers is the number 51 of Jamie Caudle. Had a pretty good day, especially in race 1 yesterday.
Jamie Caudle looked very quick, made a mistake in race 2, which then set him back in terms of the order, but looked quick after that fact anyway. So do keep an eye out for him. Runner-up in the GT Academy last year, runner-up to his teammate, James Nicholas, in fact.
Yeah.
The two of them sitting in 3rd and 4th in this session. Gamble across the line and goes fastest. 122.3 is now getting down towards what we saw yesterday at 21.9. I think the conditions are a little bit better, but are they carrying any tyres over? That'll be the question.
And yeah, we've had up to 3rd place now come Lewis Darling. He went through with his latest lap with a 122.777. That's only 99 thousandths of a second away from being on the front row of the grid. So pros are the top 3. James Nicholas went ahead of Duncan to go best AM in the 99 car. He's 4th quickest at the moment. Running out of sync with everybody though is the championship leader because Pratt Thompson left it a lot later than everybody else to head out onto the circuit. So Cameron Pratt Thompson in the number 37 car currently on an out lap, whereas others like Gamble have already done 2 flying laps. He's on a 3rd at the moment, and Gamble has done the absolute best first sector on this lap. The first sector takes you from the start-finish line through Clervaux, through Hawthorns, through the chicane, and then 3/4 of the way at the back straight towards Tower Bend. That's where sector 1 ends. Sector 2 takes you from Tower Bend to the exit to Sunny, and sector 3 takes in essentially just the complex, including the hairpin at the end of the lap on the run to the flag. That's how we divide the lap up. He's dropped a little bit of time through the second sector with a 33.875, but it is only a little bit of time. That's only half a tenth down on the absolute best second sector, so there's a good chance that Gamble is going to improve overall his lap time. That said, we've also got to keep an eye on Antrobus because he's just done the absolute best second sector on the lap.
Antrobus into the final corner then, getting a lovely tow from Elliot Foster just ahead. Antrobus is the second of the 2 cars in this queue. Up to the line he comes. He'd like to leave today with the championship lead, I suspect, and he goes to the top in this session. 122.263 puts him just 88 thousandths of a second ahead of Gamble.
Yeah, so Gamble's best lap time, 122.351, 88 thousandths of a second, less than 1/10 of a second, only half a second behind them, and into 3rd place now. We've got the AM class leader, Alex Duncan, and he's only fractionally ahead of Darling. There's only 9 thousandths of a second between those two. Nicholas is in 5th place. He's only 0.6 of a second away from being on provisional pole position, and also within a second is the number 51 car of Jamie Caudle. That's AM drivers 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment. Gamble pushing on to see if he can find any more time, but at the moment he's a bit down in the first 2 sectors. He lost a 10th to the absolute best second sector time, and it's only a fraction in the first sector. It's not going to be a bad lap this. I'm not sure it's going to improve him though. We'll see. Gamble comes through, goes across the line, and the lap time is a 122.370. So it was a good lap. That is his second best lap. It'll count towards his grid for the final race of the day. But overall, he's not quite able to improve. It is a decent effort though.
Whilst all that's been happening, Pratt Thompson continues to get himself up to speed, and I like this strategy of going out a little bit later because you only hit the best of the tyres once, and we had a lot of rain last night, so all that rubber will have been brushed straight off of the circuit, and so they're starting from scratch today with a relatively green surface. You let everybody else go out, make the surface a little bit more sticky, and then get the best of your tyres in the final 2 minutes. I think Pratt Thompson's onto something here.
Yeah, did have a quite heavy downpour last night around about 9:30, I think it was. I was staying in Darlington about 5-6 miles away from the circuit. Really cleared the air. It was nice actually, and there was even though it was quite sunny this morning, there was a little shower this morning, so it has washed a lot of that rubber away. I would say it was down yesterday. So you're right, Pat Thompson saying, well, you mop it all up, you get your rubber down, I'll go out a bit later, I'll take advantage of it. But of course it is a bit of a risk because, you know, if there's yellow flags or you make a mistake or the session gets get stopped, you're running on the back foot of it, and he's only 7th at the moment with a 123.0501.
All of that does assume, of course, that he chose to do this, not that there's a problem with the
That's
car.
true,
So
yeah.
we'll wait and see whether or not it plays out in reality, but potentially that move of genius. This is Alex Duncan on screen now into the hairpin, the number 27 running at the top of the AM Championship, and not at the top of the AM order, because at the moment that is James Nicholas, a couple of spots up ahead of Alex Duncan. Where does this lap take the 27? It's a personal best, but stays 5th.
Yeah, doing a good effort. Alex Duncan yesterday was the best of the AMs in qualifying, qualified 4th, but had a bad start, then qualified 3rd, had a good start, and then ended up getting the overall win in AM class and the overall podium as well. So Antrobus still quickest. Nobody in the top 3 improving at the moment. I had an improvement from Duncan on the last lap, as we said, to go 5th overall, the 122.795. It's so tight though, 122.700 for Nicholas, 122.777 for Darling, 122.795 for Duncan, less than a 10th of a second between all of them, but they have all slipped down one place because Pratt Thompson has now found a bit of speed, and the 37 car up into 3rd place overall with a 122.588. This lap could be the lap with 7 minutes to go where he challenges for pole position.
This is encouraging because we saw that lap time dip at the start of the session for everybody else. They were in the 23s, then they did a mid 22, and then Antrobus set the benchmark at a 22.2. It's just 0.3 of a second that Pratt Thompson needs to find, and he's gone personal best in the 1st sector. Yes, he's a couple of tenths away from the absolute best, but if he can keep this consistent, then he will be very much in the hunt.
Yeah, and personal best of a 25.427 through the 1st sector is within touching distance. It is a 1/10.5 down on the ideal 1st sector time though, but you do sometimes have to compromise your setup, get an overall quick lap time, maybe have a car that's set up for not being quite as quick in one of the sectors. It's pretty rare you see somebody being fastest in all 3 sectors. So Pratt Thompson, who's on screen at the moment, the championship leader, pushing on. And yeah, that's a personal best in the 2nd sector as well. He has got to find 0.3 of a second, give or take, though, to get himself onto the front row of the grid compared to his previous lap time. He comes through, he finds a bit of time. He goes 2nd quickest, so he gets ahead of Gamble and to within 59 thousandths of a second of Antrobus. So he got about 2.5 tenths quicker on that lap. And we can see that Harry Gamble is into the pits, and 6 minutes to go. He's going to have time to go back out again.
This is the strategy that we saw yesterday that I think Pratt Thompson has tried to find a way to work around, with the top 3 separated by just 88 thousandths. Gamble's in the pits having to let those tyre pressures down, let the heat dissipate a little bit, whilst his rival Pratt Thompson is at tower and going very quickly once again. Personal best in the 1st sector. Is this the lap to take CPT all the way up to the top? He approaches the Jim Clark S's now, winds on the lock just that little bit to the left, gives himself some margin actually to the tyre stack because there's so much grip in these Ginetta Championship machineries. In turn, you're through that little wobble of the turn before Sunny in, where you're then trying to get on the brakes and thinking, I hope the rear axle sticks here. We saw a few instances where it didn't yesterday, but Pratt Thompson has no such issues. He's on the power once again with just the complex to go, where it just slows up on you corner by corner. It's medium speed and then medium to slow speed at complex 2 where he goes now. The final corner is incredibly slow. It's the hairpin. Pratt Thompson with just 1 more to go. Personal best in sector 1, personal best in sector 2. He only needs to find 0.06 of a second to go to provisional pole. Pratt Thompson all the way to the line goes to just 45 thousandths of a second back, but still 2nd place.
Yeah, and this effectively is for the championship lead, isn't it? Because Antrobus is on pole position at the moment, which will give him the 1 point that would draw him level in the standings with Pratt Thompson, but would actually give him the championship lead on countback. If you tie with somebody on points, you count back who's got the most race wins, and it's 4-0 at the moment to Antrobus. So Pratt Thompson by 45 thousandths of a second, not quite there. And you've only got 88 thousandths of a second covering the top 3 with that lap that Gamble did before he came into the pits. Pratt Thompson is the only one of the top 4 that's on track at the moment. So Antrobus, who's quickest, Gamble, who's 3rd, Nicholas, who's 4th, and the best of the AMs. They're all in the pits currently. Darling is out on track and has done a personal best through the 1st sector. He's only got to find 78 thousandths of a second to get himself up onto the 2nd row of the grid as well in that number 25 car to get ahead of Nicholas. And then Duncan in 6th place, not going quite as well as he did yesterday, as the best AM driver yesterday. Caudle 7th, Foster 8th, and Hodgson in 9th place. Pratt Thompson on this lap, not setting green sector time, so maybe the very best from those tyres is done and dusted. It looks like you can get 3 laps out of them. I'm not sure you can get 4 flying laps out of these tyres in qualifying.
He's going to go for one more. He backed out early in Sector 1, did Pratt Thompson, so maybe there's one more chance at this. We saw for a moment Alex Duncan still circulating. He has yet to find a way to challenge James Nicholas, who's at the top of the AM classification. Down towards turn number 1 goes Cameron Pratt Thompson. Again, a heap of curve on the inside of Clairvaux. Then you try and get the car slowed down into Hawthorne Bend, where there's been a lot of gravel on the circuit actually yesterday. So drivers talking about it as it's similar to having a wet line through there, where you've got to stay away from the gravel. If you go a millimetre off, you just lock up instantly. No such issues at this stage in the day, but we'll keep an eye on it when we get towards the racing. Pratt Thompson over the hump and onto the brakes. That's a good marker. If you're hitting the brakes after the crest, then you're doing a good job down at Tower. How's the first sector? 25.4. Couple of tenths away, but not terrible either.
No, but he was a couple of tenths away in the first sector when he said his best lap of the session, which was nearly as good as the overall fastest time. So it's sectors 2 and 3 where he seems to have that car set up, a quick second sector and the fiddly final sector where he seems to have a little bit of an edge over Antrobus. So he needs a golden sector 2 and a golden sector 3, but it's still within his possibilities, and he set the absolute best second sector time here with the 33.743. So this is going to be close to matching what he did before. He just needs to find 46 thousandths of a second, that's less than half a tenth of 1 second, to get himself onto pole position. This is it now. He goes up through the gears, sprints for the line in the 37 car. Is Pratt Thompson going to do it or not? It's going to be a close effort. 122.354. The answer is no. He's half a tenth down on his best lap. He's had 3 really good laps, all close together. I'm pretty sure he's going to be on the front row of the grid for both races with his second best time as well, but it's not quite enough. And can he get one more out of the tyres? He's got time, but I'm not sure he's going to get one more lap out of those tyres. So by a whisker, by 45 thousandths of a second, Antrobus is watching this all go on in the pit lane. He's hanging on to that pole position.
He's likely going to be on pole is Cameron Pratt Thompson for race number 2 at the moment, however, unless somebody finds something late. Is he able to just take his brain out, as you often hear drivers say, and go for one last lap where you just break that smidge later than you thought was possible? 25.4 through the first sector again. We've learnt our lesson. That was good enough to get close last time. It was good enough on his quickest lap of the session. Maybe Pratt Thompson is able to find that last little bit. He's through Sunny in and now Sunny out, and it's just the complex left for Pratt Thompson, the 37 car. And what I will say is his consistency will be one to watch for come the race, because he's done this 3 or 4 times now as he's into the complex, hooks up the curb on that front right tyre, brakes as late as he dares into the hairpin, maybe a little earlier, you never know, that might be what he needs to improve his exit and find the time. The 37 will run towards the line now. Pratt Thompson just needs 46 thousandths of a second and he will be on pole position. What's the lap time? He's found time and still he's in second. He's now 24 thousandths of a second back. The top 3 split by less than a tenth. The top 2 split by less than, what's that, a quarter of a tenth?
Yeah, it's nothing if not consistent. That's 4 laps within, half a tenth or so of each other. He's half the gap, but the trouble is it's still minute at 24 thousandths of a second. Antrobus is clinging on to this. What a fantastic qualifying session. What a great effort by Pratt Thompson. Knocking at the door, but not quite there. 24 thousandths of a second around this lap at these speeds probably translates to about 50 centimetres, I would say.
He's just gone personal best through the first sector, though, and for the first time he's found those 2 tenths that have been missing. So if he can hold these last 2 sectors together, the checkered flag is out this time round. This will be his last lap. He's going to be on pole position for race 2, but there's traffic and the lap gets away from him. It'll be pole in race 2, but second for race number 1 for Pratt Thompson. I reckon that might have been the lap, you know, Chris.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, yeah, I think they're pretty accurate in what you've said there. That with the 3-4 quick laps that he's done, he's got the best second fastest lap time. He'll be on pole for the final race of the day, but not for that first one. Antrobus clings onto it. What might have been, he just got to the traffic at the wrong time, didn't he? He's not going to have time for one more lap. It was a noble effort, though, but it's William Antrobus that gets the pole position for the first race of the weekend for the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship.
What a brilliant qualifying session. Pratt Thompson does take the checkered flag on that last lap. Just wanted to get every moment he could out of the car. That's Alex Duncan already down into Parc Fermé, the 27 car, second in the AM category behind James Nicholas. That's a different story to what we had yesterday, so keep an eye on that in the AM Championship standings. They come into it split by 40 points, but a good weekend for James Nicholas, or a good day rather for James Nicholas, and he will be well and truly into the hunt. Alex Duncan not actually out of the car yet either, so I'm sure he'll hop out in a moment once he's had the chance to cool down and collect his thoughts. Well, What a lovely session that was. Chris will make his way down to Park Farm and see if we can grab a chat. And it will be a chat, if possible, with William Antrobus, who goes quickest of anybody by the smallest of margins. Cameron Pratt-Thompson just 24 thousandths back. Harry Gamble only 88 thousandths off of pole position. Pole position for race 1 in the AM category goes to James Nicholas, and it will actually be a start from the front 2 rows of the grid. Behind that, you find Lewis Starling, Alex Duncan, Jamie Codall, Elliot Foster, and Lucy Hodgson completing the order. Well, if that doesn't set us up for a brilliant race in the Ginetta GT Championship later on, I don't know what will. And it'll actually probably be a brilliant race 1 and 2, because Pratt-Thompson is going to have 2 bites at the cherry with pace that seems incredibly consistent. Where everybody else got 2, maybe 3 laps out of the tyres, he was able to keep on pounding in the laps, inching himself closer and closer to a quickest time that never came. William Antrobus it is that once again proves he is the benchmark on recent form. Will this today finally be the day where he takes the championship lead for good? We think after that session with the 1 point and count back, he's actually taken it for now. The question is just, does he hold on to it until the end of racing action? Antrobus is out of the car. He looks as if he gave that absolutely everything. They'll take the photos. He holds the number 1 up. Very Sebastian Vettel style, that actually, isn't it? And in turn, he will celebrate the pole position. I suspect with an eye to the fact that he will have a challenge coming later on in the day from not 1, but at least 2 cars further back. What about maybe James Nicholas in 4th position? He was only 4 tenths away in 4th. That's normally quite a small field spread. It's just somehow we ended up with a bit of a gulf ahead of him. The conditions are continuing to be rather blustery, but nice and warm, albeit not the scorching hot temperatures we had yesterday. Good to see the marshals able to walk around yesterday, a few of them trying to lay down in the shade and just conserve all of that energy. In a moment, we will turn our attention to the final piece of qualifying action of the day, the Ginetta GT Academy, of course, the only championship we've not seen out. A few of their graduates running rather well in this session. Let's remember that James Nicholas is a GT Academy champion and has made the step up this year atop that qualifying session in his order. As for the timetable, this is how it looks. So we've done the first 2 of those sessions. We've got the GT Academy qualifying session due up in around about 15 minutes or so, and then it's racing action to the end of the day. Race 3 of the weekend for the juniors, the championship and the academy, and in turn race 4 in that order as well, taking us all the way through till just after 5 p.m. if everything runs to time. Tell you what, if we had all the action like we did yesterday, I think we'll all be quite sad that it's come to a finish when we get to 10 past 5. As you can possibly hear, actually, the wind continues to blow, however, all the way around this 2.1 mile circuit. It's not a short circuit in terms of lap time, actually. And the lap time that went the quickest was William Antrobus, who's talking to Chris.
He is indeed, yeah. William Antrobus, star of the show so far this weekend after yesterday. It's going well, but that was tight. 24 thousandths of a second. You just got pole.
Yeah, Cameron was on for a good lap because he went full new, but yeah, in the end I came away with the pole, which I'm quite happy with. And yeah, I think it's just doing race 1, same again really. I've got the pace too. I know I can do it as well. But yeah, just keep on going and then see how race 2 plays out, because we're obviously going to start second because of how consistent he was. But overall, it's been an amazing weekend so far and I've done brilliantly, and I think the team's done an amazing job with the car, and I think I can easily win this weekend and everything. I've got it in my hands and I just need to play the right cards for the second race, which I think I can do.
Were you watching the times come down with Cameron in that session, getting closer and closer to your pole time? Were you aware of how close he was?
Yeah, I was. We were looking at it because we weren't going any faster, but he was, because he was on a fresh new set of rubber. It's always going to make the difference when you're on 4 new tyres. When you're on 2, it makes a good bit of a difference, but it won't make as much as what it will be on a full brand new set. But considering we're on pole and we're P2 for race 2 is amazing. And I think I've done an amazing job this weekend so far.
And I've got some news for you. Pole position, 1 point. That means you're level on points now with Cameron, and you're the championship leader because you've got more wins.
Yeah, I think it's just about not thinking about the championship at this stage. It's just about getting the races done, ticking them off, and then going through with it. I think it's an amazing process so far. I've done a great season so far, and I think I just need to keep on going as it is.
Each race at a time.
Yeah, I think it's just clocking off the wins each race and just going for it. I think I can easily win this championship, and I know I can, and I don't think anyone's going to stop me at this rate.
Well, good luck. Well done today. Well done for yesterday, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Well done. William Antrobus then, 2 wins, pole position today, and he's just about the championship leader. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you very much. What a declaration that is. Not just I think I can win the championship, I think I can easily win the championship. He is the man in form. The confidence is certainly not misplaced, to put it lightly. Everybody else will have to find a way to try and stop William Antrobus in race number 1 of the Ginetta GT Championship. As we saw, that's not too far away, actually. But up next, we've got our final qualifying session. It'll come our way from the Ginetta GT Academy, and there was plenty of action there yesterday as well. It actually kicked off all the way back in free practice for the Ginetta GT Academy, where Tom Walker found himself out before we got any of the competitive sessions underway. He was back out in qualifying and going pretty quickly, actually, albeit not quite as quickly as championship leader in the rookie class, Lewis Bailica. Lewis has been on an incredible run of form in 2026. He picked up 2 victories at Silverstone. He picked up 2 out of the 3 victories at Alton Park, and he picked up 2 victories yesterday as well. That means he's won every race that he's completed in. However, for now, let's go back down to Parc Fermé and hear from another one of our GT Championship title contenders. It's Cameron Pratt-Thompson.
Absolutely, yeah. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who tried everything to get pole position there. That was really entertaining to watch. I mean, well done for the consistency. I think you did 4 laps within like half a tenth of a second of each other, but you just missed that. And I think you might actually have done it, but you got traffic on the last lap, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, the consistency has clearly been good all weekend. Like, you could see it in race 1 particularly yesterday. But in that session, yeah, we tried something different and it was working, but unfortunately just a little bit of traffic on the last lap. A little bit frustrating, but you know, we're still in a good position to fight. Just keep scoring strong points and see where it takes us.
Yeah, and we think you'd be on pole for the last race of the day, so you know, you go on a high if you can win that one. But you've been so consistent this year, and that's the key in this championship, isn't it?
Yeah, like any sport, consistency is key. If we can keep pumping in the results, eventually the big win will come. So yeah, hopefully that's this afternoon.
How was the track today compared to yesterday? Obviously, it's a lot cooler, but it's also a lot windier. Can you feel that in the car?
Yeah, so the wind affects your straight line speed and you balance through some of the corners. You know, you can get a big gust and it can really offset you, but it doesn't feel too different. Just the tyres are hanging on a little bit more because of the heat not being there.
Can you tell me about the quick section of this track and what it's like to drive one of these V8 Munsters around the S's at the back, the Jim Clark S's, through Croft? I mean, you have to be pretty brave through there, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic track. The last time I was here was in a Saxo in 2023, so you know, it's a bit different, but the high-speed nature, I love it. It really suits me, my style, so yeah, great track.
Is it bumpy out there? It looks a bit bumpy at points.
It is bumpy, particularly sunny in and sunny out, but you know, nothing the SVG boys can't set up to get around.
Right, great job, and well done on a great effort. You just missed that, but you're going to be in a good spot for race 1 and race 2. You'll be on pole position, so go for it. See if you can get another hatful of points.
Thank you.
Well done, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Thanks for joining us. So that's your top 2 from the session for the GTs. They got a quick turnaround because they're going to be back out in just under an hour's time for their first of 2 races today. Tom, one more qualifying session to come though first.
There is indeed. Just behind Chris, if you were looking there at the left-hand side of the screen, you'll have seen Jamie Cordell. He's got the best hair in the paddock, I think. Really is a proper mullet for Jamie Cordell. I reckon it makes him go quicker because it's slipstreaming on the sides effectively, or it's streamlined on the sides, something along those sorts of lines. Cordell with another good session, actually, looking quick. He's got a habit this year of just staying out of trouble, and so I wonder if that'll be the case once again today. Yesterday there was a little bit of trouble, but in turn, of course, he made up for it with another pointsy day. For now, however, it's time to go qualifying for the final time this weekend. It'll be the Ginetta GT Academy. So, Ginetta GT Academy time then. This is turning into another championship to keep an eye on. And so far in this season, we've seen contenders across the two categories. In the Rookie Championship, Lewis Bailica has the advantage. He comes into this one on 220 points. Crucial that the one race he didn't win, he only picked up the single point for the fastest lap. He didn't score any points for finishing in that one because it was a mechanical issue that took him out of it. That's kept Ian Beaumont in the hunt for the Rookie Championship. 199 points for him coming into today. As for the GTAs, well, Tom Walker, Joe Ostelhoff, those are the names you want to keep an eye on. Tom Walker 239, and about 35 back from him is Joe Ostelhoff, but Joe picking up a victory in the second race yesterday means that he is in form. We spoke to him actually during the lunch break yesterday, and he was talking about how if I just stay calm, keep my nose out of trouble, I think I can win the race. And indeed, he went out to win the race. It was a fantastic job from him. Slight issue possibly for Tom Walker there. No, they have got him going now. Just keeping an eye on that 21. Was slow to pull away compared to others around it, but now seems to be joining the fray with the green flag out. This is a 20-minute session, or it was a 20-minute session. We've already had 45 seconds worth of it. And once again, of course, Pirelli slick tyres. So all about generating the temperature at first. As I say, you'll want to keep an eye out for Tom Walker and Joe Ostelhoff. And in yesterday's qualifying session, those were some very important names. Not as important as Lewis Bailica, though, who took double pole position, despite the fact that by about the halfway point, he was facing the wrong way in the gravel trap exit of Clairvaux. They recovered that car. He went on to take the victories for good measure, but it's safe to say he will hope for an easier set through this session than he had yesterday. Tom Walker, Joe Ostelhoff, they were second and fourth on fastest times, respectively, with Ian Beaumont from the rookie class interrupting them, getting into the middle, if you like. We spoke to Ian as well. He was talking about just how hot the cars are. We said, do you know what temperature? He said, no, I don't know what the temperature is. We said, do you want to know? And he said, no, I don't want to know what the temperature is inside that car, and I certainly don't blame him. Today, it won't be quite as warm, but still a lovely summery day. You can see a little bit of wildflower there in the grass. Hopefully nobody ends up there absolutely ploughing through it. Green flag is out, however. This will be the first lap. It's probably a tyre warming lap for a few of the drivers there. You can see not charging to the full effect as yet. Actually, if anything, I think Ian Beaumont in amongst all of that may just have been trailing the brake a little, trying to generate some rear tyre temperature. Possibly the same for Lucas Theo, who had issues yesterday, pulling off the start-finish straight very early in the day with some sort of mechanical issue. He did get himself into the racing, however, come the end of the day, and looked very quick. Now we've got a piece of bodywork down on the circuit. Where are we looking? That's going to be on the approach to Sunny, I believe. Is it possibly a rear view mirrors come off one of the cars? It's that sort of shape. It's in a... well, it's not in a safe position, but it's not right on the racing line either, so we'll keep an eye on whether anybody manages to clatter into that one. But for now, the session remains under full green conditions. And in terms of first sectors, well, most drivers about half a second off where we'd expect them to be, but a 28.0 from Lewis Bailica is there or thereabouts on the pace through Sector 1. He's gone quicker than anybody else, albeit Lucas Theo seems to have gone very quickly through that part of the lap as well. Change of surface flag is out on exit of those S's where we've got that bodywork, so the driver is being warned of it as they come round that part of the circuit for the very first time. This is the number 50. Are we about to see that it's missing a mirror? No, not quite. I wondered if that was going to be very clever. But the red flag does come out so that we can recover that. So straight into pit lane come most of our drivers. They just missed, actually, one of the machines going straight through to start another lap. That was the number 30 of Will Fallon going straight through. Everybody else into the pit lane, however, to give us an early stop to this session. I believe it's just for the bodywork. We'll have a look around to make sure nobody's gone missing, but so far everybody coming back into the pit lane in the order we would expect. It means that we'll just have to press pause for a moment. We're not going to get to see that battle between Ostelhoff and Walker quite yet. However, they will sit there, I'm sure, thinking about exactly how they're going to utilise the remaining 16.5 minutes. It does take a reasonable amount of time off the session, however, because remember, it's 16.5 minutes left on the clock, but that will have to include another out lap. They were on their first push lap, and that one wasn't counted, so we've effectively taken 3 laps worth of running away from the drivers, which, given that you need both that fastest and indeed second fastest time to go your way for race 1 and race 2 respectively, just begins to pile the pressure on that little bit more than it was at the early stage of the session. There's the bodywork that's brought out the red flag in this session. Chris, have you got any idea what that is?
I mean, it does look wing mirror shaped, doesn't it? Not sure.
It's that curve on it that makes me think rear view mirror possibly, but we've not seen a car come in without one yet, is the only reason I begin to doubt it just that little bit more. Could be on the side of the car we don't get to see very easily, of course, for us in the commentary box. We're on the side of pit lane that has the pit buildings on it is maybe the easiest way of describing it. It becomes the outside of turn number 1, so if it was on the right-hand side of the cars, we would struggle to spot it as they came in. Red flag out, however, and with the last car back into pit lane before too long, the last couple of them, in fact, just making their way around the complex, then we should be able to get a marshal out there to recover it. Hopefully it's not one piece of something else hidden behind a tree or a tyre stack somewhere.
No, true. But the right thing to do, yeah, because somebody runs over that, and the shards from that are going to be... Oh, there we go. It is the wing mirror cover, isn't it? And it looks like it's come off the 33 car of Faye Goff. So well done to our Herbie, our camera op in the pit lane. He's picked up straight on that, and that does look the right shape, doesn't it? So it looks like the wing mirror cover, and it is. And it's come from Faye Goff's car. It won't be a problem for her, but they've got to clean that off the track for safety reasons. So it should be a fairly short red flag period, this. The fastest time in yesterday's qualifying session set by Lewis Bylicker was a 1:28.908 for reference. His second best lap time was a 1:29.4. I would suggest probably normally his 2 lap times would be closer together than that. That's quite a big difference, actually. I mean, he was still good enough for a double pole position, but of course he didn't get to do all the running he wanted to yesterday because he had that off, about halfway into the session when he went off into the barriers at turn 1 at Clairvaux in that qualifying session. So those are the sorts of times we should be looking at. 1:28.9. We've seen from the session so far in the other categories that the track is pretty similar to what it was yesterday, even though it's cooler. The lap times weren't dissimilar to yesterday, were they? Maybe a touch slower.
The rubber having been rinsed away, obviously with tyres being a factor across the weekend and the season as well, for that matter, they will possibly, as we heard, only be putting 2 new tyres on rather than the full 4. So these sorts of factors meaning that whilst I reckon if it hadn't rained and we were using brand new tyres, you would see quicker times, they will be closer to what we saw yesterday than you would otherwise expect. I will be curious to see what Bylicker can do, however, because he didn't get to get his eye in really yesterday, and he was still quick enough. So there's a chance he goes out there and absolutely thrashes what is actually a lap record, because of course the championship hadn't been here prior to yesterday's action, and so the lap record is a 1:29.2 set by Bylicker during race number 1. He'll be close to that, if not quicker than it in qualifying, and I reckon could be quicker than it come the racing action.
Yeah, you've got different factors. So a warmer, stickier track is a grippier track. That's good for the slick tyres. The stickier they get, and you know, when you take your hand away from a tyre, it's been out in a session, your hand will actually stick to it and take some of the rubber off it, and that's adhering you to the track, and it gets you through the quick corners. But there is a point at which the tyres can get too hot and too sticky and kind of just stick to the track too much and bog the car down. The engine is fighting against that extra grip, that too much grip that you've got, and that was probably an issue yesterday with the heat that we had, particularly in the track temperature. It was a hot enough day. It was up to about 28 degrees in the end yesterday, the air temperature, but the track temperature was a good 10 degrees warmer than that. So it's not as hot today, a bit less sticky, but it's warm enough. It's good conditions still for those tyres to work, and because it's less cool, engines and carburetors don't really like hot air too much, and the engines will be able to breathe a little bit easier. We'll be a bit of stress on the cars mechanically with a bit less heat, so that's good. But the bad news, as we've already heard from our drivers, is the wind, and that wind, you know, at certain corners, it's a headwind, you're going into it and it's slowing the car down, and when it's a side-on wind, it can blow the car slightly offline as well. When you are dealing with speeds through some of the corners at over 100 miles an hour, it can be tricky.
Lucas Theo back out onto circuit then as we get the green flag. He'll be hoping not only to go to the top of the times, but to infinity and beyond, judging by the livery he's got there on the side of the car. They all go around, as we say. This starts the clock ticking once again down to just a little bit of time, 16 minutes remaining in this one. They'll have to do their out lap and then onto a flyer, and we don't think it's going to be the first lap that is the quickest. That said, Bajlika's first lap must have been actually one of the ones that counted towards his time yesterday, so you can push and get a lap time out, but we're finding that laps 2 and 3 tend to be where the best of the performance is, with the last of the cars making their way out onto the circuit. That was the 19 machine of Joe Ostelhoff, taking as long as possible, I think, just hoping to get a clear run, possibly even just at the outlap, because then you get control of your own tyre preparation.
We saw Lucas Theo heading out onto the track. Did a good job in race 2 yesterday because he had a problem with the car in quali. Stopped on straight, thought about a red flag. 2 red flags in yesterday's qualifying session. And then they couldn't get the car fixed, so he missed the race completely. So he hadn't really turned a lap in anger since Friday in the test day. He went into the race cold, really, at the end of the day for race 2. And he really got into the groove, especially the second half of the race. Some good overtakes, and Lucas Theo coming through the order from the back of the field to finish in 6th place in that number 7 car. So did a very good job. Lewis Bajlika was the overall winner in both races, but there are 2 separate categories, 2 separate main categories in the GT Academy. There's the main GTA class and there's a rookie class for the first full season racers, and they have a separate podium. So he got onto the top step of the rookie podium. I mean, he won the race overall anyway, but the driver that won the GTA category race 2 yesterday was also on the top step of the podium for his class. That was Joseph Ostelhoff in the white number 19 car. Pulled off some really good overtakes yesterday. A very good second place for the American, now based in Birmingham in the Midlands. And we've also got the silver class, which is for drivers aged 22 and under, which then takes us to the final category, which is the Chairman's Cup class, which is for the slightly older drivers who are aged 45 and above. They have a separate category and get a separate trophy for the winner of that class in each race as well. But yeah, yesterday Bajlika, Ostelhoff and Beaumont were the top 3 in race 2. Bajlika, Walker and Ostelhoff were the top 3 overall in the first race. So we'll see what Joe can do, because he was pretty impressive in terms of his racecraft yesterday, wasn't he?
He was indeed, and he may well need to use it once again, because his rival, Tom Walker, is going very quickly on this lap, quicker than anybody in the first sector. For those who have come through the second sector with a competitive time, he's quicker than all of those guys as well. And so the 21 out of the hairpin. What's Tom Walker got to offer on this lap? We go on board with him as he comes across the line. He will move from a very uncompetitive time due to the red flag to a 1:30.4. I reckon there's still plenty of time in the tank for Tom Walker here as he gets the car shoveled into that first corner. The gravel trap comes to meet you once again. Now you're feeding on the power once again, just edging more and more throttle into the engine through Hawthorne Bend. Get as close to the tyre stack as you dare through the chicane, and then you're going to be flat out all the way down towards Tower.
He was pretty happy with the car in quali yesterday, but it just wasn't working as well in the race. So maybe the cooler conditions will suit him and his setup a little bit better today. Certainly they would have been making some tweaks to the setup. You won't just go, well, the car was good yesterday, I'm just going to leave it alone. You know that track is going to change with, as we said, the overnight rain, the cooler temperatures, the wind. You've got to tweak things a little bit. Little bit of guesswork, I guess, going into quali. But of course, the teams will have data that they know from these sorts of conditions in maybe test days, but it's the first time they've raced here, as Tom said, so there's not a great deal of data to go through with these cars in these particular conditions. We're following the lap then of Walker, who's quickest at the moment. He's going even quicker on this lap. Absolute best in sector 1, absolute best in sector 2. Comes into the complex, turns right, drags the car across to the right to take the wider line into the final corner, the left-hand hairpin. Does that neatly, then runs the car out wide as he gets on the throttle as quickly as possible without going over the white lines, over the curbs and exceeding track limits. It's all neat and tidy. It's a good lap this from Walker. It should be his best lap of the session and the best lap of the session so far, and is 1:29.890 seconds. So that's still a second away from the best time yesterday, but that's a good effort, and he's nearly half a second up on Fallon, who's just gone second quickest in the number 30 car.
All of this pushing Lewis Bajlika, who we now ride on board with, further and further down the order. He's in an uncharacteristic 5th overall, and second, make it 3rd out of the rookies. He's dropping down further and further. 4th now as quick times continue to come in. This is the run towards Tower that we're on. The road just arching ever so slightly to the left. Watch for the hump that he's going to use to spot his braking there. The car will dip but now you get the nose in as close as you can to the apex at Tower. Feed the power back on, use all of the curb and a little bit of the concrete beyond it as well to open up the steering as early as possible. Flat out through the Jim Clark S's, just breezing past those tyre stacks, getting again as close as you can, but not as close as we saw that wing mirror coming off earlier on in the session. Now you're at Sunny, where again, you're being gentle with the inputs because the road is bumpy, the car is leaning over that little bit, easy to lock a brake there, no such issues for Lewis Bailica, who's just got the complex left to go. The 17 now into the left-handed part. Watch how much curb he takes here. He takes curb at the first apex and the second one. Now he's into the right-hander, and that looks a little bit hot and off the road for Lewis Bailica.
Connor Blackburn, next one to keep an eye on. He's 6th at the moment, but he's done the absolute best first sector. He's about to come through the end of the second sector. That's a personal best. He's heading towards the left-hander at the complex in the number 66 car. He certainly looks like he's going to be higher than 6 by the end of this lap. He's about to go into the hairpin for the final time. The green and orange and white striped 66 car makes his way into that final corner. We got Fallon up to 3rd, Osterhoff up to 4th place, but Blackburn, I think he's going to get in the mix somewhere in that top 3. He comes across the line now. Where does he go? Is it a disappointing final sector? It's not quite as good as I thought it was going to be, but he does improve up into the top 5 with a 130.260. But it was all the last sector. He lost 0.3 of a second in that final sector. The rest of the lap was really good.
With Bailica struggling, Ian Beaumont is capitalising on this. Last time through he went top, 129.678. That's 0.2 clear of what is now Tom Walker from Fallon, and undo all of that because Joe Osterhoff cuts the beam to go fastest on a 29.5 now. The American setting the standard.
Beaumont has just done the absolute best first sector though in the number 13 car, so he was pretty handy yesterday, wasn't he? We'll see how he gets on in the very quick middle sector of the lap. He's just about to go down into Sunny Inn, so he's on a good lap here. Osterhoff with that 129.513 though. He's just about a 10th and a half up on Beaumont at the moment, and has got even quicker through the first sector of this lap, so they're quite spread apart. Osterhoff's near the beginning of his lap. Near the end of his lap is Beaumont. They're the top 2 at the moment. Beaumont, as I say, going well in the first sector. It's no longer the fastest first sector, but it was. He lost a little bit of time in the middle sector though, so he needs a really good run coming out of the hairpin and charging towards the line to get a better lap time. I'm not sure it's going to be quite enough for Beaumont when he gets through in that number 13 car. And Osterhoff, anyway, looks like he's going even quicker as it stands. Walker is down to 3rd as a result of all this in the number 21 car. And yeah, it's a 1:30.4 in the end for Beaumont, so just dropped off in that final part of the lap, but it is not dropping off for Osterhoff, who's got the complex to come, and that's it. And he's done the absolute best second sector. He's coming out of the hairpin of the white number 19 car. He's going to dash for the line, and this could be an even quicker lap time for the American. The man from Atlanta comes through, goes over the line, and a 129.513 becomes a 129.282. So now he's 0.4 of a second up on anybody else, and has got provisional pole position
for both races at the moment, actually, is the other big news there. Ian Beaumont in second is doing a great job of capitalising on what is a bizarre session. Lewis Bailica now in 5th spot amongst the rookie order. That's 10th overall. Remember, he's been on pole position for every single race so far, particularly in that rookie order, of course. And now he finds himself not just off of the front row, but a long way off of the front row. He's at risk of dropping out of the top 10.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if he's got some issue, doesn't it? A 1:30.908. He's basically 2 seconds slower than he went yesterday. Now, so pole position, Osterhoff's done a 129.282. His best lap yesterday was a 129.9. So he's found pace. He's going quicker by about 0.7 than he was yesterday. So it's not the track, is it? It's something to do with the car, with the setup. Bailica struggling at the moment, back in 10th place, 1:30.9 seconds.
Osterhoff is flying once again here through the first sector. He goes purple in that part of the lap. 36.8 in the middle sector is actually better than what most people can manage in that section, despite it not quite being a personal best. Are we possibly knocking on the door of a 128 here in the GT Academy? It's our first time to Croft. We don't know where the ceiling is. Osterhoff out of the final corner. He's got a 29.2 if he wants to improve on his own lap, and indeed the best lap, 29.4 that time through.
Yeah, it's still a good lap though, isn't it? So that's probably his third best lap, isn't it? So 3 good laps that are all quicker than anybody else's. So he's on course for a double pole position here. He's loving life in the Ginetta GT Academy Championship, that's for sure. He's very enthusiastic about the championship and about moving to the UK, apart from the fact that we don't put enough seasoning on the food, he said. Everything else is good. And yeah, he's absolutely loving life here and looks nice and tidy as he goes into Tower Bend on this lap and has done the absolute best first sector again, 27.456. He, I think it's fair to say, Thomas, found a groove.
The car is incredibly poised. It's certainly helping him. The work that the team have done must be absolutely mega, because yesterday everybody was sliding around, and Osterhoff today, his first sector was so calm. I thought he backed off and he's just gone faster than anybody in that part of the lap. He's now into Sunny in. That part's tackled. What about Sunny out? The 19 through there looks pretty solid once again. That means we're not too far away from getting the second split time. Purple in Sector 1, 36.7 in Sector 2 is about half a tenth off of what he's managed previously, but he is in the mix to go quicker again.
It's going to be somewhere close, isn't it? 129.3 maybe. Depends how he deals with this final hairpin, which seems silly, doesn't it? The hairpin, the slowest corner, but it's where you can end up losing the most time for one corner around a lap if you get it wrong. It all looked tidy. Let's see what the lap time produces this time at 129.4. So he's done 2 129.4s, 129.3 and lap 129.2, which is the quickest lap of the session. But up to third place has come Connor Blackburn with a 129.862 on his most recent lap. So it's 19 Osterhoff that's on provisional pole, 129.282. Number 13 Beaumont second, nearly 4 tenths down with a 129.678. Up to third, number 66 Blackburn with a 129.862. That's only 28 thousandths of a second quicker than Tom Walker, who's just gone back out in the number 21 car. And he's down to 4th place now. 5th place is number 7 Lucas Theo, certainly having more laps than he had in qualifying yesterday. He's only 16 thousandths of a second behind Walker, and then only 55 thousandths of a second behind him is Will Fallon, number 30, in 6th place. It's really tight between those 3 or 4 drivers. 7th, number 8 Wiseman. 8th, number 17 Bylicker. He's gone up a little bit, but not enough. That was his best lap last time around, but I do think he's struggling with something on that car. 9th, number 53 Young. 10th, number 33 Goff, minus the wing mirror cover. 11th, number 50 Grimwood. 12th, number 77 Wright, and 13th, number 4 Duffy.
You can understand why Walker's gone back out again, because the gap ahead is relatively small if you can get a place, but more importantly, you could be demoted down to 6th here in the work of a moment. Lucas Theo going very quickly, same too for Fallon in the 30. Theo last time through found an improvement in Sector 1, which would have been enough, but the second part of the lap got away, so keep an eye out for the number 7 car.
Yeah, it'd be interesting when you go down to do the interviews, if you can find Lewis Bylicker and find out exactly what the issue is, because it's just bizarre, isn't it, to see him down in 8th place. Smoking front right there for number 13, coming out of the pit lane. A quick visit to the pits for Beaumont. He's going back out. A smoking front right, Pirelli, as he brakes for Tower Bend for number 66, Connor Blackburn, who's trying hard. A 27.621 through the first sector. It's not a personal best, but it's not bad, you know. And Walker's just gone through to go ahead of Blackburn. He's gone 3rd quickest on his first flying lap since rejoining. So Walker, number 21, up to 3rd, 129.776 seconds.
Going quickly too is Lucas Theo actually here, so Blackburn may yet to be demoted another position. We follow Blackburn on the cameras. The 66 car makes his way through the final part of Sector 2. Is Blackburn finding any time there? No, it's the only way that we can phrase that. He's lost time, and so we'll have to reset here to save himself from the pressure that's coming both behind and now technically ahead, because Walker's already taken advantage of it. Bylicker with a good lap finds himself on the outside of row number 2.
So is he biding time as he sorted something out on the car? But that's a big improvement, isn't it? 129.795. He's going to second a lap quicker than he was a couple of laps ago now. So maybe he's just letting them. Maybe he's been really smart here and just tootling around, building up the tyre temperature safely, not doing anything too stressful on the tyres, letting them lay their rubber down, and then going to go for it. But he's leaving it late, that's for sure. If he's going to keep this record of being on pole for every single race going, he's going to have to do it in the next, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Last time around, a 128.207 for Osterhoff. Still got this 4 tenths of a second advantage over Beaumont in the 13 car. Walker is only 98 thousandths adrift of Beaumont, but he's only just ahead of Bylicker now with that 19 thousandths of a second with that best lap last time around.
Bylicker will have 2 more goes at this, or well, he's already on the first of those 2, that said, and the first sector is decent, but not enough to challenge Ostelhoff out front. What he will be looking at is the rookie pole position. That's currently held by Beaumont, and he's 4/10, let's not forget, off the back of Joe Ostelhoff. So that could be a target for Bielica if he makes these next 2 laps work. Connor Blackburn dips a wheel into the dust and backs out of the lap. That'll allow some of the traffic behind to make progress through to being in front, and it's very polite, and we should say, from Connor Blackburn. He's done a good job there, staying out of the way.
It might be a bit of an issue on the transponder of Ostelhoff because his best lap is a 129.2, but apparently his last lap was a 128.2, which is like a second quicker than anybody has gone. He's gone into the pits now anyway, so he's not going to improve anymore. He's got no time to go back out really and set another lap time. And so it's down to everybody else to find this gap and try and bridge it. 129.803, the best lap so far for Bielica. If he can find 0.2 of a second, he might just get up onto the front row of the grid, but I can't see him finding all this time. Might be wrong, but he's got to find half a second, more than half a second, if he wants to keep this run of pole positions going. So we're going to have to see, potentially, Lewis Bielica having to overtake people to win a race this afternoon, because he hasn't really had to do that so far this season. Even with the dramas yesterday going off the road, he still managed to get a double pole position before that happened. So the German driver with a frustrating session so far. But then again, if 4th on the grid is your worst grid of the year, you're probably having a pretty good season, aren't you? We're into the final 13 seconds of the session then. Ostelhoff has come into the pits. He's laid that benchmark down several times over, the American. Absolutely fantastic session for him. He's been really impressive yesterday with his racecraft as well. He was really patient at times yesterday as well. He never tried any silly moves. He weighed the driver up, weighed the opponent up, and both times he was in close races, he managed to pick up the positions late on. The flag is now out. Nobody's on an absolute flyer at the moment. De Castillo set his best lap of the session last time around, but he's slowed down on this one, so he's up into the top 6. Really good effort in the number 7 car. Quite impressed with his second race drive, as I said, from the back of the field yesterday. And it therefore looks like, with the flag now out and half the field having come through and the other half not really improving, that it is going to be that pole position for Joseph Ostelhoff, the American in the number 19 car, with a 129.282, and he's done it by quite some distance as well. Yesterday in qualifying, he was 4th on the grid for race 1 and 3rd on the grid for race 2. He stepped it up. He's gone something in the region of 0.6 quicker than he went yesterday, and in these conditions he is thriving. So brilliant qualifying for Ostelhoff. He gets the pole position in the number 19 car for the 1-2 race squad, and a really good effort as well for Ian Beaumont in the SVG Motorsport team yesterday. Well, he's gone 2nd today. Yesterday he was 3rd overall in qualifying, and his second best lap time put him 5th on the grid for the second race. So Ostelhoff, who got the double podium finish yesterday, 3rd in race 1, 2nd in race 2. Let's see what he can do from pole position for their first race of the day for the Ginetta GT Academy. Of course, he also scores the championship point for being the highest placed driver on the grid. He's 2nd in the championship behind Tom Walker in the GTA class, and that will bring the gap down to 34 points between the two of them now. So Joseph Ostelhoff, number 19 for the 1-2 racing squad, with a dominant qualifying session to take pole position, 129.282 seconds, nearly 0.4 of a second quicker than the next best driver, which was Ian Beaumont, who comes home in 2nd place. He's the top rookie in the session with a 129.678. 3rd place, number 21, the ever-present Tom Walker, the GTA points leader, with 129.776 seconds. He only just missed out on the front row by 98,000ths of a second. And for once, Lewis Bielica is not on pole position. For the first time this season, the German driver, he's not only going to have to not start a race on pole, he's not even on the front row of the grid. 4th place it is in that session with that 129.795. 5th place, number 66, Blackburn, who was pretty impressive in the session as well. 6th place, number 7, Theo. 7th, number 30, Fallon. 8th place, number 8, Wiseman. 9th, number 53, Young. 10th, number 33, Goff. And then 11th, number 50, Grimwood. 12th, number 77, Wright. And 13th, number 4, Duffy. Less than 0.9 of a second covering the top 8 drivers in the session. And bearing in mind, one of the drivers was 0.4 quicker than everybody else, it tells you that it should be a close race, because there's barely anything between 2nd and 8th on the grid in terms of their lap times. So Tom Davies has headed down to Parc Fermé to try and catch up with 1 or 2 drivers from what is our final qualifying session of the day. and of the weekend, because from here on in, it's going to be racing all the way to the end of the day. Qualifying is done. We've now got 6 races coming up, 2 for each of the classes. We'll begin with the Ginetta Junior Championship powered by Sunoco Race Fuels. That is going to get underway in just about 13 minutes time. So that's coming up, but let's get some reaction first, down with Tom Davis in Parc Ferme, and he's found our pole sitter Joe Ostelhoff.
Thank you very much, Chris. Joe, I could ask you a very complicated question, but ultimately you went really quickly and we want to know how.
We might need a more complicated answer. Yeah, no, it's really good. Car's been feeling good all day. We did a couple setup changes last night. Seems to be working.
In terms of those setup changes, is there anything you can tell us, or are you keeping that a secret for now?
We'll keep it a secret for now, but maybe at the end of the weekend we could talk about it.
And in terms of the races, obviously yesterday was good for points. Today's already beginning to look good as well. I could ask you about whether it changed the mindset. I think I know what you'd say. So championship-wise, is there an eye there now?
Oh, of course, yeah. We've known we've been chasing Tom. We had an unfortunate, basically DNF in Silverstone with that 9th place finish. But those consistent podiums we talked about yesterday, looks like today we can capitalize, so let's do it.
Good luck. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you. God bless, guys.
Thank you. With that, Chris, we'll go back up to you. I'm going to have an investigation and see if we can figure out what's going on with Lewis.
Yes, that would be good to find out, wouldn't it? I mean, it tells you all you need to know about Lewis Bielicker, that we're all puzzled that he's only 4th. I mean, 4th's still pretty good, isn't it? But he set such a high standard this year that you just suspect, and it was quick yesterday, so it's clearly not an issue with him and the car and not liking the track. You just suspect something's not quite 100% with the car, so we'll see if we can find out exactly what the reason for that is. So we're looking forward to the Ginetta Juniors coming up very shortly. It's going to be Riley Cranham who gets the first pole position of the day after winning a race on track yesterday, but yesterday evening then getting penalised for the move that ultimately got him the race win when he had contact out on track with Harrison Mackie, and then was penalised exactly enough seconds to put him behind Harrison in the results, which ended up being 16 odd seconds and ended him down in 9th place in the end. But he's come back with a very strong performance in qualifying, pole position, and Lewis Goff had a bit of a mixed day yesterday, a puncture and a DNF, but then a podium finish in race 2. He's going to be sharing the front row of the grid for that first race. So the Ginetta Juniors coming out very shortly. Right, Thomas caught up with our rookie championship leader Lewis Bielicker to find out what the issue was in qualifying.
I have indeed. Lewis, you got up for a 2nd row start, 2nd in class, but it wasn't the pace we're used to seeing from you. Can you talk to us about that?
I was really struggling with the tires. I think they didn't pick up right. We had left side new tires on, so maybe the balance was a bit off on that, and whenever I turned into a right-hand corner, basically it just understeered for me. So it was mostly just fighting the car, trying to get around, and yeah, and then on the left-hand corners, obviously there was so much grip there, and then also my rear went away, so yeah, it was kind of struggling lock-ups as well every now and then, so it kind of didn't help the lap times at the end, but thankfully I got some okay lap times in at the end, so I think we can still fight for the front.
Is the balance coming towards you, or was it the same all the way through the session?
It was the same. I feel like it got even worse sometimes even. And then obviously with lockups, me trying to push the car even harder. Obviously also didn't want to put it into the wall again before having a lap time. And then, yeah, so it felt like it wasn't improving much.
And in terms of the racing, is that same set of tyres going to be used for the racing, or are you beginning to weigh up if you go back to yesterday's set?
Yeah, we're still going to decide on that. We still have a few spare tyres as well for the entire season to run. So maybe we pick those up. We're not sure. We're going to discuss later with the mechanics and see what we can cook up for race 1.
Well, good luck, and we hope to see you near the front again.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lewis. So, tyre issues then for Lewis Bielicker. We know how quick he is, though. I'm sure we'll see him in the battle.
Thanks very much, Tom. Yeah, good to find that info out. So it's all about tyres, isn't it, this weekend with those Ginettas. Pretty hard on the tyres around Croft as well with these high-speed corners. And as you said, as Lewis said there, they do switch the tyres from one side of the car to the other as well to even things out, because if you've got a clockwise circuit, which has therefore mostly right-hand corners, it's the left-hand tyres that take the biggest punishment. That's where physics and gravity push all the energy through the tyres. So yeah, to even things out when you've got a limited amount of new tyres, only 6 new tyres that you can use, it's a good idea to switch them over and even that wear out rather than keep them on the same side of the car. But the set of tyres that he ended up with, maybe not ideal, and they might be looking into that and maybe swapping things over for the race. They've got not too much time to think about it and analyse it and look into what's going to happen, because it's only about an hour or so and they'll be getting ready for their race. Somebody that did have a good qualifying session, though, to be second on the grid for that first race in the GT Academy was Ian Beaumont, and Ian Beaumont is now speaking to Tom Davis.
Ian, front row start. Looks good for your class order as well. Talk us through the session.
Yeah, it was a good session. I mean, I struggled a bit at the start. Had to refresh my memory where I was going and what I was doing. And then, yeah, it come good in the end, yeah.
In terms of refreshing your memory, was it the lefts and rights? Were you getting them in the wrong order?
Yeah, I'm always used to going left only. But, yeah, I was used to it. I played around with the car a little bit and, yeah, it seemed to be good.
When it comes to the racing, are you interested in the overall winner? Is it pure about the Rookie Championship for you?
I mean, we always want to win the overall one, yeah, of course. But the bonus is obviously being at the front for the rookie as well. But, yeah, I want to win, yeah, of course.
Well, I hope to see you fighting for it. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Yeah, we'll definitely be fighting. Thanks.
Thank you. Chris, back to you up in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Ian Beaumont there, former short track oval racer. Second on the grid for the first Ginetta GT Academy race of the day, and their first race scheduled to get underway at 10 to 3 at 14:50. So Ginetta Juniors, our first race, that's going to get underway in about 7 minutes time at 1:40. And they've got another race to come towards the end of the day at 4:15. Riley Cranham, as we say, on pole position. And identical cars in the Ginetta Juniors, which gives us usually some fantastically close racing. I say usually, always gives us fantastically close racing. 1.8 litre 4-cylinder engines power the cars along. They're very lightweight, only 810 kilograms or 910 kilograms with driver on board. 100 brake horsepower, which equates to around about 120 brake horsepower per tonne, and they can do 120 miles an hour. So there'll be our first race of the day coming up in less than 7 minutes time now. The third race of the weekend for the Ginetta Juniors, scheduled to get underway at 1:40. Then it's the first race of today, race 3 for the GT Championship. Following that at 2:15. GT Academy, the cars that are just qualified, go for their first race of the day, third of the weekend at 10 to 3. Juniors go again at 3:40 p.m. and then at 4:15 our penultimate race of the day will be for the GT Championship cars. And our last race of the day should be the 100th ever race for the GT Academy. That starts at 10 to 5 to take us through till around about a 10 past 5 finish for today's coverage and today's commentary here at Croft. So lots to look forward to. 6 cracking races coming up here in the sunshine but the breezy conditions of Croft Circuit. Ginetta Juniors, as I say, always entertaining. Great couple of battles yesterday. Well, not a couple of battles. There were several battles all the way through the top 15, really. The smallest race winning margin that we've ever had in Ginetta Juniors is 0.003 seconds. That's 3/1000ths of 1 second. That was only last year, actually, at Alton Park, where Fred Green got the narrowest of victories. But winning race by thousandths of a second in Ginetta Juniors is a pretty common thing to happen. Yesterday, Jacob Ashcroft got his first win in the championship. He didn't know it at the time. We didn't know it at the time. It was only because of the post-race penalty yesterday evening for Riley Cranham that he ended up getting bumped up the order to get his first victory. He's been getting double podiums in the last few rounds of the championship. Now he's a race winner. Now he's up to second place in the championship. So Jacob Ashcroft he's got a bit more work to do from the 4th row of the grid for this one, but he is on a real run of form at the moment. He was the winner of race 1 yesterday in the number 46 car. Jesse Phillips still looking for a first win on the podium again yesterday in race 1 in car 26, and Max Murray was the other driver in the top 3 yesterday for that first race in car 17. Then a comeback for Harrison Mackie after the disappointment of battling for the lead of the race all the way through race 1. Contact with Riley Cranham with a few corners to go, into a spin, down to the tail end of the top 10. But he came back brilliantly and really rolled his sleeves up. It was great fun to watch him fighting yesterday, and Harrison Mackie got the win in race 2 in the number 24 car. Jacob Ashcroft was there again, though, finishing in second place, and Lewis Goff bouncing back from what we now know was a puncture that put him out of race 1 to get a podium finish in the number 4 car. There were the top 3 finishes in both of the races yesterday. It means that Lewis Goff is the championship leader still, despite a mixed day. He has got 311 points in the championship now. Jacob Ashcroft, though, from 4th to 2nd in the points on 2-4-3, 68 behind, but are potentially 72 points available today with the 2 wins and the bonus points for the fastest laps. Harry Bartle down to 3rd in the championship on 234. He is 9 points behind Jacob Ashcroft and only 1 point in front of Jesse Phillips, who's 4th in the championship on 233. Harrison Mackie up to 5th in the championship after his 2nd win of the season yesterday, and 6th in the championship is Max Murray, who's still looking for a first win of the 2026 season. 35 points for a race win, 30 for 2nd, 26 for 3rd. All the way down you can get points to 20th place. There's a bonus point for the fastest lap of the race. We've already had the bonus point for pole position going to Riley Cranham, who is 9th in the championship, and he's going to lead the cars out onto the grid very shortly. It'll be a standing start for the juniors, rolling starts for the GT Academy and GT Championship cars. And this is the quiet before the storm, because qualifying done, we've got 6 races coming up, and our first race of the day is about to get underway for the Ginetta Junior Championship, powered by Sunoco Race Fuels. So Chris Hartley and Tom Davis in the commentary box. Ginetta Juniors, after about 50 minutes after finishing their qualifying session, straight back into action, are about to head out onto the track, ready for their 3rd race of the weekend. And one thing that is absolutely guaranteed, Tom, is this is going to be an entertaining race, because it's Ginetta Juniors.
Ginetta Juniors never disappoint, has been my experience. We followed them all the way through the season, and it has been an incredibly exciting season. Every now and again, a driver tries to make a breakaway. We saw that in race 1 yesterday, where we had almost a battle for 1st and 2nd, then a separate battle for 3rd and 4th. Race 2 was anything but. The entire field together in a train, and I think that's slightly more characteristic of what we were expecting to see in this one. As you touched on, we've got all of the big names towards the front as well. I'm particularly keen, Chris, to see how Harry Bartle does. He looked off the pace yesterday, but with that extra day under his belt, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the mix as well.
Yeah, and if you're slightly off it in qualifying and you end up maybe in the tail end of the top 10 or just outside the top 10, because they're all so evenly matched, it's really hard to get back up the order. Even if you are normally quick enough to be challenging for podium positions, just because you're in 7th or 8th place doesn't mean the fights are any less competitive. So that can always be an issue. You've got to sometimes just accept, it's not the ideal day, just get out of it what I can. But we saw yesterday, didn't we, with some great battles for the lead of the race, but we also saw then like a train of cars battling, for example, over 5th place, and then another train of cars battling over 10th place. And the thing is, if you lose a position or you make a mistake or somebody overtakes you, generally that means that 2 or 3 other cars are going to overtake you, and it yo-yos, and you suddenly find yourself way down the order and losing loads of time to the race leaders who you really want to be fighting with.
That's exactly what Riley Cranham found yesterday, in fact, and found himself shuffled further and further down the order. He's actually got, whilst he's on pole position, all of those that he'll want to get one over on all around him, having said that, because he was battling hard with Jesse Phillips. It all kicked off between himself and Harrison Mackie, and he ended up in the part of the field where Josh Watts was as well. Josh Watts, having come off the back of a win at Alton Park, found himself, I think, back to where we'd seen him at the likes of Donington and Silverstone. Let's see whether or not, starting from row number 3, he's able to get in that lead group once again. And
these are stars of the future. Ginetta Juniors has a rich history of developing young drivers, being their first car racing experience really after coming up generally through kart racing. And a lot of these drivers will look to become professional racing drivers. We have had lots of drivers coming through and achieving just that. If you keep a note of the race programme and the entry list from today and have another look at that same entry list in 5 or 6 years' time, you might well find some of these young drivers starting to make a name for themselves in things like GT racing, touring car racing, or even single-seater racing. For an example, and the most famous example, I suppose, Lando Norris used to race in Ginetta Juniors. He was the rookie champion 12 years ago in 2014. He's done quite well for himself in the world of Formula One these days as the reigning champion. Isaac Hadjar made his car racing debut in the 2018 Junior Ginetta Winter Series. The talented Frenchman who's part of the Red Bull team now in his 2nd season of Formula One as teammates to Max Verstappen. Jamie Chadwick, 3-time W Series champion. Abby Pulling, F1 Academy champion. They raced in this championship. Tom Ingram, I mentioned yesterday, the 2-time British Touring Car champion, the reigning British Touring Car champion here this weekend. He not only won in Ginetta Juniors, he was a champion in 2010, but he came all the way up through the Ginetta family, racing the G50 Cup champion there, Super Cup champion as well. Jake Hill, another BTCC champion, also started his car racing career in Ginetta Juniors. The list goes on and on and on. So these are real stars of the future. Okay, cars on track. They'll come to the grid, then do a formation lap, then have a standing start. And the grid for this race, based on everybody's fastest lap times, looks like this. On pole position after setting a time of 1 minute 40.230 seconds, Riley Cranham starts the race on pole position, but Lewis Goff, the championship leader, will be alongside him with a 1 minute 40.423. At second row of the grid then, we've got Jesse Phillips starting in third place, looking for a first win of the season in the number 26 car. And Harrison Mackie, winner yesterday, number 24, is going to be lining up alongside on the outside of row 2, starting fourth on the grid. On row 3, number 22, Josh Watts, son of Danny Watts, starting fifth on the grid in the 22 car. And number 8, Devon Hageland, starting in sixth place. Row 4, number 46, Jacob Ashcroft, a bit further down the order than he would like after pole yesterday, after the win yesterday. He's only seventh on the grid for this one. 73, Harry Bartle, starting 8th. And then on row 9, 17, Max Murray, and 9, Bailey Doughty complete the top 10. On row 6, 5, Melvin Kalustian, the Red Bull Junior driver, and 11, Henry Cameron, son of Duncan Cameron, British GT star and 6-time British GT race winner, racing a Lamborghini in this year's championship. With Matt Griffin, his longtime partner, and his son Henry. 12th on the grid in the number 11 car. Row 7, 12, Daniel Oliver, and 15, Addison Smith. Row 8, 36, Sebastian Leusch, and 7, Ian Danicka. And then row 9 is number 67, Vlad Tomanchuk, and 21, Ethan Brass, who starts 18th. Row 10, 95, Noah Young, and 47, Dominic Darling. Row 11, 2, Vicky Farfus, daughter of DTM Championship runner-up, and Macau, GT racing star and BMW factory driver Augusto Farfus, the Brazilian, starts 21st on the grid in car 2, with Andrew Robinson, number 6, alongside for company, starting 22nd. Row 12, we've got 3, Jorn Helder, and 33, Anesu Mafamulo. And then the final row of the grid, just one car there, which is Luca Lewin, starting in car number 20, 25th on the grid. So if they're all there, correct and present, should be 25 cars about to burst into action for what's going to be 20 minutes of racing. All the races today are 20 minutes in duration. And this one is going to be a great way to start the afternoon, Tom Davis.
I'm really looking forward to this one. If we were looking to pick a winner, it'd be easy to take Lewis Goff from the front row. He wins a lot, but I actually quite like the look of Jesse Phillips as well. Hasn't got a win yet this season, tends to go well once one podium has already been achieved. Got a second place yesterday. Starting third, is that the opportunity to turn it into a win this morning, or this afternoon, actually?
Yeah, well, why not? Because definitely got the speed to do so. In Ginetta Junior racing, though, Tom, you know that you're going to be in a fight at some point. It's never straightforward. You never, for example, get pole, or rarely get pole and just drive off into the distance. You're probably at some point going to get overtaken. There is a big toe with these cars as well. They are beautiful cars, but they punch a bit of a hole in the air as well. So if you're behind somebody, which is the reason we have this qualifying format, you get a big toe, you get a big draft. It's like having another 10 or 20 brake horsepower, and there's nothing you can do as the car in front. You just got to accept that you are going to give them a big toe, a big pull down the straight. You're hitting all the air, the oncoming air. They're not getting it. They're in your slipstream. They'll duck out, drive past you, and you just have to be patient and then wait for your turn to come past them.
I think there's a misconception that Croft is a tight and twisty circuit, and there are sections like that, the complex and the hairpin, and also when you come through Clairvaux into Hawthorne Bend. But the back of the circuit, when you come out of Hawthorne Bend, the run to Tower is long. The slipstream will make a big difference. Again, out of Tower, you're going to be flat through the Jim Carcasses and Barcroft, so it's only when you get to Sunny End that you then hit the brakes. That slipstream, as we saw in race number 2, particularly yesterday, will make a massive difference.
It's a long start-finish straight as well, isn't it? So, yeah, absolutely. Places to overtake it. They're pretty narrow cars as well, so it's easily conceivable that you get 3 abreast into some of the corners with these Ginetta Juniors. Also, you know, they're pretty brave, these youngsters. They're all trying to make a name for themselves. They're all, of course, or the vast majority of them are well versed in karting as well, where you do go wheel to wheel all the time, where you do have to do lots of overtaking with the format of the racing, sometimes starting at the back of the grid, the middle of the grid, and you are able to go 3 or 4 abreast into corners. So it's just a step up for them, really. But the racecraft, I mean, they might be 14 years to 17 years of age, but some of these drivers will already have 6, 7, 8 years of racecraft under their belts.
They come through the karting, don't they? And often starting karting very, very young. In turn, the drivers may have done the last round of last year's championship. They may have done the Winter Series, even if they're considered new for this season. And so already lots of races under their belt prior to the start of 2026. In turn, we've already been to Donington, Silverstone and Alton Park and Croft yesterday, of course, which means that they've got plenty of recent experience as well. On to the front row pulls the 18 of Riley Cranham, Lewis Goff alongside, and actually further back in the pack, most of the drivers already into their grid spot, which means we can't be too far away from getting underway.
Yeah, exactly right. 20 minutes of racing then. Race 3 of the weekend coming up for the Ginetta Junior Championship, powered by Sunoco Race Fuels. Number 18, Riley Cranham on pole position, 9th of the championship. Won the race on the track yesterday. Can he win it for good this time and keep the win? Lewis Goff, the championship leader, number 4 alongside him. The revs rise, the red lights are on. It's a long hold. They go out. There's tires screeching as they pull themselves off the line and rocket towards the first corner, and the drag race to the first corner now begins between Cranham and Goff, and Goff is on the outside, but say slightly ahead at the moment. He's almost off the track. He is off the track trying to find a way through, and he's still trying to go around the outside of Cranham as they go side by side through the first corner at Clervaux, but it all filters up together into Hawthorne. You're going to have to give way. Happily, everybody further back has made it through the first corner, or the first 2 corners, without going on to the gravel trap. It is Cranham that's held on to the lead of the race. Goff there tucking in behind in second, but he gave it a real good go to try and find a way around the outside to get that position through the first corner. Harrison Mackey's made a decent start to the race as well, just behind us. They break for the first time and turn right through Tower. He's there in 3rd place. Further back, we've got to keep an eye as well on Jacob Ashcroft in the orange and black number 46 car to see if he can come up the order, having started the race in 7th place and being used to be a regular finisher on the podium of late, now a race winner. I think he's made a place up, so he's challenging as well, but it is nose to tail at Thomas to go down for the first time into Sunny Inn.
It is indeed defensive from Riley Cranham. Lewis Goff's almost forced to try the outside line. I'm not sure he wants to be there because Mackey's going to show his nose for just a brief moment. Jesse Phillips wants to get himself back up onto the top 3. Keep an eye on Josh Watts in 5th position. The 22 car looks racy at this stage. Lewis Goff to the inside as we enter the complex, not quite close enough to make that one stick, so tucks back in line as we lock on the steering wheel and then back across to the right hand side. Surely somebody's going to try a lunge into the hairpin on lap number 1. Cranham sees it coming and defends the inside, but not enough. Goff will squeeze all the way up. There's still no space, however. Mackey followed the pair of them. Is this going to allow Josh Watts in 5th spot to get involved? There's going to be side-by-side action further back with Ashcroft passing one of the pace performance machines.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on Ashcroft coming through the complex, and he was sort of stranded on the outside of that right-hander before you get to the hairpin, and so he just sent it as the race leader takes out one of the markers on the way into the first corner. Ashcroft ran out of road and went kind of off the road onto dust, and now goes properly through the gravel trap on the way out of Clervaux. It's a bit of a wild ride, but because he was kind of stuck on the outside line, well, he just sent it down the inside at the hairpin, but he was kind of forced to do it. He has, though, lost a place overall on that opening lap of the race to go from 7th down to 8th place. Obviously, Lewis Goff at the end of the pack heading towards Tower Bend, lining up a move here. He looks to the outside, cuts back to the inside. He's going for it, seesawing at the wheel, trying to avoid going into the back of the race leader. Now he loses momentum coming out of the corner, and he will come under threat from the yellow and black elite car of Harrison Mackey, and also potentially from Jesse Phillips, number 26, who both have a better run coming out of the corner than Lewis Goff. How he avoided contact there, it might have been a little bit, but he did well because he just about got the car stopped as the door closed when he tried to get up the inside of Riley Cranham at Tower.
Josh Watts plays that to perfection too. He was in 5th, he's now in 3rd. He fancies to go around the outside of Lewis Goff here. Surely Watts can't make that one work. The 22 is hung out to dry at sunny outs, however, so he drops a position to Jesse Phillips. He drops a position to Harrison Mackey for good measure. Max Murray's coming into this picture now as well, as Lewis Goff will challenge once again up at the complex, but wasn't close enough to try that one, despite the car looking just that little bit more alive. Goff keen to get on with this one. Once again, Cranham will be forced into defending all the way to the white line on entry to the hairpin. Goff to the outside, his teammate Jesse Phillips to the inside. Neither of them able to gain a position. It's still Riley Cranham who leads from Lewis Goff, Jesse Phillips, Josh Watts and Harrison Mackey, your top 5.
Yeah, Watts ending up 4th after that scrap, so he's picked up a position, but it's going to be up and down the order. If you're in that top 5, top 6, you're going to have to fight tooth and nail, roll your sleeves up, and as I said earlier, you're probably not going to stay in the same position for more than a couple of laps. That said, Cranham, despite everything that's been thrown at him, has led from start to finish, hasn't he? He's had alongside him and almost in front of him to Tower last time, the number 4 car of Goff, but he never quite got there. But that is the warning shot, isn't it? He knows that Goff is quick. He was quick yesterday as well, wasn't he? Coming out of that chicane, he'll get the toe as well, crucially. The number 4 car, the black car with the purple tinges on it now, tucks in behind Riley Cranham, doesn't go for it. It is side by side though, further back. Harrison Mackie trying to find a different line to get himself up into 4th place. Gets a better run coming out of the corner, actually. And now we'll get ahead of Watts, I think, on the run through to the Jim Clark S's. Does he get through? Yes, he does. So he's up to 4th place in the yellow and black number 24 car.
Watts driving in his mirror just a little bit too much there. Missed his braking, went on a touch hot. He'll now get the slipstream from Harrison Mackie. All of that battling, dropping these guys battling over 4th. Just a little further away from Jesse Phillips in 3rd. Goff good on the brakes once again in 2nd place. Unable to challenge for the lead. This is Mackie now at the head of a train that includes Josh Watts, of course, but also Jacob Ashcroft is in there, having made a move on Devin Hagelin. The Dutchman going back a position, but getting closer to the front in terms of how the train plays out. So I don't think he'll be too upset about that with 15 minutes still remaining.
Yeah, Ashcroft, number 46, and number 73, Bartle, both demoting number 17, Murray, who was on the podium yesterday on that last lap. So he's down to 9th place rather, and Callistian is the final driver in the top 10 as the race leaders make their way over the start-finish line again. About a car length between the top 2, about equidistant the gap from 2nd back to 3rd to Phillips, and then it's Mackie, Watts, Ashcroft rounding out the top 6. So Ashcroft getting himself back in here. Had a bit of a fight, didn't he, through the first couple of laps, but he looks like he's closing up to the tail of Watts now. Further back, number 15, Smith, just about fending off Callistian through the right-hander at Clervaux. That's for 10th place, and that was pretty tight because very easily could have been contact. And if you're on the outside, you're always going to be the one that ends up in the gravel trap, just because of physics, really. We get some onboard shots now with Callistian, the number 5 car, which has just dropped out of the top 10. And what about Jacob Ashcroft? Has he found a way yet to put more pressure on Watts? Well, yes, but Josh Watts still ahead of him. He's also trying to defend from Harry Bartle, isn't he, in that 73 car, just behind him, the white and green car. The driver 3rd in the championship, runs 7th.
Bartle will be conscious of this is exactly how yesterday played out for him. Couldn't get in that front group initially, and then nobody closed back up as Ashcroft shows a nose to the inside of Watts as we get into the very fast kick prior to Sonny. Somehow they both keep it on the road. They don't even have a little rub here, and so Ashcroft makes a very nice move, clean move through on Josh Watts. Harry Bartle unable to capitalise thus far. These guys battling it out for what is currently 5th position, and they need to have eyes in front of them because Harrison Mackie, having done the fastest lap of the race last time through, is now into 3rd position, and Lewis Goff wants to stretch the field along with Riley Cranham as well.
Yeah, good move that into Sonny for Ashcroft. Now has to defend a bit on the way through the left-hander. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th then as a train come through, and it's now Goff that's at the head of the field with a move at the hairpin. So for the first time in the race, he gets the lead of the race, but for how long? Because coming back at him already is Riley Cranham. They go wing mirror to wing mirror. Cranham's got the inside line here on the braking zone for Clervaux to the right-hander, and he goes back through almost immediately into the race lead. Goff tried it on. He's now down into 2nd place, so briefly getting the lead on that run over the start-finish line, but only for about 6 or 7 seconds. Cranham resumes in the lead of the race. Watching it all go on just behind is Harrison Mackie in the yellow and black car, race winner yesterday. And actually, in 4th place, you've got Phillips. And these 4 just broken clear a little bit now of Ashcroft. But Ashcroft has got clear track in front of him. Will try to catch up to this lead group of 4. We'll see what his pace is really like now. He actually hasn't got somebody to try and overtake for once in the race.
Jamie Ross and Nathan Reed, the R Racing team principals, will be watching this through the gaps in their fingers, won't they? Because at the front, it's going to get close once again. Further back in that battle for 5th position, again, a little bit of running out wide on exit at Tower. Jacob Ashcroft, as a result, makes a break for it. Can he get himself into the front group, whilst the likes of Hagelin, Watts and Bartle fight it out behind? Mackie down the inside of Goff for 2nd position. Goff led across the line. He's now 3rd. Is he going to be 4th? Because here comes Phillips back up the inside as well.
Yes.
He is. The 4 car down into 4.
There you go. That's Ginetta Junior Racing in a nutshell, isn't it? Watts was the one coming out of Tower Bend who lost a couple of places as well. Bartle got at the inside of him, and Hagelin took advantage as well. So Watts just going backwards a little bit after a good start to the race. Into the complex, into the right, then into the left hairpin in a moment. The final corner of the lap. And this 2.1 mile long circuit for your race leader, Riley Cranham, number 18. Now up to 2nd, Harrison Mackie. Up to 3rd, Jesse Phillips. 4th place, Lewis Goff. All 3 of those, and Jacob Ashcroft just behind, are real contenders for the championship this year. Riley Cranham, though, with a good weekend here, could absolutely close the gap quite substantially to that lead 5 or 6 in the championship. On the brakes he goes, leading with 11 minutes and 17 seconds left on the clock into Clervaux. Just kicking up the dust, just a bit of smoke coming from the back of the car, but all under control. But he knows full well, Tom, when he comes out of the chicane, when he gets to Tower Bend, they're all going to be bearing down upon him again.
They are indeed. The slipstream is so important. It's almost 600 metres flat out when you include the section just before the chicane. And closing all the time comes Harrison Mackie. Picked up race victories earlier in the season. He fancies another one as he goes to the outside of Riley Cranham. That's instead going to open up the door for Jesse Phillips, however. Will it be an R Racing 1-2 once again? Mackie's way out beyond the curb, beyond the concrete. He's on the grass. Goff will now try and capitalise with a better run. It's Mackie's turn to be demoted 1 spot. It's Mackie's turn maybe to be demoted 2 as Goff hangs it out to dry at the Jim Clark S's. He gets the inside now for Barcroft, and Goff's back into the provisional podium.
And Ashcroft's caught them all up, hasn't he, in the 46 car, the orange and black car. As down the inside goes Mackie onto Sonny in to get Goff demoted again to 4th place. Ashcroft just glues himself to the rear bumper of the 24 car, follows him through, blocks out number 4 Goff, who loses another place. So he's at the back of that group suddenly in 5th place now. And look in the mirrors, Mr. Lewis Goff, because you can see there's a very quick car coming after everybody. Number 73, the green and white car of Harry Bartle. While they've all been scrapping, he's just got his head down and he's caught up to that group now and he's in with them. So we've got a huge fight about to kick off in this race with not 5 cars anymore, but 6 cars battling for the lead of the race. And we're only just into the second half of the race. No time to catch your breath in Ginetta Junior Racing.
Never mind the R Racing team principles. I'm watching this through the gaps in my fingers as Ashcroft goes defensive in 4th position, trying to keep Lewis Goff at bay in 5th. The 4 car will get a cutback through Clervaux, but isn't quite close enough to turn that into an overlap. Bartle has caught the pair of them as a result. The 73 car wants to reassert himself as a championship contender. Goff with an overlap entering the chicane. There's not going to be enough space there, and so shortcutting it goes Jacob Ashcroft. It will give him plenty of momentum down the next straight, to be fair, so shouldn't have to defend quite as hard, you would have thought, but the slipstream is going to pull Goff back into play by the time they reach Tower anyway. Ashcroft defensive, Goff late lunge towards the inside. There's no space there, son, and so he's got to back out of that one. Bartle's watching all of this thinking, here we go, I'm going to get the cutback, and surely Bartle's going to have one of them, if not both, through the S's.
And the lead sextet has become 2 groups of 3, hasn't it? First, second and third, a bit clear now of the next group. Coming out of Tower, Jesse Phillips was a bit ragged and on the grass, so he's now under threat from Harrison Mackie for 2nd place. You know, Harrison is good on the brakes down into Sonny, but this time there's no gap appearing and he can't throw it down the inside of the 26 car. I think a sterling job here, though. You have to say, is Riley Cranham, who's just, for the most part, kept everybody behind him. It was just that brief moment, wasn't there, coming out of the hairpin and down towards turn 1, where he did briefly lose the lead of the race to Lewis Goff, but otherwise he's controlled things at the head of the field as Harrison Mackie coming into the complex, goes side by side with Jesse Phillips. He's going to be the outside line though for the hairpin, the left-hander to come, so he'll probably have to give the position back up to the 26 car. That's what happens, but now he'll get the tow down the start-finish straight and he might have another chance down at Clervaux. 10-second penalty board coming out. There's a 5-second penalty we can see on the screen coming up for Luca Lewin, who started at the back of the grid for track limits. Somebody else is going to get a penalty as well for that reason, as suddenly Cranham, with 2nd and 3rd battling, has breathing space. Goodness me, he's 9/10 of a second, nearly a second in front. That never happens in Ginetta Racing.
He's in the next county, relatively speaking. That will be exactly why I wanted to run at the front, however, because if you can cause the battling behind, maybe you get the chance to break, and Cranham will need to be quick through the first sector or 2 on this lap if he wants to break that slipstream for good. 31.1 for Cranham through the first sector. Not quite as quick as the 2 behind, but good enough as they fight once again. Mackie back up the inside into Tower. Surely we're not going to get Mackie versus Cranham part 2, are we? The Jesse Phillips will try and do something about that. He's still there in 3rd position. It's a gap back to 4th. We're at the line. It was Ashcroft. I think in the back of shot it is still Ashcroft, albeit Bartle and Goff are right with him.
Josh Watts in the background, running in 7th place. Completely 4-wheel drifted it through Tower Bend. It was spectacular to watch, just on the edge of a decent. So he's going well, and we get the change for 2nd place. Phillips back down the inside of Mackie. Mackie going out wide on the way to Sonny. We've got Lewis Goff pressurising Harry Bartle. This is 1st versus 3rd in the championship. Track limits warnings coming out to a couple of drivers. Melvin Kalustian in the 5 car. Number 21 getting one as well is Ethan Brass. You get 2 warnings. After that, you start getting 5-second penalties, and then each time you exceed track limits, another 5 seconds slapped onto your race time. The leader then makes his way out of the hairpin. He's got this brief bit of breathing space, but you just feel that's probably never going to last for long, is it? Jesse Phillips leading the charge to try and close that gap back up to Riley Cranham. Harrison Mackie behind, then Jacob Ashcroft, Harry Bartle, Lewis Goff rounding out the top 6. Josh Watts, number 22, is 7th. 8th is Max Murray, number 17. 9th is Devon Hagland, number 8. And 10th is Sebastian Luge in the number 36 car.
So 6.5 minutes left to go. It's still incredibly tight at the front, and it does include all of our big hitters in the 2026 championship. Goff and Bartle, well, they were the championship leaders coming into the weekend. Bartle since lost a couple of positions in that fight, but the two of them are now battling for 5th, which is very different to what we'd seen earlier in the year. Mackey's going to come with another attack against Phillips. Sorry, can Phillips stave this one off? No, he cannot, because through goes Mackey. That's a clean move, a tidy move, and it won't have cost them too much time either in their pursuit of Riley Cranham. They've still got enough time to catch him and get after him.
Yeah, they've tried and work together, haven't they? And actually stopped overtaking each other for a whole lap now, I think, which is unheard of in this race. Maybe they are realising we're going to work together a bit, because that leader, while we all hold each other up, is getting away. He got away very quickly, didn't he? He got that 9/10 of a second gap almost within 2 or 3 corners. It stayed like that since. He hasn't pulled further away. But they are out of his toe. They're not benefiting from his toe at the moment. They're a bit too far back. So it might be discretion the better part of valour here. If you are Jesse Phillips in 3rd, if you're Jacob Ashcroft in 4th, maybe just, no, forget it. I was going to say, maybe just sit behind and work together. No, they go through abreast and almost losing the back end of the car as he sent onto the dust is Harrison Mackie, and Ashcroft picks the pockets of both of them, and he goes from 4th to 2nd all the way into the hairpin in the orange and black number 46 car. Phillips gains 1, loses 1, stays 3rd, and down to the back of the quartet goes Harrison Mackie in the yellow and black number 24 car. He's suddenly down to 4th. So the answer is no, they're not going to work together to try and catch the race leader. They all want to be in 2nd place.
I think Harrison Mackie wanted to. He had the indicator on as they came out of tower, possibly trying to signal to those behind him, let's go forwards, but they didn't want to listen. Ashcroft now in 2nd place is the one who will try and give chase to Cranham, but the margin's 1.8 seconds. That is massive now. Well and truly out of the tow. Maybe you could work together to try and close it down, but with only 4 minutes remaining, there's not a huge number of laps left to go in this one, as Ashcroft actually is more interested in consolidating 2nd place, because he goes tight to the inside as they enter tower. The outside line available to Phillips. He's almost lost the rear there as he tries to turn it in super duper late. It will give him good drive out to the corner, however, as the steering lock came off, and now to the outside goes Jesse Phillips on the approach to the S's once again. We've seen the outside be favourable because it gives you the inside for the 2nd part, and that's exactly what Phillips makes work for him, and Ashcroft back to 3rd.
Yeah, great to watch how they just give each other just enough room to both get through the corner, isn't it, without making contact. Ashcroft thinks about getting the pace straight back on the way to Sunny in. Half thinks about going down the inside, but he's also covering the inside line off because he's got Lewis Goff breathing down his neck all of a sudden in the number 4 car. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, all having a big old ding-dong here, just trying to break away from them a little bit is Jesse Phillips, though, as he comes back into the complex. But yeah, the last lap when they came through this complex, 3 abreast, they held each other up by nearly a second. That's what it does when you overtake and fight each other like that, and that meant Riley Cranham was able to double his advantage to that 1.8 seconds. He's going to cross the line with just over 3 minutes left on the clock now. It's 1:40 per lap. So it's going to be a couple more laps in this race, but Riley Cranham looking good here for the race victory, having just broken clear of the pack. Edging away from the rest of them now is Jesse Phillips in 2nd place. Ashcroft in 3rd, Goff in 4th, and Mackie in 5th, though, are all still tied together.
For Harrison Mackie, this matters in the championship. If you want to assert yourself as a contender with Lewis Goff, you have to finish ahead of him almost every race to the finish, ultimately, because he will keep scoring enough points to keep himself in the hunt, even if he's not winning races. That's exactly what Lewis Goff is doing at the moment. Question is, will he be ahead or behind of Harrison Mackie, who has very little to lose in that sense? The 24 car on the brakes, on the racing line, because they want to get close to Jacob Ashcroft, another driver who may yet prove an outside chance for the title. They're all chasing after Jesse Phillips, and I think they've forgotten that Riley Cranham's up the road, to be honest, because it's now 2.5 seconds to Cranham's advantage. Will it be an R Racing 1-2, maybe even a 1-2-3, or can Elite Racing get in the mix?
Well, Riley Cranham on course for his first victory. Everybody thought he got his first win yesterday, and then a few hours later the results were changed and it was taken back away from him. But he's bounced back brilliantly, hasn't he? Qualifying, pole position, superb effort. Didn't come here this morning with his chin on the ground. He just got on with it, got pole position, and he drove really superbly in the first half of this race to fend off all the attacks that were being thrown at him. And now he's just got his head down and he's cruising towards the victory. 1 minute and 31 seconds left on the clock. That's less than a lap time. So he's about to start the final lap of the race, but it's all ganging up just behind the squabble for the final spot on the podium. Ashcroft has become a permanent fixture on the podium these days. He's there in third place at the moment, but he's still going to have to work hard to fend off Harrison Mackie and Lewis Goff, who are side by side over the line. Harrison Mackie's got the bonus point for the fastest lap of the race in this race as well. He's just ahead of Goff, and they're both just ahead of Bartle, 4th, 5th and 6th, starting the final lap of the race.
Which order are they going to finish in then? I think Cranham will win. That's the bit I can say. As for whether or not Phillips is in second or the Elite Motorsport cars get involved, we will have to wait and see. Goff looks racy on this occasion out of the chicane. Super duper tight to the back of Harrison Mackie. They'll make their way up towards Tower. Goff loves this move where he pulls out of the slipstream late into the inside, but thinks better of it because he's got bigger fish to fry. There's the opportunity to try and make a pass up the road, get yourself on the podium. If you just bide your time, Josh Watts has fallen out of that podium contention, but he's still trying to make up a position ahead on what is currently Max Murray. That said, he's got a 10-second time penalty for track limits as the 22.
Right, so Cranham well clear. Phillips, though, coming under all sorts of attack from Ashcroft and Mackie now, and also Lewis Goff. Four of them trying to get up to the podium here. Mackie tries to get up the inside of Ashcroft all the way through Sunny. Ashcroft's hanging on the outside of the exit to the corner, but the momentum is with Harrison Mackie here, who just edges ahead of him now, gets himself up onto the podium. Lewis Goff is trying to go around the outside on the way into the complex. They're going to be side by side on the way into the hairpin for the final time.
Into the hairpin for the last time then. It will be Riley Cranham that's out front. It seems to be Jesse Phillips at second. Ashcroft is a long way wide, so he loses his chance to challenge the likes of Harrison Mackie. Up to the flag comes Riley Cranham. Another race, another brilliant drive from Riley Cranham. He takes the victory in style. Jesse Phillips is second to make it an R Racing 1-2. Harrison Mackie will get Elite Motorsport representation on the podium, the 24 car, completing that top three. Behind it's Lewis Goff, Harry Bartle, Jacob Ashcroft, and dragged to the line further back, which was won, I think, by Josh Watts, but he then does drop down the order as a result of that track limits penalty. Similar penalties to the likes of Melvin Kaluzgian, actually, who picked up one towards the closing stages of that race, and a late one comes in for the 4 car. That's Lewis Goff. Will be given a 5-second penalty for track limits. That'll drop him down the order by quite a healthy margin. He'll be lucky if he holds on to a top 10 as a result of that, and that does put the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the championship. For now, however, let's just think about how good a drive that was for Riley Cranham. It's rare there's a Ginetta Junior race victor that you don't talk about for the final 10 minutes of the race, but that was the case for Riley in race number 3 of the weekend. He'll be hoping he can repeat that in race number 4. So Riley Cranham takes victory after 12 laps of racing action from Jesse Phillips and Harrison Mackie. 4th place for Harry Bartle keeps himself in the hunt ahead of Jacob Ashcroft and Max Murray, because of course Lewis Goff has dropped down the order. In 7th, it's Sebastian Lutsch from Daniel Oliver, and Lewis Goff does hold on to a top 10. It's 9th for the championship leader. Devin Hagelin completes that top 10 just ahead of the likes of Henry Cameron, Addison Smith, who was in a little bit of strife we saw early on with some great battling, Vladislav Tominchuk and Melvin Kaluzgian, another one of those to stray beyond track limits one too many times. 15th for Dominic Darling, in front of the likes of Jordan Helder, Noah Young and Ethan Brass. It's good to see that car was working well. 19th for Bailey Doughty, the other MK Racing machine, with the top 20 completed by debutant for this weekend, Ian Danixka. In turn, it was Anesu Mafmulo, Andrew Robinson, Josh Watts, Vicky Farkas and Luca Lewin, our other debutant, behind the wheel of the number 20 Pace Performance Ginetta. So, Ginetta Juniors turns out to be just as exciting as ever. We get one more bout of that later on in the weekend, but Riley Cranham will prove difficult to beat. You sometimes wonder about the strategy. Do you want to be in the pack and staying out of trouble, or do you fight as hard as you can to stay out front? And I think we've got a tendency to dismiss the latter, but Cranham showing exactly why it's a valid and viable strategy in the Junior Championship, because it gives you the chance to break if that chance arises. He pumps the air. He's chuffed with that one, I think it's safe to say it is Riley Cranham. He's also incredibly tall when he gets out of these cars. I've no idea how they fit into them, some of these guys. Shake the hand with Jesse Phillips behind. Second place for Jesse in that 26 car is a solid result that I think they will be very, very happy with back in the team setup, in their owning and in their garages. Helmet off for Jesse, not quite as warm as it was yesterday, and I think they'll be quite happy for that one as it stands. As for the championship, well, it's a big point score then for Riley Cranham. Came into the day with 133 points. He picked up one for qualifying, which means he scores 31 more points and puts him on 164. That's getting back towards the hunt. Still a long way to chase down Lewis Goff, who despite finishing 9th will have scored some points nonetheless to increase from 311 as he started the day. But he was spot on when we spoke to him earlier, was Lewis Goff. The others are now with him. That early season dominance is well and truly gone, as we saw there. He had his nose bloodied on 2 or 3 occasions, possibly why he was having to drive so hard and just straight beyond the white line a couple of times. Also, let's not forget, amongst all of that, a podium for Harrison Mackie, another driver who's, as a result, finding that little bit of form. Mackie, prior to Alton Park, only had 1 podium. It was a 3rd place at Donington. His current run of form sees him on the podium in 4 of the last 5 races, including 2 victories. That's then 1 second place and of course the 3rd place just today. That gives him that total. It also means that he's well and truly in the hunt, is Harrison Mack. He started the day in 5th position, but wouldn't surprise me if he's making his way towards the top 3 or 4 in the championship come the end of the proceedings. For now, however, let's head down to Park Ferme to grab a word with Riley Cranham.
What a race that was. Riley Cranham was the race winner. Had to fight so hard for the first half of the race, then he just left them for dead in the second half of the race. Riley, after yesterday, after the high and then the low of having the win taken away, you've come back brilliantly. You didn't come here with your chin down on the ground. You got pole position this morning, and you got your first win of the season.
Yeah, big mental refresh from yesterday, as you say, came back today. First half of the race was stressful, and then the last 10 minutes was all right, even though it was very hot inside the car.
Yeah, you managed. You had 4 of them on your case for about 5 laps in that race, and somehow you managed to mostly keep them behind. I think Lewis got ahead of you very briefly, didn't he? But what were you thinking there? Because you got to look left, right in the mirrors.
Yeah, obviously checking the mirrors every lap. Obviously, I didn't want to go back to the back of the train, obviously, because everyone else would have defended ahead. So kept my head cool, defended when I needed to, and then when I got the gap, used it well and dropped everyone.
And you've shown today that you can be comfortable leading a race. That's nice to tick that off, isn't it? And have that experience under your belt for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think yesterday's first race, I led it quite well. Harrison caught me at the end. Unfortunate for a crash for us both, resulting in a penalty for me. But like, as you say, I think led that race comfortably. And yeah, very happy with the result. If
you can keep doing this, I mean, it won't take you long to catch up the leaders of the championship the way it's going.
But it would be nice, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Just ask you about the wind. It's super windy out there. Do you feel that in the G40?
Yeah, sometimes it creates a bit of understeer, but I don't mind the wind because it's so hot. I'd rather it be windy than hot.
Yeah, same here. Riley, well done. Brilliant drive. Congratulations and good luck for race 4.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Riley Cranham, the race winner there. Fantastic Ginetta Junior race. And there's more to come from them later, of course.
There is indeed. They'll be back out for race 4 of the weekend later on in the afternoon. That one coming, of course, at the start of our 2nd set of races. In fact, before then, we've got action from the Ginetta GT Championship and the Ginetta GT Academy. And in turn, we can take a look back at how that race played out, because it was incredibly exciting from start to finish. So, race 3 of the weekend for the Ginetta Junior Championship. So, Lewis Goff from the 2nd position on the grid, get a great run down towards turn 1, but Riley Cranham, the pole sitter, was able to cover that off. The bollards survived for now. They wouldn't last very long on the outside as Harrison Mackie took a huge lump of curb there as well, with a few running just a little bit deep at Clairvaux and kicking up the dust behind. Goff was in the early running, but Cranham fought hard to stay at the front, covering off his position with every which opportunity it was presented to him. Watts was another name that tried to make good of his Alton Park success, but found himself hung out to dry at sunny outer. Spin further back in the pack for Vicky Farfus, and once again, Watts was challenging, but you'll notice there that the front group was just beginning to break away that little bit. Goff still very much a part of that. He once again tried the outside against Riley Cranham into Clairvaux. That one didn't work, and as the action started to heat up, it was Harrison Mackie who declared himself as Elite Motorsports chief contender. Jesse Phillips wasn't to be forgotten about either, as it turned into a three-way battle out front, with the contenders from yesterday picking up where they left off in terms of excitement, and yet still Riley Cranham held on as long as he could. Goff got shuffled back in the order. He was hung out to dry and never really recovered from that in terms of the overall order. It put him near his fellow championship contender Harry Bartle for that measure, and here was an aggressive move from Harrison Mackie that gave Riley Cranham the chance to break away. They went side by side, did Cranham and Mackie, for a couple of corners, and Cranham was looking further back in his mirrors thinking, this is great for me. Then Mackie continued his battle with Jesse Phillips. He went wide at Sunny, and that dropped him into the clutches of Ashcroft, Bartle and Goff further back, all of which was giving a chance for the leader to get away. A spin further back in the pack for the MK Racing machine. They would, however, rejoin and carry on where they left off. This is the start of phase 2 of the race, so to speak, where those fighting for second position decided they'd rather fight for second position than work together, despite what we think was Harrison Mackie's best efforts. He then drifted it all the way on approach into the hairpin, and so whilst Cranham checked out front, the likes of Phillips, Ashcroft and of course Mackie were right in the hunt. It was a win at the end for Riley Cranham by a comfortable margin in excess of 2.5 seconds behind Phillips, and of course good podiums going the way further down the order. So that brings us up to date now. Remember that if at any stage you're here at the circuit and you fancy getting down for a podium, the podiums are being presented down by where the Parc Fermé is. And speaking of Parc Fermé, let's go back down there because we've got another driver to talk to, courtesy of Chris.
Not just another driver, Jesse Phillips, second place. He's having a solid weekend this weekend. Jesse, that was like watching a boxing match. What was it like from your point of view?
Yeah, it was chaos in the midfield, but I mean, I can't complain. It was good fun. Yeah, from second back to 8th, it was a big scrap. Obviously, Riley got away, so well done to him. But yeah, in the end, came over with second. It was definitely hard fought, but I'm happy with the good championship points.
Do you go into these races knowing that, you know, it's unlikely you're going to hold your position, that you're probably going to drop back, go forwards, drop back again?
Yeah, it's just a junior racing. It's always like that. But yeah, like I said, it's really good fun. You learn a lot as well. But yeah, I'm happy with it, and good points for the team as well.
Quite a busy weekend for you. We were just talking before we came on air. Less than an hour between qualifying, finishing and getting into the car for the race. And you had to have lunch as well.
Yeah, we did, but I mean, it keeps it all going, keeps the rhythm going, which is, I'm not complaining. It's still all right. It's hot in there though.
Yeah, I guess it's the sort of weekend where if you're on it and it's going well, like it is for you, it can be a really, really good weekend with 4 races.
Yeah, keep the flow going, keep the forwards momentum going, and hopefully next race we can get a P1.
Well done. It's great to watch, and we'll see you on the podium in a few minutes, and hopefully again later at the end of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Jesse Phillips there. Another strong drive coming home in second place. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you very much. It was a strong drive. I picked him at the start as who I thought was going to go on to take the victory, and he wasn't too far away in terms of pace. Of course, with the battling for second place, it didn't give him the chance to get into that lead group. However, I'm sure he will be there or thereabouts in the next one. Where is he starting for race number 4 of the weekend, I wonder? He starts actually on row 4 to Jesse Phillips. However, having said that, he's absolutely spot on that the race played through as a case for the long snake, a long battle, if you like, which means I'm sure if he gets himself in the lead group, that lower down grid spot won't harm Jesse Phillips' chances. For now, however, we got the green flag and cars entering the circuit because it's time for the second race of the day. We're turning our attention now to the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. The Ginetta GT Championship has produced fantastic action all weekend long, and we've not yet had the second half of the racing because this is race 1 of 2 for them today on Sunday. The championship itself, of course, is the fastest machinery that we're going to see out on circuit at any stage throughout the weekend. They are incredibly quick cars. They've got ABS as well to help them get it stopped as late as possible into the corners. All of that meaning that they will go very, very quickly. As for the championship, well, it it's closely fought indeed. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Harry Gamble, William Antrobus came into the weekend in that order. It's not the order they left yesterday, with William Antrobus picking up a couple of victories to thrust himself into contention. Started the day one back at Cameron Pratt-Thompson, took pole position, and as a result, on countback, currently leads the standings, albeit by the smallest of margins. The likes of Cameron Pratt-Thompson and indeed Harry Gamble are still right on the tail of William Antrobus. And let's not forget that we have got two categories within this one. We've got the pros and the AMs. The AMs having been led for much of the season, in fact, by Alex Duncan, but James Nicholas, with a good qualifying, will try and thrust himself into contention within that order. So, with the cars lined up, ready and raring to go behind our safety car, let's take a look at the order in which they line up. We've got a green flag at the back and a grid that looks as follows. William Antrobus, championship leader now, is on pole position. The 57 has his chief championship rival alongside him. That's the 37 of Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Row number 2 is where you will find Harry Gamble. The Elite Motorsport number 23 was most people's favourites coming into the year. He'll have to reassert himself, particularly given he's got James Nicholas alongside in the number 99. Row number 3 is where you find Lewis Darling and indeed your AM championship leader, Alex Duncan, with row 4 home to Jamie Caudle and Elliot Foster. That takes us all the way back to row number 5, where there's just the one car there, an odd number of starters. It's Lucy Hodgson starting the number 44 car from the tail of the field. I don't know about everybody else, but I am well and truly looking forward to this one, because we know William Antrobus is going to have a fight coming his way. Remember that in qualifying, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, not only was he a tiny, tiny margin away, we're talking hundreds, even thousandths of a second, he was also doing that lap time within hundredths and thousandths of a second of William Antrobus, lap after lap after lap. 3, 4, maybe even 5 times we saw him in that region. If it weren't for traffic on the final lap in qualifying, you can make a solid case that Cameron Pratt-Thompson would have taken pole. We will never know, however, and it's his chance to right that now, because he will be all eyes on the lights for the best start possible. Remember, rolling starts in the Ginetta GT Championship. So they will make their way into formation in the final sector. They'll go 2 by 2. No, they're not getting onto a really big boat. They'll be coming up to the line with all of their eyes on the lights, ready and raring to go. Already the safety car being given just that little bit of space, in fact, as William Antrobus takes control of the field. He'll be getting temperature into those Pirelli slick tyres. He'll be getting the measure of how Cameron Pratt-Thompson is feeling. Is this the opportunity for Pratt-Thompson to get a launch around the outside? We saw that it didn't work quite as Lewis Goff would have wanted in the juniors, but it did work further back in the pack for that race, and so he'll have had an eye on that and thinking exactly where there's the opportunity to squeeze around the left-hand side at Clairvaux. William Antrobus controls the pace now, however. Keep an eye on the bright yellow car just behind. That's Harry Gamble, who will want to be in the mix with his 2 championship rivals just ahead of him on the front row. They wind their way through the complex. 1 corner to go. 5 red lights await them on the gantry. Remember, they have to hold the pace steady until those lights go out, at which point it's flat out. Safety car peels in. All eyes turn to the lights. The 5 of them are ablaze. We wait. We wait. A long hold once again. The lights go out and we go racing at Croft for day 2 of the Ginetta GT Championship. Good getaway for Antrobus. Pratt-Thompson will run with him side by side, but he'll be on the wrong side of the course. Does that open up an opportunity for Gamble to get down the inside? He shows a nose. He's not close enough. Nicholas will kick up the dust into the face of Lewis Darling, and so they run as they are. Darling maybe just showing a nose to the inside of Nicholas through the second corner, however, at Hawthorne Bend. Shortcut at the chicane for Nicholas. There was no space left for him to try and occupy, and so Nicholas and Darling will run side by side on the run towards Tower. Is there going to be a chance for a pass? Cameron Pratt-Thompson has to go defensive against Harry Gamble because the 23 wants to go all the way around the outside for second place. Thompson shuts the door on him. Same too actually happens with Darling and Nicholas further back, with Darling having gained that position on the run towards the Jim Clark S's, where we will flick it left, back to the right once again. Now you're on the approach to Barcroft. Gamble looking racy. He wants a pass on Cameron Pratt-Thompson, but he's not close enough to the man who led the championship overnight to try and take that position back. Darling's actually closed up on the lot of them as well, and it's been a great middle sector for William Antrobus, who's gone quicker than anybody else in that split, making use of the clear air. Damage on there for Jamie Caudle, who is ahead of James Nicholas. So change in the AM order. Caudle gets himself to the front of this one. The 51, well, it might have been an exciting run if he's got that little bit of bodywork damage, but it's certainly a quick one with him leading the AM order from Alex Duncan and James Nicholas. At the front, it's still William Andrews who leads out right, however, from Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Harry Gamble. Fourth position for Lewis Darling, going with that top three just ahead of him. Then you get a break in the field, as we say, in Jamie Caudle. It's the same machinery for all of them, just slightly less experience for the drivers, likes of Caudle and Nicholas, of course, having battled for the GT Academy title 1 year ago. Alex Duncan's in the middle of that E3 Sports sandwich. He's the meat of it, and he went very, very well yesterday, did Alex Duncan. Second in class and a first in class, was picking up an overall podium for good measure in race number 2. Can he get himself back ahead of Jamie Caudle, who was a bit tentative on the brakes into tower yesterday? He seems to have righted that today, however, as he showed no sign of weakness to the cars that give chase through the tight right-hander. Brilliant sounds these cars make as well. 6.2 litre V8 rumbling the way up into sunny in. Then you, of course, just clip the curb on the outside of the circuit for a moment before turning into sunny out. Technically, it's just sunny as it's one long radius, but it is treated as two corners with the line the drivers tend to take. James Nicholas, having started from the AM class pole, is down into third and will want to make a position. He's close to the back of Alex Duncan. Is there a lunge to the inside? No lunge to the inside yet. Jamie Caudle was wary of it, however, taking a middle of the road line through that part of the circuit, not covering the inside, but certainly discouraging anybody from going for it.
Good close race this, isn't it? Absolutely. Andrews, Thompson, Gamble, Darling, all four of them separated by just over 2 seconds as they make their way into Hawthorne, then straight into that chicane. Right then left, powering onto the straight, 390 brake horsepower, transferring that through the rear wheels, the Pirelli tyres onto the tarmac. And Gamble, who's got the onboard camera, in third place, just closing up a little bit, inching up towards the car ahead of Thompson, under braking on the way into Tower Bend as well. He's got a target to aim for, and the thing he wants to do is wait until the brake lights come on the car in front and brake later. Then I use him as a reference point. So he has closed the gap up here, that's for sure, and looking like he's got the car a bit more sorted than it was yesterday. Wrestles it over the curbs on the way through Barcroft into Sunny Inn. Little bounce there through that part of the course. This is the drivers have been saying is the bumpiest part of the course. I can confirm, having been out of the Parc Fermé area and the podium as well, it's even windier than it was at the start of the race about an hour ago, so they'll be really feeling that out in the cars. But of course they don't really get the benefit of that cooling nature of the wind inside the car, so it's still hot work for these drivers.
Harry Gamble, purple in the first sector. He wasn't able to match the race leader in the second sector, but he was still just a smidge quicker, 0.005 of a second quicker than Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who he gives chase to. So he's bottled up behind now, having caught the back of them. Fastest lap of the race comes in. Indeed, it was from William Andrews, who got a shift on in the second part of the lap. Bouncing over the curbs goes Harry Gamble. This is on board with James Nicholas in the 99, and just underneath the rearview mirror you can spot two cars. Those are the top two in the AM category. He's giving chase as we run through the long right-hander that leads you towards the chicane. Are you able to find a way through on Alex Duncan? He'll be tucked into the slipstream as they approach tower, but with the ABS they'll all be hitting the brakes as late as possible, and in turn it becomes increasingly difficult to make a pass on the brakes. He gets so close as they get towards the apex to the rear of Alex Duncan, but I'm sure Duncan was doing the same to Caudle, and so nobody moves.
Yeah, really good battle this between the AMs 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. James Nicholas was the AM class winner of race 1 yesterday. Alex Duncan had out-qualified. He was 4th on the grid overall, but had a bad start. A couple of wheels through the gravel trap, got sent out wide and dropped another place a couple of laps after that. Fought back a bit in the end to 6th place, but it was Nicholas that was still the highest placed car. So James Nicholas 1st and 2nd in the two races yesterday in terms of the AM drivers. Jamie Caudle also had a podium yesterday. He's currently leading that category in the 51 car in 5th place overall. Right, the leaders come through. Fastest lap of the race for Andrews last time around. Meant the gap had gone to over a second. It's now under a second though, because Pratt-Thompson sets the new fastest lap of the race, 122.511. It's less than a tenth quicker But it's just under a second now, that gap, and he'll feel that momentum. Gamble is kind of going with him as well, 122.9 for him, so very similar pace in the Hooch liveried number 23 car. But this is now all about Pratt Thompson, who left things late in qualifying, let them all get on with it for the first 5 minutes of the session, then went out, then put in 4 really quick laps. Felt like he could have been on pole position had he not got held up with traffic on his final attempt. But now he's coming good, and in that first sector, actually Gamble sets the new absolute best first sector time. So I think second and third with a chance here of catching the race leader.
The other factor in this, of course, is we know about the tyres. We know there's the case that there's new ones on for some of the drivers where others just have 2 sets. Does that come into play in the closing stages as well? Gamble close to the tyre stack as he makes his way to Sunny out, then gets back on the power once again, cuts the beam for sector 2, and Gamble is on purple sector 1, personal best sector 2, and is just beginning to inch ever closer once again to the tail of William Antris. The top 3 at the moment are your top 3 in the championship, and you can tell why.
Yeah, a little bit ragged, a bit wrestling the car, wasn't he, Gamble, on the way through the complex. So did he lose a bit of time overall on that lap? Let's have a look. Did a 122.675, yes he did. So the leader was quickest and has set a new fastest lap of the race. And personal best for Pratt Thompson in second, and they were both quicker than Gamble, who was quicker at the start of the lap, but just struggled a bit. Was hopping and skipping over the tarmac, that 23 car, coming through the complex towards the end of the lap. So that's just over 2 seconds between the 3 of them. Darling in the background, kind of on his own in 4th place in that number 25 car, and then Cordell, only 0.4 of a second still clear of the next best AM. He's the leading AM in car 51. And then you've got Duncan, 27, and Nicholas, 99, close to him as well. So some good battles going on here. We've still got more than half the race distance to go, 12 minutes and 20 seconds left at the moment, having been tied on points after the qualifying point coming into this race. Antrobus has got the fastest lap as well, so he's going to get 35 points for the win, plus a point for the fastest lap. And at the moment, Pratt Thompson for second place is going to get 30, so he'll extend his championship lead from 0 points to 6 points in this race. And Gamble will fall further back as well, already 13 points adrift of the championship lead.
So Cordell then into the complex. Duncan still giving chase. James Nicholas not as close to the back of them as he once was, falling away a little. Cordell still with that slight scrape on the front right corner, but it doesn't seem to be harming his straight line speed performance. Still getting as close as possible to the 165-mile-an-hour top speed of these Ginetta G56 cars. Question is, does it compromise maybe the aero balance for a couple of corners? I'll be honest, I don't think it does. It's purely cosmetic there, and Alex Duncan is close because he's pushing hard as he goes through the right-hander at Hawthorne. The question is, will he be able to stay that close through the chicane? This is going to be an opportunity, I think, for Alex Duncan, who's tucked as close as he's been of late to the tail of Jamie Cordell. But Cordell maybe just, well, it seems like he's got slightly more power as he goes down the straight there. Just opened up a car length or two. The E3 Sport Machine obviously set up to be pretty slippery, and so he was comfortable by the time he reached tower, despite the fact that Alex Duncan behind carried a huge amount of momentum out of Hawthorne Bend.
Yeah, absolutely. So nip and tuck. Some corners it works, some corners the gap grows. It's overall very tight, especially as they go through sunny in and sunny out. So the turquoise and black number 51 car of the AM class leader, Cordell, coming under a bit more pressure on the way out of sunny up towards the complex, because right with him now, the blue and white car of Duncan just showing his nose at that little link straight before they go left, then right, then left again into the hairpin. Coming under braking now, the inside line you can see is covered, so he sweeps out wide. I know I can't get through into the corner. I'll try and get the better run coming out of the corner. Just give myself a bit of room so I can get on the accelerator before you get on the accelerator. If you're too close to the driver in front coming through that hairpin, you've got to pause on the throttle. You can't accelerate until they accelerate, unless you want to run into the back of them. So sometimes take a wider line in, back off a bit, and try and get a better run out of the corner. He tried that. He got a bit closer on the way into Clervaux, got even closer into Hawthorne, but still can't quite find a way past. Cordell is driving very well in that 51 car to keep him at bay.
I suspect these two have a bit of history as well, because there's front damage on Cordell, there's a little bit of rear damage on Alex Duncan's car, so we can maybe begin to put some jigsaw pieces together there as Alex Duncan hops and skips over the bump. It didn't look particularly comfortable there for the 27, so still he gives chase to Jamie Cordell. Interestingly, despite Cordell taking a couple of defensive lines here and there, they're not being backed into Nicholas behind. Last time through, Nicholas 23.2, 23.8 for these two ahead, but Nicholas has got a lot of ground to make up. He must have made this mistake a few laps laps to go to end up that far back, because his lap by lap pace seems good enough at this point as they make their way into the final sector once again. Cordell was defensive into the hairpin 1 lap ago. He has a slight moment on the rear axle there, as it's the opportunity that Duncan is looking for. They wind the lock on in towards the hairpin. Duncan looks to the inside. Cordell's already there. This on screen is the outright lead. William Antrobus from Cameron Pratt-Thompson. They're getting quicker and quicker by the lap, with Cameron Pratt-Thompson maybe just having a tenth or possibly just half a tenth over Antrobus in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, great little ding-dong this is. 0.467 seconds, the gap from first to second. We've got this AM-class battle raging on as well. Gamble has definitely been dropped now, hasn't he? And it was in the second half of the races yesterday that Harry was struggling a bit with his tyres. He's well clear, though, of Darling in 4th place, so it looks like 3rd place he's going to have to settle for. He's in 2nd, 3rd and 4th if it stays like this, but losing points to the top 2 in the championship over the course of the 3 races that we've had so far this weekend. So through that first sector, a personal best for Pratt-Thompson, 25.314, but it was only 28 thousandths of a second quicker than Antrobus through the first sector. But he's just chipping away. Let's looking at the moment at the battle between the two AMs. We go back to the overall lead battle. Antrobus looking for a hat-trick of wins here, and a 5th win of the season potentially, leading the championship coming into this, despite being tied on points due to the fact that he's on catback, got more race wins, 4-0 it is. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, though, said the win is going to come. I've just got to keep chipping away, and this is as close as he's come to it. He's got a really good run coming out of the hairpin now, and the gap's down to just under 0.3 of a second.
Pratt-Thompson, well, it might be on countback at the moment. It won't be after this race, and Pratt-Thompson wants it to go his way with some proper points in the margin. William Antrobus seems to me just to be driving slightly more in his mirrors as the laps go by. Last time through, 22.8 was a couple of tenths slower than where we would necessarily expect Antrobus to be at this stage, and so Pratt-Thompson is now all over his back bumper. Is he going to be close enough to try and late lunge into Tower? With 7 minutes left, he thinks better of that one, tucks in, and is going to try and find that clear opportunity to take advantage of.
Yeah, it's going to be 6 points in front in the championship if it stays like this, but it'll be a 5-point swing, 5 points fewer for the race leader, and 5 points more for Pratt-Thompson if he can find a way through. Meanwhile, coming out of Tower Bend, the top 2 AMs absolutely together, closer than they've been for a lap or so now. Jamie Cordell, 51, just about fending off Alex Duncan, and then James Nicholas, I think, is starting to come after him a little bit in the background as well as they fight each other. He's looming a bit bigger in the mirrors, isn't he? Yes, he is coming after them, so it could be a 3-way tussle this once again, as it was earlier in the race between Cordell, Duncan and Nicholas, 5th, 6th and 7th, but the top 3 AMs, these are the 3 that have been regular visitors to the AM-class podium so far this weekend. Meanwhile, the race leaders come past the commentary box, go over the start-finish line, and the gap looks tighter than ever between the 2 of them, and it is, yeah, it was just a bit bigger, 0.3 of a second, but Pratt-Thompson putting all the pressure on. Gamble on his own in 3rd, Darling coming through in 4th, and then these 3 coming over the start-finish line as the top 3 AMs now split less than 2 seconds covering all 3 of them, because Nicholas is almost with them, isn't he? He's just half a second down on Duncan.
Nicholas has the advantage at the moment because these other 2 have been running close to each other for pretty much the whole race. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses as Duncan clobbers the curve, and that may just leave him a touch vulnerable. If Nicholas strikes whilst the iron is hot, he could well get Duncan, and then he's got that same advantage onto the back of his teammate Jamie Cordell. So here comes James Nicholas, currently 3rd in his class, but his race leader in the class is only just up the road as they reach Tower Corner. Is there the opportunity for the 99 to gain any time? You've got to say now he's onto the back of them, and he seems to have lost that momentum within about half a lap.
Yeah, in terms of where they are, if it stays like this, in terms of the AM points, Alex Duncan 4th overall, the leading AM driver. He'll be on to 164 points, 122 for James Nicholas and Jamie Cordell will be on 114. So these are the top 3 in the point standings and in the race overall in terms of the AMs. Into the hairpin come the top 2, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson rather is just as close as he has been for 2 or 3 laps now. It's a really good run coming out of the hairpin. Pratt-Thompson goes across the line just about 0.2 of a second behind Antrobus, did a 1:23.073 on that lap, so he was almost a tenth quicker, and that's all you're talking about here, Tom. It's hundredths, tenths of a second, but he is really piling the pressure on the race leader as we go into the final 4.5 minutes.
If he can stay that tenth of a second closer as they make their way towards Tower, which he may well have done, then that might just be the little bit that you need to try the outbreaking maneuver, try the block pass towards the inside. Here comes Brad Thompson. No, has to stay in line once again. And so with 4 minutes, it's time to try and manufacture another opportunity against what seems to be an increasingly pressured William Antrobus.
Yeah, he's dealing with it very well, though, isn't he? Certainly, he doesn't lack confidence, does he, William Antrobus, when you interview, when you speak to him after the qualifying sessions and the races. He said, well, I'm here to win, I'm going to win, I think I can win the championship. And it all is, he's very self-confident, so he won't be, I don't think he'll be rattled at all by the fact he's got Brad Thompson behind him, even though you could argue, I mean, you want to be leading a race, of course, but it is, I would say, the harder job than being the driver in second with almost, not nothing to lose, but less to lose. You've got that victory almost in sight, haven't you, as the race leader? But for second, you know, you're second, you've got a big gap back to third. All you can do is spring a surprise and gain something out of this situation and pile the pressure on. You've got a target to aim for. You can see where maybe the chinks in the armour are for the car ahead. Where does he brake a bit early? Where does he leave a gap? Where's he going to make a mistake? Just keep the pressure up, try and force him into a mistake. But having said all that, Antrobus does seem like a very cool customer.
He was sliding the rear axle a couple of times in the complex. Will that turn into any opportunity at the top end of the circuit? Maybe those rear tyres just a little bit hotter than they were a moment ago, not providing that same level of grip that they were a moment ago. Has there been a change in the AM order? Alex Duncan to the front of that, so he has now made the pass on Jamie Caudle. James Nicholas will be next up to have a go at his teammate for second position in the AM order. We keep following the outright lead as Antrobus again has Cameron Pratt-Thompson not just filling his mirrors, but filling them easily because he's so close to the back of the white and red machine that leads the way. Into Sunny they go once again. Slightly tighter line for Pratt-Thompson. He's got more confidence that the car is going to turn and not give him any sort of moment through the middle of the corner. Now he gets on the power and powers up towards the complex. The lap ago, Antrobus had a moment. Is he going to be tentative? Is he going to be that little bit earlier on the brakes? Is he going to not apply as much throttle? Pratt-Thompson close, but stays on the racing line. This is all about setting up the exit.
Yeah, but it's difficult, isn't it, to overtake into Clervaux, into turn one. It really tightens up that right-hander at the start of the lap. It's hard to throw it up the inside. Gamble in third place and Nicholas, who's in 7th place, have both had warnings for track limits, so they've got to be a bit careful. That's just come up on the screen a few seconds ago. Less than 2 minutes to go into Clervaux, into Hawthorne, go the top two. Single file through there, really. Having got up into the class lead in the AMS and 5th place overall, Duncan has just dropped Caudle, who's now been overtaken by Nicholas as well. So Caudle put up a hard fight there, a hard defence, but ultimately I think he's got the pace in the car and the tyres, and is dropped back to the tail end of that queue now, so down to 3rd in class. So 27 Duncan up to 5th, leading the class. 99 Nicholas up to 6th and 2nd in the class, and he's already started to pull away from Caudle, who's down to 7th, 3rd in class in the 51 car.
A lap and a half to go then. Has Cameron Pratt-Thompson got any arrows left in his quiver that he's not yet tried? Because he's given it a little jink here, he's given it a little jink there. William Antrobus maybe out just a little bit wide on entrance to Sunny, but it doesn't seem to have cost him anything. And if anything, there is an extra car length in the gap now between Antrobus and Pratt-Thompson. Is this Pratt-Thompson giving himself some space to close up to through the complex? Because he's once again all over the tail of William Antrobus. He'll stick to the racing line. When does the dive come? Not this lap.
If you never won a race in the 2026 season, but you keep coming on the podium, do you at some point throw caution to the wind, or do you think, well, is it worth the risk? Because if we come off, we're not going to get, well, we might get some points, but we won't get the points we should be getting. Is it worth the risk for an extra 5 points? But at some points, you know, at the end of the season, you might think, well, maybe I should have gone for it. Maybe I should have tried that move, because, you know, if you end up losing the place and the championship by just a handful of points, you might rue the fact that you didn't have a go at some point. That said, you can only have a go if you get the chance to have a go. If somebody leaves you half a gap, and there hasn't really been one. They've been nose to tail for ages now, but there hasn't really been half a chance for Cameron Pratt-Thompson to throw one down the inside, and that's to the credit, really, of the race leader, Antrobus, who has been very smart on his positioning of the car. He certainly hasn't over-defended. He's just gone with it. He's just focused on his driving. He's not over-defending. He's not closing the door. He's not being too tight into the corners. He's keeping his speed up. But he's also not making any mistakes. Pratt Thompson's dropped back a little bit more now. Clock is down to 0. We're on the final lap of the race, and it looks like it's going to be a hat-trick of wins, 3 out of 3 for William Antrobus. It would be his 5th win of the season. He's going to move into the championship lead by 6 points from Cameron Pratt Thompson. Coming into the complex then, one more time into the hairpin. The checkered flag awaits, and William Antrobus has had to deal with all sorts of pressure in this race, but he's been equal to it. The checkered flag comes out. He wins again by just under half a second. Cameron Pratt Thompson giving it his everything and all, but couldn't quite do it. He comes home in 2nd place. 3rd place, having been a factor at the first part of the race, is Gamble. 4th place, Darling. And here come the AM drivers, and it's going to be a change on the final lap of the race lap, because over the line as the first AM home is Nicholas. He found a way past Duncan right at the end of the race there on the final lap. So Duncan ends up down in 2nd. Caudle actually caught back up to them in the 51 car. So the 3 of them crossed the line about a 1.5 seconds apart. But it is an AM class win for the 2nd time this weekend to James Nicholas in the 99 car. He'll be well pleased with that, and in dramatic fashion as well, right at the end of the race. Duncan, number 27, coming home in 6th, and 51 Caudle in 7th will round out the AM class podium. And then the other finishers coming home, already crossing the line in 7th place, number 3, Elliot Foster. And then it will be, when she gets to the line, Lucy Hodgson, who comes home in 9th position, just making her way into the hairpin for the final time. So with that win, 35 points, the point for pole position, and also the bonus point for the fastest lap of the race. That's 37 points accumulated today so far for William Antrobus. Cameron Pratt Thompson comes home 2nd. That gives him 30 points. And Harry Campbell comes home in 3rd, gets 26 points. So by my reckoning, unofficial list, but by my maths, it is 220 points for Antrobus, 214 and down to 2nd in the championship for Pratt Thompson, and 197 for Harry Gamble, who is 3rd in the championship. Alex Duncan might have lost out on the win in the AM class, but he does still lead the AM class standings. Here then on screen, confirmation of the provisional results of race 3, round 8 of the championship for the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. And it's another win for William Antrobus, who's been supreme so far this weekend. After 15 laps, the Elite Motorsport driver takes the win in car number 57 by 0.495 seconds. A hard-fought race, a big race-long battle with Cameron Pratt Thompson, who comes home in 2nd place in car number 37 for SVG Motorsport. Then in 3rd place, number 23, Harry Gamble for Elite Motorsport, just faded again in the 2nd half of the race. Lewis Darling completes the top 4 for Orion SPR in car number 25. 5th place, winning the AMS right at the final lap of the race, James Nicholas. He was 3rd in the class with the 3 laps to go. He ends up winning it for E3 Sport. 99 comes home in 5th and as the class winner. 27, Alex Duncan for Zentech Motorsport. 6th place overall, 2nd in the AMS. Still leads the AM Championship though. And Jamie Caudle was right with them at the end of the race as well. Number 51 coming home in 7th place overall, 3rd best at the AMS for E3 Sports. 8th place, Elliot Foster, number 3. 9th place, Lucy Hodgson, number 44. And the fastest lap of the race, as I say, to Antrobus, a 1 minute 22.394 second lap. Another race done and dusted for the Ginetta GT Championship. And now 6 points between the top 2 in the championship, but all the momentum with William Antrobus. A retirement in the very first race of the season at Silverstone, but he's bounced back brilliantly since then, because there's only been one race since then where he hasn't finished either 1st or 2nd, and most of the time he's been winning the races. That's his 5th of the season now. He's also had a 2nd place this year, and after 8 rounds of the championship, the first time this season, he moves outright into the championship lead, ahead of Cameron Pratt Thompson and Harry Gamble. Well done as well to James Nicholas. That was a great fight to come through and nick the victory, wasn't he? He's been carrying one of our onboard cameras for the live stream coverage this weekend as well, and giving us some very entertaining shots. The driver from Ware, a former Palmer Sport scholarship winner and GT Academy rookie, finished 3rd overall in the 2024 championship and was the 2025 GTA champion. Right, let's go down and catch up with Tom, who's down in Parc Ferme, to get some reaction to that race.
I am indeed. William, we were just talking about that one. You got the win, but it did not look easy.
No, at the end it was very hard because my tyres were going off and Cameron was just chipping away at me. But in the end, I came through. but it could have been a lot harder of a race if Cameron could have got past me. But in the end, he didn't, thank God. But yeah, it's an amazing weekend so far, 3 for 3. I just need to keep this streak going in the last race, and fingers crossed, if I have a good start and get into the lead, it could all settle back in again.
And just to look quickly at that defense, it looks as if you were struggling a little in the complex where it tightens up on you. Was it rear axle going?
No, rear tyres were just going a lot, I felt like, and it was just a bit of a struggle just through that section late on. Earlier on, I was a lot faster, and I got the tyres up to temperature and was going, but then it was just later on through the session, that's when it started to struggle a little bit more over the course of the race.
And quickly about the next one, we know that you've just had a tough fight. If it's the same again, are you happy with that, or do you want it to be easier?
Yeah, I'd be happy with that, but I know I'm going to win. That's it.
Good luck. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go back up to the commentary box with Chris. I'll see if I can grab another chat for you.
Excellent. Thanks very much indeed. Tom Davis catching up there with you. Now, 3-time race winner this weekend, William Antrobus. Now I'm going to go and win the 4th race, he said. I told you he was pretty confident. But he knew he was in a fight there, didn't he? Cameron Pratt-Thompson really took it to him. They went toe-to-toe, really, for the vast majority of that race, and it was really good fun to watch. So they'll of course be in action again for their final race of the weekend. That is due to get underway at 4:15. It will be our penultimate race of the day. So for this first round of races coming up next, we've got the Ginetta GT Academy. But Tom, you found somebody else to have a word with down in Parc Fermé.
I have indeed. I've found James Nicholas. James, when I left the commentary box, you were running in second. You've won the race. How did that happen?
Yeah, I was getting closer and closer, and Alex made a little mistake into last turn. I was trying to pressurise him on make a little fake lunge, and it just worked out quite well. Both of us were sliding around the last corner. It was who could do the best slide, and I think I just about did. So yeah, it was a really fun race actually. A bit of contact at the beginning, and it actually made the race more fun for me really. So good fun.
And that contact at the beginning, how exactly did it play out? Because we saw that you were close to the back of Lewis Darling, and then you dropped a couple of positions.
Yeah, I got hit around the back. Someone lunged me and just sent me off the track. So, dropped back a few places, and then I got back up again, and then I got caught out with a bit of, I think those two were battling, and he broke early, caught me out, so I went straight on at turn 1. I was like 3 seconds behind, and I thought, that's me done, and somehow managed to get it back. So, yeah, it's a really, really good result.
I presume based off the result, the car's still feeling good for the last race of the weekend?
Yeah, car was all good. Yeah, I mean, the contact was minor, really. So, the car felt good. The tyres were still fired up. I kept them in pretty good condition. So, I think towards the end of the race, I had good pace still. So, the tyres are good.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck later on.
No worries. Thanks.
With that, I can see that cars have headed out onto circuit, so we'll go back up to the commentary box.
Excellent, thanks very much indeed, Tom. Yeah, good to hear from James Nicholas. A really good drive there to fight back and get that win, second-class win of the weekend for him. So, as I say, there'll be more to come from the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GTs at 4:15. But now it's time for our first Ginetta GT Academy race of the day. So these cars also rapid. These are V6s rather than the rumbling V8s that we've just had for the Ginetta GTs. They're rapid cars though, 140 miles an hour, 270 brake horsepower. And this really a first stepping stone into the world of GT racing, this GT Academy Championship. Drivers that have come through this and progressed include Darren Lung, who is out racing at the Spa 24-hour race this weekend. And has been racing with another ex-Ginetta star, Ginetta Junior star, Dan Harper, over the last couple of years. So it's a great way to get into GT racing. And for the grid for this one, based on the fastest lap times from that qualifying session this morning. And it sees on pole position Joe Osteltoff in the number 19 car. Set a time of 1 minute 29.282 seconds this morning for 1-2 race. And Ian Beaumont is going to be starting alongside him in the number 13 car for SVG Motorsport. Did a 129.678 to qualify on the outside of row 1. On to row 2 then. Tom Walker has been a real feature of the championship so far this season and leads the GTA Championship standings. He is third on the grid in car number 21, 129.776 in the E3 Sport car. Lewis Bajlica, for the first time all season, is not on pole position. Fourth, struggling with his tyres in qualifying this morning. He was down in 10th place at one point in qualifying, but he did come back to fourth. He's not usually that far back, though, the German who leads the Rookie Championship and has won most of the races so far this year. Did a 1:29.795. He starts on the outside of row 2. Row 3 then, we've got Connor Blackburn, number 66 for Performance 1. And a much happier qualifying today than it was yesterday for Lucas Theo. He didn't really get to take part in qualifying after his car stopped on track, and he ended up missing race 1 as well, but drove really well in race 2 to get a top 6 finish, and he starts 6th on the grid for this one in car number 7. On to row 4, Will Fallon, number 30, is going to start on the inside, starting in 7th place at the Protyre entry, and alongside him for company is another of the Want2 Race drivers. That's Ben Wiseman in the number 8 car. He's going to start 8th on the grid. And then to conclude the top 10, 53, Ash Young, father of Noah, who races in Ginetta Juniors. They're both sponsors of Tom Ingram in the British Touring Car Championship, friends with him as well, and he starts 9th on the grid. 53 is his race number. 33 is the race number for Faye Goff. Had a problem with the suspension yesterday and was a DNF in race 1, but got a finish in race 2, and Faye starts 10th on the grid for this one. Then the penultimate row of the grid, at row 6, starting in 11th place, we've got number 50, Robin Grimwood, who's a very experienced Ginetta racer. He's there with E3 Sport. And 77, Alan Wright for Want2 Race starts alongside him. They're 11th and 12th on the grid. And the final row of the grid, row 7, Damien Duffy, number 4, starting on his own as the 13th of the starters. So that's the way they line up. Yesterday we had 2 races. They were both won by Lewis Bajlica. This was off the back of his first non-win of the season in the final race of the weekend last time out at Alton Park, where he had a retirement. Then he had an off in qualifying yesterday, but only after he'd set the pole position times for both of the races, and he won them both at a canter really, but struggling with the tyres. I mean, switched from lefts to rights. Maybe he's changed the tyres again for this one, and you get 6 new tyres and 2 used tyres to last the course of 4 races, 2 qualifying sessions and the free practice as well. So tyre wear does become a factor on day 2. And Bajlica 4th on the grid. But he won both races yesterday. Race 1, he finished ahead of Tom Walker, who was 2nd, and came under huge pressure at the end of the race from Joe Ostelhoff, who is the pole sitter today. They were the top 3 in race 1. Lewis Bajlica, Joe Ostelhoff and Ian Beaumont were the top 3 in race number 2 yesterday. They all run in identical cars, but depending on the experience of the driver within Ginetta's, you're either classified in the main GTA Championship or the Rookie Championship. And in the GTA Championship, it's Tom Walker that leads the standings now on 239 points after yesterday's results. 204 points for Joe Ostelhoff, closing the gap, and he got a point for pole position, which closes into within 34. Connor Blackburn 3rd on 152. Robin Grimwood 4th on 140. And the rookies, it's been led by Lewis Bajlica, who's also won most of the races outright. He's had 6 wins now in the rookies and 6 outright wins from 7 races. So Lewis Bajlica, the German driver, on 220 points in the Rookie Championship. Ian Beaumont, though, is directly in front of him on the grid, and he's his nearest rival in the championship. He's 2nd on 199 points, with Ben Wiseman in 3rd place. A rolling start then for this 3rd race of the weekend for the Ginetta GTA Academy. They're about to roar into life. The safety car is in, and the front row drivers lead the charge over the start-finish line. Ostelhoff in the white car, Beaumont alongside him in the blue and yellow car. Gets the better start, though, I would say, and he's going to swoop around the outside on the way to Clervaux to get the lead of the race. The pole sitter finds himself suddenly down into 2nd place, and Lewis Bajlica has made a good start as well, picking up the gravel, though, running wide from 6th on the grid. He's number 7, Lucas Theo. Couple of wheels through the gravel on that exit to Clervaux, which really tightens up. He rejoins in the middle of the pack with the slightly battered and bruised tyres on the car, and the 4th place car dropping back as well. He's number 21, Walker. He's gone onto the grass now. He's got damage to the front right suspension as the number 7 driver, and so Lucas Theo, I think he's going to be a retirement. He has smoke coming from the front right of the car. We've also got smoke coming from the front left of Connor Blackburn's number 66 car, pouring out of his car as he makes his way out of Tower Bend. So he might be another one potentially heading for retirement. Yes, he's slowing down as well. So he's got some big damage to at least the bodywork, but maybe the suspension of the car as well. So a couple of drivers out already. Lucas Theo and Connor Blackburn both limping around the circuit at the moment. Great start to the race, though, for Beaumont. Into the lead of the race. Ostelhoff down to second. Walker there down to fourth place because he lost out to Bielicker as well, who's got himself up to third. And they're coming into the complex then. Number 13, Beaumont, ahead of number 19, Ostelhoff. Then it is the Rookie Championship leader, Bielicker, in second place. But we're going to get a red flag, and the race is going to stop. And it's all because of that stricken car of Lucas Theo, number 7, with that front right suspension damage. He's parked the car up on the grass, but he can't bring it home. It's in a precarious position, and it therefore means that they are going to have to red flag the race. Connor Blackburn, who was the other one in trouble on that opening lap, comes into the pit lane as well. The smoke has dissipated a little bit, but he's heading into the pit lane, and he might be able to get back out. This red flag could be pretty useful for him. In fact, the team is going to have a look at the front right of the car, the number 66 car, to try and deal with that. The Performance 1 team are closest to the pit lane entry, so it's up on the jacks, up on the air jack, having a word with the driver to see what they can do. They're looking at the front left of that car as well, and looks like they might be about to take the wheel off to check the car, where meanwhile everybody else has been lined up on the grid. And we've also, except for the race leader actually, who didn't see it. So Beaumont has carried on. Everybody else stopped on the grid, but Beaumont has carried on. He now realises that the race is red flagged, but he's going to crawl around another lap and then come back onto the grid. So actually the first one in the queue is going to be the driver that is in second place, technically. Which is Ostelhoff. So Beaumont missing the signal there, carrying on around to do another lap. The recovery vehicles have headed up towards the run into Tower Bend to try and deal with the number 7 car, which brought about that red flag, which is Lucas Theo. And we've still got Connor Blackburn with the door open, trying to get a bit of fresh air into the car. Staying in the car, which is a good sign, but the car not going anywhere just yet because he's up on the jacks at the moment, and they are doing quite a bit of work to the underneath front left of that car. So he had a knock somewhere. You can see that from pit lane camera, the work that's going on that car, and just patching it up with a good old bit of gaffer tape as well, which is always, you know, you've got all these tens of thousands of pounds that are spent on race cars. There's always a bit of £2 gaffer tape that keeps things together, isn't it? So they are putting the bonnet back onto the car. I think he's going to be able to rejoin. It'll be a pit lane restart for him. So it's going to be at the back of the field, but the red flag has really benefited him, because if that race had carried on, by now you'd be, what, 2-3 laps down on everybody else. So he's going to be in with a chance. There's a bit of tearing to the front left of the splitter of that car as well, but it was underneath that there was the bigger problem. The bodywork was rubbing on the tyre, which was, I think, generating most of the smoke. But they're happy enough that he's going to be fit to race that car, so we'll get back out onto the track once we get the race back underway. Now, what about Beaumont, who has kind of slightly sheepishly made his way back around on his own on this red flag lap? I think he's going to be allowed to retake his place at the front of the grid, because it'll be a restart in original positions. This should be, because it was not a complete race lap. It was on the first lap of the race, which means they'll just regrid, or should regrid, in the original order. So he'll be back there into second place, and it will be a restart, minus Lucas Theo, and minus, at least on the grid of the Connor Blackburn car, it'll be a restart in the original grid positions. Theo's going to be out of it. Blackburn's going to have to start from the pit lane. So it should be Joseph Ostelhoff that will retake the pole position grid. Have another crack at this, of course, as well, because he didn't make the best of starts. It was a great start from Ian Beaumont, but he'll have to try and do that again, because he's going to line up second on the grid. Then on the second row, Tom Walker will also hope for a better start, because he got done, didn't he, by Lewis Bielicker off the start. Bielicker will have to try and do all that again from fourth on the grid. And then on the third row of the grid for the restart, there won't be a Connor Blackburn, and there won't be a Lucas Theo. Blackburn's going to have to start from the pit lane. Theo is out of the race and has brought about the red flag, so you will not have anybody on row 3. That means that Will Fallon, number 30, fourth row of the grid, and Ben Wiseman alongside him, number 8. They'll have a big clear track in front of them. That could be quite beneficial. Row 5 will have Ash Young, 53, and 33 Faye Goff. Row 6 will have 50 Robin Grimwood and 77 Alan Wright. And row 7 will be Damien Duffy, number 4. Everybody else correct and present in the race. So Joseph Ostelhoff, the man from Atlanta, the American, really enjoying his racing, very positive and enthusiastic about everything. Did a bit of Formula 4 racing, but has come back down the GT route this year. Originally from Atlanta, living in Birmingham in the West Midlands these days. Went to the University of Daytona and majored in communications. He's a big Chicago Bears fan. He actually played soccer at high level as well. His racing hero is Fernando Alonso, the two-time Formula 1 world champion. And recently, he says, Max Verstappen, a four-time Formula 1 world champion. He'd love to race at the Le Mans 24 Hour. That's his big ambition. And he's starting his GT career in the GT Academy. As I say, drivers have come through the GT Academy and moved up and managed to get up and kickstart careers. I've mentioned Darren Lung is racing at Spa 24 Hours. Angus Whiteside's another one. He was a Pro-Am champion a couple of years ago in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. He's racing at the Spa 24 Hours with the World Elite GT3 drivers this weekend. Mark Warren, somebody else who started out in GTA. He was the GTA champion in 2022. He went on to race in the Porsche Sprint Challenge. He was an AM Class champion there. And a GT4 British champion in the British GT Championship as well. Toby Trice was the GTA champion 5 years ago in 2021. He's taken a year out this year, Toby, but he is looking to come back, and hopefully he's going to be coming back as a Porsche Carrera Cup racer next year. But he's been a front runner in the Porsche Sprint Challenge and a race winner in that for the last couple of years. And he's another driver that's very highly rated and that has started his career in this GT Academy. So these names, again, look out for them potentially in a few years' time, working their way up through the national and international GT racing ladder. Doors open. Tom's been out there in the wind and the heat, but it's still pretty hot in those cars, isn't it? Even if it is windy and cooler outside, especially when he's sat on the grid with no airflow.
I think the lack of wind is the bit that will be making a difference for everybody else out there, such as myself down in Park Ferme. You're right, the wind is just taking the killer heat out of it and leaving it as a nice mild day. The issue is when you've not got that breeze. It is worth noting, of course, the next comment will make far more sense if you've got this piece of context. We are going out over the circuit PA in amongst all of this. And so Duncan Cameron, which is a name that British motorsport fans may or may not recognise. Duncan Cameron, it's in your interest to go to Hangar 50, so I'd recommend you head over there for possibly some hydration, but also for something else that is in your interest to go and sort out. So a nice little name dropping amongst all of that. Of course, we've got it's Henry Cameron, isn't it, competing in the Junior
Championship?
Championship?
Yes, his son, yeah, Duncan Cameron, a six-time winner in British GT. Long-time racer of Ferraris in British GT with Matt Griffin. And they've switched to a Lamborghini this year, haven't they? And they're going to race the new Temerario next year, potentially. So, yeah, Duncan is here supporting his son. He's been asked if he can go and pop over to Hangar 50, our cafe, which, if you're at the circuit, all recommended to go to the brand new cafe from built and opened last year. It's a fantastic feature of Croft circuit and the investment in the circuit, and really great. Fancy cafe, really. It's really nicely done, isn't it? That, and very smart inside and great food and drink options. So please do go. That's at the entrance, or if you walk up towards the complex. So at the back of the garages, walk all the way up towards the pit lane entrance. The back of the garage is there. You can see the building, the admin building, the media centre, and the commentary box. And it's just to the right of that, just beyond the shower block. That's where you'll find the cafe. We've also got a birthday message.
We have got a birthday. It's James Pepper's 18th birthday. So his mum, dad, Emily, Harry, EJ and Lottie all wish you a happy 18th birthday. And they also want to give a big thank you to Rav Sport Racing for his work experience. So hello very much to James Pepper. I hope you're having a lovely birthday. It's a good day for it. It's a lovely day for it.
Yes, happy 18th birthday. Got to buy your parents the first pint now, first legal pint. That's what you're doing your 18th birthday.
I like the legal caveat.
Yeah, legal one, yeah. Obviously you wouldn't have ever had a drink before, aged until the age of 18. Right, there's no change to the clock as yet, so it doesn't look like we're going to shorten the race. So it's still being shown as a 20-minute race. But, yeah, as I say, because it was a red flag on the first lap, it will be a full regrid. But with those gaps that I mentioned, so it won't be too far away from getting started again, because I can see that's been a real up and down weekend, hasn't it, so far for Lucas Theo. No qualifying, really. No race one. Really good race two. Really good qualifying today. Bad start to the race, and he's on the trailer. So that's been taken back to the paddock And then the rest of the field have been gridded up in the original grid positions by those marshals on the grid, so well done to them, and we'll be underway fairly shortly. Just a reminder of the timetable, which can be a bit fluid with 1 or 2 delays, but we're on the GT Academy race now. Our next race scheduled to get underway is the second and final race of the weekend, 4th race of the weekend, second race of the day for the juniors. That's due to get underway at 3:40. Then the GT Championship race at 4:15, and the 100th GT Academy race. These guys will be back on track for lots of celebrations and an historic race for the final race of the weekend at 10:05. Well, there's the damage to the front right corner of Lucas Theo's car. It was all at turn 1. He ended up in the gravel trap. He might have ended up in the gravel trap because of that damage, and I think possibly as he came back onto the track as well. See the yellow sticker with a black cross there, showing that he's a novice driver in his first few races of motorsport. But they're certainly impressed yesterday, and hopefully they get that car sorted and he can take part in the race in about an hour and a half's time, which will round out the day of action. So the grid, as I said, is going to be the original grid, but with some gaps. It will be number 19, Joseph Ostelhoff on pole position, trying not to get such a bad start this time. Ian Beaumont, who did get past him on the original start, will have to try and do it again, number 13 from second on the grid. The second row will get 21, Tom Walker, who will try not to lose a position to Lewis Bylicker this time. Lewis, number 17, went from 4th to 3rd on the original start. Row 3 will be vacated because Conor Blackburn is going to start from the pit lane after his damaged car was fixed during that red flag period. And Lucas Theo, we know, is out of the race, so nobody 5th or 6th on the grid. Row 4 then will have a nice big gap in front of it. Will Fallon starting 7th, but effectively 5th, with Ben Wiseman alongside him in the number 8 car. 30 and 8 on row 4. Row 5, 53 Ash Young and 33 Faye Goff. Row 6, 50 Robin Grimwood and 77 Alan Wright. And row 13, Damien Duffy, number 4, with Conor Blackburn starting from the pit lane. He'll be released once everybody else off the start has gone past the line, and he'll have to wait for the green light at the end of the pit lane. But at least Tommy's going to be in the race, because otherwise, without that red flag, he'd probably got back in the race, but he'd probably been about 3 or 4 laps behind everybody else.
Based on form, you'd have to say that he's going to not only be in the race, but be contesting the race pretty well. He was very, very quick yesterday, keeping himself in the hunt. Yes, he'll have a few cars to try and cut through that he would have otherwise expected to be ahead of, but let's not forget that he was in the top 5 from the fastest laps in qualifying, so it wouldn't surprise me if he gets back into that sort of territory throughout the remainder of what is still scheduled to be a 20-minute race.
Yeah, no shortening of the race according to the TSL timing screen. So yeah, we've got these. We did start earlier than we planned as well. The original plan was to start today's qualifying sessions at 12:30, but they changed the timetable overnight, gave us another 25 minutes, and that means that even if we did get 1 or 2 drawbacks, we should have plenty of time to get all the races in their full distance this afternoon. But you're right about Conor Blackburn. He's 3rd in the GTA Class Championship, and he arrives in this race off the back of 3 consecutive 3rd place finishes. That follows the back of 3 consecutive 4th place finishes. So a bad start to the campaign with a retirement in race 1 at Silverstone, but since then 3 4ths, 3 3rds. But if he wants to get into the top 3 or 4, he's going to have to do it the hard way from the pit lane start. So safety car lights are out. It means we're going to get the rolling start underway. Second time lucky, hopefully. Maybe second time lucky for the pole sitter Joe Ostelhoff, because he got done off the line last time out by Ian Beaumont, who's going to start directly alongside him. Lewis Bylicker, the rookie championship leader, the driver that's won most of the races this year. Let's see if he can get another good start from the outside of row 2 as well. Safety car peels in, red lights are on, and we are about to roar into life then. And it is going to be Ostelhoff that leads the charge over the line as these Ginetta G56 get underway. V6 engines roar into life. It's a better start for Ostelhoff this time, but he's still got Beaumont alongside him. I think he's going to get there first, though, isn't he? The pole sitter just about clinging onto it. Beaumont's going to go with him. It's contact further back. That involves the number 50 car, Robin Grimwood, who's got damage to the front left. It's still side by side between the 2 leaders as they come through Hawthorne, but Ostelhoff has held on to it. So he makes a better start than in race 1. Also making a better start than in race 1 is Tom Walker, because he's there in 3rd place. And making a worse start and tumbling down the order is Lewis Bylicker. He made a really good start to the first race and got himself up to 3rd place. It hasn't worked out this time, though, because up into 3rd place has come Will Fallon in the number 30 car. And the race leaders now make their way out through Turbine, through the Jim Clark S's, and up towards the mightily quick right-hander at Barcroft. Through there they will go. Ostelhoff now with a bit between his teeth. He didn't make the same mistake twice. Got a pretty good start that time, although Beaumont was quick off the line. Did work him hard all the way through that opening exchange. And Tom Walker with a better start. He's third, coming out of Sunny, heading towards the complex for the first time.
For a moment, it looked as if Bailuka might lose an extra place because Ben Wiseman was racing in towards Tower, but he held on to that one at least, having dropped just the one position, giving himself that touch bit more work to do. Here is your race leader, Ostelhoff, into the hairpin for the first time. He won't have to defend on this lap because behind him, Ian Beaumont is too far back to even think about challenging. If anything, Tom Walker's a little bit closer to Beaumont as they struggle for grip on this opening lap. The rear axle complaining as they feed the power back in. Over the line, Ostelhoff leaves. Beaumont, Walker, Fallon, Bailuka, your top 5. You're right on board now with Lewis Bailuka into this first corner on the race circuit. As we keep saying, it tightens up on you because you think you've got space, and there's the gravel trap waiting to catch you out. Lots of gravel on the road too, meaning that if you don't get your line right, you will lock up incredibly easy on the loose stuff that's sitting there waiting to catch you out. Bailuka threads the needle through the chicane, and now he's onto the power. He will be too far back to challenge into Tower, but we know he's good on traction, at least he was yesterday. So is there an opportunity for him to challenge all the way down into Sunny, potentially?
It's an unknown view, that, isn't it, for Lewis Bailuka? Some cars in front of him. He hasn't seen that all year long. He's had a clear track all year long. He's won 6 races from 7. The only time he didn't win a race was when he had a retirement last time out at Alton Park. But now he's got to try and fight through. But tyres were an issue, he said in qualifying this morning, struggling on them. Let's see what he can do. Quite hanging on, though, to the 2 cars ahead of him, that's for sure. And Beaumont and Walker not getting too far away. Ostelhoff, though, has just set the absolute best first lap on that first lap of the race. But also going well is Beaumont. He's just done the absolute best first sector on this lap. Quicker with the second sector, though, is Ostelhoff. It all means, of course, that they are dead level together as they come into the complex. Nose to tail, into the left-hander they come. Behind them is Walker in that 3rd place, but he's just dropping back a little bit now. Fallon is up to 4th place. Bailuka down to 5th place, and 6th place at the end of the second lap of the race should be the number 8 car. Ben Wiseman had a pretty good start to the race as well. What about Connor Blackburn from the pit lane start? He's gained a couple of places already, and he's up into the top 10 in the 66 machine.
Again, we see different lines from the top 2 through the hairpin. Beaumont taking that V line, and it's a more flowing approach for Ostelhoff. It actually, for a moment, seemed as if it gave Beaumont slightly better drive, but he wasn't able to capitalise that down the straight, and so as a result, he's got to hold off. Yellow flags waving down at the approach to Tower. We've got one of our cars, in fact it's the car that had damage early on, is pulled on Robin Grimwood behind the Armco.
Yeah, the marshals, he's pulled it to a safer point as he can, but it still necessitates yellow flags on the exit to the chicane, because if you oversteer coming out of the chicane, you can end up in that barrier on the inside, so they've got to be aware of that, the drivers. But for now, it's to as safe a place as it can be without causing a safety car. In what is a 20-minute race with 16 minutes to go then. It's been a good lap this, it looks like, for Ostelhoff. Last time out, Beaumont was a little bit quicker with a 1 minute 30.088. Fallon has just set the absolute best first sector. He's currently running in 4th place in the number 30 machine, so Will Fallon going well at the moment. He's only about half a second down on Tom Walker, so he could be looking to try and get himself up onto the podium. He started his campaign with 3 GTA class podiums, actually, 3 on the trot, 2 at Silverstone and 1 at Alton Park. But he hasn't been on the class podium since then. Those of you looking at the live stream coverage, those with the purple number, they're the GTA class cars. Those with the yellow number are rookies. They're all the same cars, but they fight for separate championship points and podiums. So Beaumont, Bailuka and Wiseman are the top 3 in terms of the rookies. Ostelhoff, Walker and Fallon, who are 1st, 3rd and 4th overall, they're the top 3 in the main GTA class.
When we split it into the championships like that, it shows that despite this not being a great day so far for Lewis Bailuka, he's still running for 2nd place points, and he's got the fastest lap of the race, so it shows just how lofty those standards are. Bailuka potentially thinking about a challenge further back in the pack to pass Fallon, in fact, who a moment ago was going forwards. Bailuka to the inside at Tower. I reckon he's got that job done. It'll be 4th position now for Lewis Bailuka, edging closer to Ian Beaumont, who leads his class.
Alan Rice has found a way into 7th place out of Ash Young on the previous lap, albeit they're in different classes, those 2. But a warning for track limits in doing so for Alan Wright. So he gets 1 more warning, he's okay. But after that, he'll start getting penalties. So it'll be have to try and be careful of that. We're looking at the number 17 and number 30 cars of Fallon and Bielica, with Bielica having squeezed through on Fallon. Even though Fallon was going quick on the previous lap, Bielica gains one back, gets up into 4th place overall. It doesn't affect his points because the driver he's really after is Ian Beaumont, who's the leader of the rookies in the 13 car. The silver, yellow and blue machine in 2nd place, gets a really good run coming out of the hairpin. He might go on the attack here. Joe Osselhoff, for the lead of the race, is going to have to defend on the way into turn 1. Closing up to him, looking to the outside line here is Ian Beaumont, but there's no way through at Clairvaux. He'll have to sit tight until maybe Tower Bend. And in the background, Tom Walker not far behind them suddenly, is he?
Not at all. So William Antrobus, having been Joe Ostelhoff, having been absolutely flying in qualifying, now finds himself with a bit more pressure. Beaumont, fastest lap of the race last time through. He looks closer again through the first sector, although actually he's just lost a little bit, so it's a trick of the light, so to speak. Tom Walker's looking at this thinking, go on guys, have a little bite, see if you can take a nibble out of him as you go in towards Sunny, which is where they'll be in just a moment. But first, the Jim Clark S's. Beaumont sticks as close as he can to the back of Ostelhoff, but he will be too far back to challenge this time through.
Yeah, Walker looking pretty good. So his personal best lap last time around, and he was quicker than these two leaders through the first sector of the lap as well. They're so engaged with each other, they might be forgetting what's coming in the mirrors as well. And the 21 car of Walker pushing on hard. He's the leading Silver Cup driver as well at the moment, the Silver Cup category for drivers aged 22 and under, so he could potentially get on the podium for that as well, because there's a trophy for that at the end of each race. Right, so coming through into the hairpin, and Bielica has started to get into the mix as well, hasn't he, in that battle for 3rd place. He's starting to come after them. He's bringing Fallon with him potentially. Let's have a look what the lap times are like. Osselhoff does a 1:30.1, a 1:30.2 for Beaumont, 1:29.9 for Walker, a 1:30.2 for Bielica. I thought it was a bit closer to Walker, but actually it's just a trick of the eye, I think, as they come and close up, squeeze up together in the hairpin. He's not really closed up to that top 3. He has, though, just pulled a bit of ground on Fallon, who he overtook a lap or so ago in that battle for 4th place.
Blackburn's recovery thus far has got him up ahead of Faye Goff. Next target is going to be Alan Wright. Those two are giving it quite a lot of movement, actually, in the braking zone into Clairvaux, but they've stayed in that order for now, with Blackburn running in 9th, Wright ahead of him in 8th. This is the battle at the front, where still Ostelhoff has the advantage from Beaumont and Walker. Walker, well, he's possibly the quickest of the 3 here. He's certainly quicker than the race leader. The problem is, if he wants to win the race, he's got 11.5 minutes, and he's got to pass 2 of them, which could be quite difficult, given just how steady the defence was in from Ostelhoff in yesterday's race too.
Connor Blackburn is about to go through Barcroft in the 66 car, the green and orange car, absolutely flying after Alan Wright for 8th place. Got a really good exit through Tower and carried the speed and the momentum all the way through the Jim Clark S's as well. The race leaders are coming into the complex at the end of the lap. Not much between all 3 of them. Then Bielica in 4th, Fallon in 5th place. So they are about to complete another lap. And I'm looking in the background, yeah, coming into the complex. It is tightening up in this battle between 77, the grey and orange car, about to come into the hairpin of Alan Wright. He's got Blackburn right with him now, and Blackburn has actually brought with him the Faye Goff car as well. So 8th, 9th and 10th are all together. The next 3 over the start-finish line, and he's got through, got the better exit coming out of the hairpin, and Connor Blackburn gets to the line first, cuts back across from the outside line, and he's got himself luck ahead of the 77 car of Alan Wright. It's all to do with the way he got through that hairpin. So Alan Wright down to 9th place now. Connor Blackburn is 8th. His next target is Ash Young in the 53 car, but he's a few seconds up the road, about 3 seconds further up the road.
The pass was textbook from Blackburn. It was set them up to have to go defensive on the way into the hairpin and then just return to the racing line. He got so much better drive coming through. Black and white flags beginning to come in for track limits. That's not a penalty yet, but it is your last warning, and the 17 is Lewis Bielica. So he's obviously pushing hard whilst trying to get up to the tail of the group ahead. He again lost 1/10 of a second, if not slightly more, to the race leaders, with Joe Ostelhoff having done the fastest lap of the race last time through, to just increase his margin ever so slightly. It was a 29.6 compared to a 29.8 and a 30.0 for your top 3. So at the moment it's stretching a smidge, but has Ian Beaumont got anything to retaliate with? Because there was a few laps where it looked like he was the one being bottled up.
Conor Blackburn is now beginning to drop Alan Wright. See Conor in the 66 car here, patched up that car, gets a bit of a wiggle on under braking on the way to the left-hand part of the complex though, and all the good work is undone, isn't it? He pulled about 2 car lengths clear of the 77 machine of Alan Wright, but he's back on him now after that wobble on the way into the complex. So he'll gather himself back up, get back going again and try to close the gap to the Ash Young car ahead for 7th place. But yeah, Conor Blackburn doing a pretty good job so far, having started from the pit lane with that car patched up. I mean, anything you can get out of this race really is a bonus given where he would have been. And he's, what is he, 8th place overall, but he's still 4th in his class. So I mean, he's unlikely to catch the last of the podium finishers, which is Will Fallon, who's in 5th place, but still not going to be a disaster, this, is it, for him?
Beaumont did reply on that last lap to the pace from Osterhoff out front. He took a 1/10 of a second back, hence why the gap is now sitting around 4.5 tenths. Through the first sector, however, faster than anybody goes Tom Walker in 3rd place. So maybe the E3 Sport car dropped away over the last couple of tours, but he's trying to do something about it on this lap. A second push, if you like, with 8 minutes and 30 seconds or so remaining on the clock. Osterhoff through the middle sector seems to have gone pretty well. Indeed he has, he's gone quicker than anybody, but it's only by 100th of a second relative to Beaumont. The pair of them put 2 tenths once again into Tom Walker, who will have to try and find that time back again through this final sector. Is there the opportunity to brake a smidge later? If anything, Walker's on the brakes a smidge earlier than the 2 ahead, but it might mean that he's a little bit tidier on the way back out again. Osterhoff lets time through. Let's keep an eye on the lap times. Last time through 29.9, this time through 29.7, 29.7, 29.7 for the top 3, 29.6 for Lewis Bailica. He's 2-4 back. Surely he can't make this happen.
At the moment, Lewis Bailica will stay in the championship lead, but his championship lead is going to be cut to 14 points, I reckon, because Beaumont got the point for pole. He's, as far as I can see, he's got the fastest lap in the class as well at the moment. And he's also on course for the 35 points for the race win. So 37 points for the pole, the fastest lap, the race win. 30 points coming to Bailica. The gap would come down to 14 points. Seems bizarre, doesn't it? He's had 6 class wins and Beaumont's only had 1. But the way the points work, because he had that 1 non-finish at Alton Park, his championship lead's actually pretty minimal.
When we talk about consistency is key and you just need to keep scoring points, Beaumont's championship so far is exactly that. He's just been there behind Bailica every time that Bailica's been competitive, and when Bailica makes a mistake, Beaumont goes on to win in class. And it seems like we're watching the same story unfold here as we follow on board with Lewis Bailica through Sonny in. That's Sonny out there with a tyre stack. He's using all of the road. He's not soaring at the wheel. The issue is he's just not quite as quick as those ahead of him up to this point, albeit last lap showed possibly that he's got a little bit more in the tank. Is the balance of that car coming back towards him after we know he struggled with it in qualifying as a result of 2 new tyres and 2 used tyres from yesterday? The other driver on the move is Ian Beaumont, who's gone purple in the first sector. He's gone quicker through the second sector speed trap than anybody else. That's on the exit of Sonny. Is he maybe just closing the gap that smidge once again as they cut the beam into sector 3 and to start a new lap? The gap goes out by 7,000, so I suppose we can call that the same as it was a lap ago.
Well, I bet this 129.7s for each of the top 3 drivers. A 0.724 for the race leader Osterhoff, 0.755 for Beaumont in 2nd place. Was it 711 for 3rd place? Slightly off their pace, but not by much. Is Bailica 129.850 on the last lap, so he's still pushing on, but he's a long way back, isn't he? 2.2 seconds behind them. Black and white warning for track limits going out to Conor Blackburn, who's pressing on in 8th place, not really catching up to Ash Young. Having said that about the gap being only 14 points between the top 2 in the rookie championship, if it stays like this, if Beaumont can get the class win in 2nd place, you get 18 races in the championship. You can drop your worst 4 scores. It's only your best 14 rounds from 18 that count. The reason they do that in some championships is because it encourages drivers to come along. If you think, well, I can't do every round of the championship because I've got a business commitment or a holiday and I've got to miss a round, so I won't do the championship because I can't possibly win it. But you can win it if you can drop 4 rounds. If you can miss a whole weekend and have 1 bad race, you could still win the championship. So that's part of the reason for the thinking there. So Bailica, yes, he's used a life up, but if you discount his worst 4 scores, he's still going to be winning the championship. But you can't afford to have too many of those. So good news is for Beaumont is that he's taking points away from Bajlica. He's just dropped back a little bit from Ostelhoff at the head of the field, though. He was so good in attacking yesterday, following cars in both the races yesterday, Ostelhoff. He was patient. He pulled off a couple of good moves when he needed to. But today he's had to do a defensive job. And in fairness, like, he didn't get the greatest start on the original start, but he absolutely corrected that on the restart, didn't he? And since then, he's just been able to keep Beaumont behind him.
And the gap has opened up just a smidge on that previous tour. Ostelhoff stayed in the 29.7s. It was a 29.9 for Beaumont, 29.8 for Walker. So he just puts a tenth or two into each of them. And that's why the gap now, as they make their way through the Jim Clark S's, has eked open to, well, it was almost 7 tenths when they started the lap. It's going to be almost 8 tenths, I suspect, at this stage, given how good Ostelhoff was through that first split.
Yeah, so controlling things at the moment. It is 19 Ostelhoff that leads. He's the leading GTA class driver as well. Leading rookie in second place overall is number 13 Beaumont. Third place number 21 Walker, who's the leading silver-based driver for the younger drivers. Fourth place number 17 Bajlica, the rookie championship leader. Fifth place number 30 Fallon. Sixth number 8 Wiseman. Seventh number 53 Young, who's still just over 3 seconds clear of number 66 Blackburn, who started from the pit lane. Ninth place number 77 Wright, 10th place number 33 Goff, 11th number 4 Duffy, and we lost early on in the restart number 50 Robin Grimwood, who was out of the race, and we lost on the original start Lucas Theo, who brought about the red flags on the first lap with suspension damage to the front of his car. So we've got just over 3 minutes of the race to go, and Ostelhoff suddenly is giving himself a cushion, isn't he? He's just over 1 second clear now.
That's pulling the pin, isn't it? The definition of it. They did 29.7s, traded 29.7s. He stayed on a 29.7 when others dipped into the 130s, and then he's done a 29.5 fastest lap of the race. So he had just that little bit in pocket, you've got to feel, and now he's leaving Beaumont to duke it out with Tom Walker. The pair of them actually doing 130 deads last time through. Technically, Walker was quicker by a couple of hundreds, but it's very close between these two in second and third. Beaumont in the silver, bright yellow and dark blue car, and then it's the E3 Sport colours for the third position machine, which follows Beaumont getting a little bit leery through Sunny in. That gave him a moment to catch before turning the car back in once again to the second part of Sunny. It's Sunny out, and then you power your way in towards the complex once again. Is Walker maybe just going to have a sniff of an opportunity? He's a tenth of a second closer than he was when they begun the lap, albeit he's still not going to be close enough to challenge into the hairpin. He's only got 2 more laps in which to try and get in position to do that.
Screeching tyres in the background on the way through the hairpin in that battle for second between Beaumont and Walker. Bajlica is trying to catch them. It just won't happen for him at the moment, although he was a bit quicker on that lap by 0.3 of a second in the 17 car there in the background coming into Clervaux. Runs in 4th place at the moment, but you know, it's not an entire disaster today so far for him, because he's still going to pick up points for second in class. He's the second best rookie, still going to get onto that rookie podium. Ostelhoff, though, into the final minute and a half of the race. 1.5 seconds clear now. Fastest lap of the race, on course for 37 points out of 37 so far today, with a point for pole that he got as well. So he'll outscore Tom Walker, who's the GTA Championship leader, by 7 points in this race. That will bring the gap down, I reckon, to 28 points between Tom Walker and Joe Ostelhoff. Connor Blackburn will be 95 behind. It'll be 269 for Walker, 241 for Ostelhoff, 174 for Blackburn, and Will Fallon's going to move up to 4th place as it stands with 162, because Robin Grimwood is a non-finisher.
Ostelhoff picked a good weekend to light the circuit, didn't he? 4 races here is a huge opportunity for him to reel in Tom Walker in that GTA class lead. What about further back? Well, this is the second place battle that we're watching. Still, the 13 of Beaumont is just keeping, well, it's almost like watching American football, the stiff arm, isn't it? He's just got a little bit of distance between himself and Tom Walker, keeping him at bay. Bajlica tries, he can't close up, and there's a solid argument that the only real issue for Bajlica here was dropping 1 position off the start, because the gap that appeared in that period of time is what has persisted. Yeah, the time it took him to get past Will Fallon, really, wasn't it? And back up into 4th place. Was it 4 or 5 laps into the race? Since then, the pace has been pretty good, though, which will bode well for the race later on if he can get a better start for
the fourth and final race of the day. It would feel quite fitting, wouldn't it, if he'd be the one to win the 100th race, but we'll see, because there are several drivers that would also like to do it. Osterhoff, Beaumont and Walker, being three of them, all ahead of him at the moment. On the final lap of the race, the clock has ticked down to 0. Osterhoff is just managing the gap now, isn't he? Keeping it at 1.5 seconds. Beaumont in second place, just under a second clear of Walker, who in turn is just over 2 seconds clear of Bielica in fourth place.
Through the S's they go then for what will be the final time. The clock has ticked down to 0, which means the checkered flag will be getting prepared at the flag marshal's post. Just a few corners left to go. It's the sunny out and then sector 3 with the complex in it for Joe Osterhoff. He's had a good season thus far. Let's not forget he won the opening race, but then he was on a bit of a drought until race 2 yesterday. He's about to make it 2 on the bounce after a very, very quick qualifying performance. You wouldn't take him to out to making it 3 in a bounce later on, but that's all still to come. For now, Joe Osterhoff is into the final corner. The 19, the American. He looks quick, he looks good, and he's up towards the checkered flag, which is Wade for Joe Osterhoff. Win number 3 of the season for the American. Behind him, Ian Beaumont does take the rookie class victory in second. Third overall for Tom Walker. Lewis Bleak, second in class, let's not forget. It's a good performance for the championship leader in the rookie order nonetheless. Fifth overall goes to Will Fallon. Then we're expecting Ben Wiseman. It is indeed Ben Wiseman in 6th position. Ash Young should be next up to the line, although I'm not convinced that's going to be true. Connor Blackburn has appeared to gain a position on that final lap for 7th. Ash Young has not come through, so we'll keep an eye out for Ash Young. 8th goes the way of Wright. It's the 33 of Goth that finishes in 9th. And in turn, we will get Damien Duffy, the man from Pontefract, through to complete the 11th position. Ash Young was through in 10th in the end for that one, so dropping a couple of positions on that last lap. Another very exciting Ginetta GT Academy affair, however, and the championship positions just begin to shift that little bit, don't they? The dynamic is now with Joe Osterhoff. Yes, he's got a few more points to close before he can take the lead from Tom Walker, but it's an awful lot smaller than it was when we started the weekend, and that will present an opportunity to him as we get into the rest of the day. Joe Osterhoff takes victory then for Team 1-2 race from Ian Beaumont and Tom Walker. 4th position for Lewis Bielica from Will Fallon and Ben Wiseman. 7th goes to recovering Connor Blackburn. A very good performance for him. He's 4th in class, so we'll pick up a good roll of points. Alan Wright was 8th, Faye Goff 9th, and top 10 completed by Ash Young, with Damien Duffy completing the order in 11th. The only non-finisher in that one, Robin Grimwood, which if you're following along on the stream is the car you can see parked there against the tyre barriers. We'll get that one recovered before we're able to get any sort of racing action back underway. Let's not forget the Ginetta GT Academy will be back with us to conclude proceedings. The 100th Ginetta GT Academy race coming up at the very end of the day. We'll be taking you through all the stats and what's happened over that period, but we've now done 99 races in the Ginetta GT Academy, with the first race having taken place at Brands Hatch, actually, all the way back in May 2021. On that day, it was won by Toby Trice. Race number 99, however, won by Joe Osterhoff. Can he repeat it in race 100? That's a question for the final event of the day as we approach 5 p.m. for that one. It'll be, if we go scheduled, just before 5 p.m, so make sure you don't miss the start of that. Into Parc Fermé come our, well, whole field, but first and foremost, the victors. That's Ian Beaumont getting out of the car, 2nd position for him in a class victory. Joe Osterhoff thumps the top of his Ginetta. He's happy with that one. A good day continues to get better. The number 1 shown to the photographers, along with a thumbs up. And a very American reaction, you got to say. Lots of whooping. He's happy with that one, and I don't blame him, because when he pulled the pin, there was no answer to the pace of Joe Osterhoff. It'll give concern to the likes of particularly Tom Walker, who is running in the same class of him in that GTA division. Ian Beaumont goes over for a chat. I suspect he's saying, well, I thought I had you for a bit there, and then you just disappeared in the gap at the end, almost 1.7 seconds, albeit you suspect with Osterhoff managing it just a little bit once he was able to extend his margin. Tom Walker comes over to congratulate Joe as well. Wind continues to blow here at Croft. it's staying blustery. That'll matter a lot when we get to the next race, because we're going to return to the Ginetta Junior Championship in just a moment or two, and those are very, very light cars indeed, so I'm sure they will know about the fact that it's nice and blustery. The same actually will be true of the cars that we just saw out there, because it does affect the aerodynamics just that little bit, makes the cars tough to drive, and Joe Osterhoff, having got his high in, was absolutely sure of it. What about Lewis Bailica though? 4th at the line. Yes, he's using up maybe a life or two every now and again when it comes to drop scores, but he does have a comfortable lead once you take those into account. He's just got to be wary of the fact that over the last couple of weekends, here or there has been a gap in the armour, a crack that others are beginning to exploit, and it's Ian Beaumont who is doing that most successfully, getting himself onto the overall podium once again. It is also a 3rd podium for him in the class this weekend. He went 2nd, and 1st. Will he be able to complete the symmetry and win the race later on? Recovery in play. Thank you very much to all the marshals, of course, who are, as usual, being put through their paces. Close racing tends to mean that the marshals have plenty to get on with. We got the big yellow grabbing machine, the telehandler, on scene to do just that, some grabbing, and lift the car up onto the flatbed truck that's nearby. The marshals, recovery staff, and everybody else doing a very good job here at the circuit. We thank them. We also need to say thank you for Joe Osterhoff for giving us a solid race there. He's ready to chat down in Parc Fermé.
Thanks very much indeed, Tom. He is indeed, yeah, our race winner. We saw your reaction as you got out of the car, Joe. You're on a roll. I mean, I think that's 6 podiums on the trot, 2nd win of the season. You nailed the start 2nd time around. That was much better than the first start, wasn't it?
It was a bit better. I mean, Ian and I were joking about it. He kind of crept up past me. I was like, where's he going? But I'm glad we figured it out, right? Did everything properly, and then managed to run away with it towards the end there.
So your great racecraft yesterday when you were chasing drivers. Different story today, having to defend. How did you find that?
It felt a little bit like quali, right? You got to make sure you keep space and then just do your thing to kind of get out of there. And fortunately, it looked like we were able to manage our tires over the weekend, and they felt good towards the second half.
Yeah, and you actually pushed away the last few laps. I think you set the fastest lap of the race with about 2 or 3 to go.
There we go. I didn't know that, but that's good. It's an extra little point in the bag, right? So we'll keep rolling.
Yeah, and closing the gap in the championship. I guess you're really looking forward to race 4 as well. I've got to ask you, you've moved to Birmingham in the West Midlands, haven't you? So you talking about the seasoning on the food yesterday not being good enough. Have you tried the Indian food yet in Birmingham? Because it's pretty good.
See, that's not English food though, right? We love the Indian food, right? But it's the same in America. I miss my Mexican food, but got some tastes of home out here. We miss it though.
Good. Well, what you're eating, it's working, Joe. Well done. Great drive, and good luck for race 4 later on.
Thank you. God bless, guys.
Thanks very much, Joe Osterhoff. You're a race winner. Fantastic drive that. We'll try and grab somebody else, but for now, back to you in the commentary box, Tom.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure I agree with them. I suppose it depends what type of curry you get, because a few of them were invented over here, I suppose, if we want to get into that conversation. There's a good set of it in Glasgow, where I'm from nearby as well, actually, as well. Having gone all of that out the way, I'm sure Joe will have some lovely food this evening. Let's take a look back at how Joe Osterhoff found his way to victory. It all begun with a race start that was, well, eventful, to put it that way. The number 7 car, Theo, off the road, front right damage, and that would bring out the red flag, a saving grace for Connor Blackburn, who needed to repair some bodywork damage because the front left corner was smoking all the way back to the pits. Lucas Theo out of the machine, looking somewhat despondently back at the car, and you can understand why, because he would be unable to take the restart once the red flag period had concluded. Whilst that red flag period was carrying on, Connor Blackburn into pit lane, and here is the mechanics doing a sterling job of getting the car fixed. They first checked the front left corner for any mechanical damage, then were able to tape up the front bodywork, and his recovery drive would go from strength to strength as he made his way all the way back up into the top 7 and gets a very good 4th place in class for his troubles. The sun continued to beat down. It was a rather long red flag, we should mention, as the recovery proceeded. We got the marshals on scene. It's always more difficult to lift a car with that much more damage, but eventually we did get them back out onto circuit. The safety car leading them round for what would be a second go at the race start, something Joe Osterhoff was keen to make far more cleanly and simply than he did against Ian Beaumont in the first go. As they came round to take the start, it was only so far that Robin Grimwood could go, with his car smoking and retiring on lap 1 of that restarted full-length race. Joe Osterhoff did maintain the lead on his second attempt, And as a result, it was then all eyes in the mirrors trying to keep the nippy and excitable Ian Beaumont machine behind, who was having a little look here, a little look there. The same cannot be said for Lewis Bielica, who dropped down the order initially behind these cars you see on screen at the moment, but he did make the progress, unfortunately. Once he was in front of Fallon, he was unable to get any closer to the top 3, and for a little while, Fallon in the 30 car did give the championship leader from the rookie class just that little bit more attention than I think Bielica would have really wanted. Blackburn's recovery continued. Next up on his target was Alan Wright in the 77, and also Hoff out front just began to stretch his legs. Beaumont would get close, and they traded lap times, often matching each other to within a couple hundredths of a second, albeit Beaumont could never get close enough to challenge, and eventually Osterhoff would pull the pin, setting the fastest lap of the race in the process. Whilst all of that played out, Ash Young had a pirouette near the end of the race, dropping a few positions on that final lap, but it was Joe Osterhoff who took the victory from Ian Beaumont, and a very successful drive for Tom Walker. So there are your results then. Joe Osterhoff with victory, Ian Beaumont second and third for Tom Walker. Fourth for Lewis Bielica. It's a solid drive for him nonetheless. Let's keep in mind that a second position is still plenty of points within the class standings. Will Fallon was fifth, Ben Wiseman sixth, and Blackburn eventually recovering up into seventh position. Alan Wright eighth, despite a sterling effort to keep Blackburn away for a number of laps, with Fagoff and Ash Young completing the top 10 post-pirouette. Damien Duffy rounded out the overall order. And we can begin to think about what comes next, because we've done our first set of races here at Croft. For Ian Beaumont, it'll be a race later on, but first of all, let's talk to him about how we got a class win in this one.
Yeah, class win, second place overall. Really good race for Ian Beaumont. Ian, thanks for your patience. Ian's been enjoying the cooling breeze here in Parc Ferme. Still hot in the car, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought it'd be a bit colder today, but no, it still was warm. It's nice to actually get out of the car and get a bit of a break, although it's only, what, an hour and a half, 2 hours, and we're back to it again.
Do you like this format? Because you're in and out of the car pretty regularly. You don't get much time to think or look at data, I guess.
No, it's quite full on. It's quite good, but you don't get no time for rest. It used to be nice to go back to the lorry, have a little relax, but you don't get time for that. It's literally in one and straight back to the other.
And you got like a five hour drive home tonight. Are you going to do that tonight, or are you going to just crash out somewhere?
No, yeah, I'll be doing that tonight. Well, I brought my lorry with me, so we stay on site, so I'll be driving that back. Not as fast as what I've been driving today.
You have to tame yourself down on the roads, don't you, with all the adrenaline that's been flowing. Really good weekend so far. You must be well pleased with the way it's gone and the class win. And actually, you're not that far behind Lewis because of the way the points work and because you've been so consistent.
Yeah, I don't try to keep too much an eye on the points. I just try and do meeting by meeting and see how we get on. But yeah, I struggled quite a lot on Friday for practice. It was the first time I ever even seen the track, really. I'd had no testing time or nothing. So I just had to learn the track on the Friday and then straight to it on the Saturday and qualifying. And yeah, it was good.
You were absolutely loving the track, the fast sections when we were talking while we were waiting to come on air about the back of the circuit, how quick it is out there. You really enjoy driving it.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, the fast ones are really good, and when you're slowing down to like Sunny Inn, it's real tough on the brakes, and you have to be really careful. But it's such a good track to drive. Yeah.
And I guess you get more and more confident each time you do a lap around here, don't you? You just get to know it and start thinking about it less and just do it more naturally.
Yeah, you do, until you overcook it and go too fast into the bend, and then you have to go, oh, after the next lap we have to slow it down a bit. But yeah, you do get used to it.
It's a mega job. Well done on that race. Good luck for the final race later on, which is going to be the 100th race. So see if you can win that one, eh?
Yeah, that'll be the one to win, so we'll have a good go.
Thanks very much, Ian. Ian Beaumont, great class win in second place. Let's see if we can grab somebody else now. We'll send our third place man down here. It's just looking calm and casual. Tom Walker. See if we can pounce upon him. Tom, grab a quick word while we're waiting for the cars to go out. How was out there? It's close to start with, but it looks like it's a bit of a wrestling match for you at the end of the race again with the car.
Yeah, better than it was before, to be fair. But yeah, steady old race, stayed where we started, so yeah, good effort really.
Yeah, you're not far off in terms of pace though, are you? You can be up there with them for the race at the start in race 4. You've got a chance of moving forward, I would say.
Yeah, well, when you look at the times, it was, it's really close. So hopefully we can maybe mix it up in the next one and see what happens.
You nailed the start a second time round. That was a much better start than the original start before the red flag.
Yeah, I got a bit of a shunt, so yeah, I was happy that we got a restart, to be fair.
Any damage to the car? Is it going to be okay?
Yeah, I can see a bit of damage from here, so probably more for William to do now.
It's tough for the teams, isn't it? It's not a great deal of time to turn the cars around. Is that in your mind when you drive and you think, oh, don't do anything silly because we've only got about an hour to fix this?
I don't really think that far ahead, to be fair, which is probably bad for William. He always does his best, though.
Keep smiling. Buy him a beer later, it'll be all right. Listen, well done. Good luck for the race 4 later on. Be nice to win that centenary race, the 100th race, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even know, but yeah, that would be great.
Save the best for last. Well done, Tom. Tom Walker there, coming home in 3rd place. Let's see what he can do in race 4, which is coming up as our last race of the day. Tom, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Good to hear from a couple of the drivers there. Talking about that centenary, first race we mentioned just a moment ago was won by Toby Trice. The 25th race in Ginetta GT Academy history was taken by Mark Warren. Mark actually has since gone on to do plenty more racing and has been very, very quick. In turn, the 50th race, the halfway point, won by Nick White, who still holds the record for the most number of GTA class podiums, actually, Nick White, with a whopping 27. So it makes sense that he had the form to go and win race number 50. And most recently, the 75th race was won by a name that you'll be very familiar with from this weekend's action, Harry Gamble. And during his time in the Ginetta GT Academy, before stepping up into the championship, took victory in race number 75. We know Joe Osterhoff won race number 99. Will that be a signifier that he's going to move on to win the 100th as well in what is the 6th season of the Ginetta GT Academy? Those 100 races actually accrued over 34 race meetings, so a solid number of meetings, races per meeting is my takeaway from that one. We'll get more into the stats about that centenary from the Ginetta GT Academy in due course, but let's take a look at how the rest of the day is going to shape up. We've seen qualifying, we've seen the first set of races, and that brings us to the Ginetta Junior Championship. Up first in the final cycle of races, so to speak. It was scheduled for 20 to 4. We're now hearing that the cars will be released onto the grid at 4 p.m, so we're about 20 minutes behind schedule as it stands. After the Ginetta Juniors, we'll then see race number 2 of the day and 4 of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Championship. That one, if we're 20 minutes behind schedule, coming at just after 4:30. And in turn, the GT Academy will round out proceedings, bringing us all the way potentially to about 5:30 in the evening. So we'll keep an eye on that one since we're getting a little bit later on the day for that 100th race. Up next, however, it is going to be the Ginetta Junior Championship. You can see them just beginning to appear in the assembly area. You've got, and that's Riley Cranham across on the left. Lewis Goff, championship leader, still sitting in the middle. Jacob Ashcroft there or thereabouts as well. He's in that papaya machine with Elite Motorsport, of course, being involved with McLaren this year. So there is a clear pathway for Jacob Ashcroft if he can catch the eyes of some of those out there. We've also got the pace performance machine of Harry Bartle in the mix. Bartle will actually start from the front 2 rows of the grid in the upcoming race, so keep an eye out for Harry. That's more like the qualifying we've seen from him in recent rounds. He's not necessarily putting it on pole all the time, but he has been very, very quick indeed. When we look at the poles, Bartle has 2 coming into the weekend. There was a couple for Lewis Goff as well. And then, of course, Riley Cranham had picked up a couple yesterday, and he's got 2 more coming into today's action. So that actually means that Cranham now has the 4 poles to his name, which puts him all the way to the top. With that said, we would love to get a look at what happened yesterday, because there was plenty of action all the way through the day. And so the Ginetta Junior Championship, when we look back at it, well, pack racing from start to finish. This was Melvin Kaluzjan making his way through the S's in what was a queue of cars following Dan Oliver, who was actually involved in a little bit of strife. There was moments all around. That was the 21 MK racing car getting turned around into the complex, making his way all the way up to the tyre wall, but not quite into it. He will be able to get that car going once again. A replay of how exactly that incident played out. You can see there was some contact behind helping him along his way. That car going very well earlier on in the day, in fact, so we'll expect to see that one back in the mixer once again. again. Josh Watts, another driver who's been up and down and all over the place over the course of the day. That was him making a lovely pass down the inside of Noah Young into the right-hander of Tower. Josh Watts, a driver that picked up victory back at Oulton Park. We'll see whether or not he's able to do the same here today. Another pass we're seeing regularly is that lunge into the hairpin. There's Jesse Phillips just snatching the front left corner a little bit as he tries to pull a fast one on Melvin Collusion. It does then often allow you in the juniors to get better drive out because they do struggle to accelerate off of the block pass when one is put on you. Riley Cranham took victory in that with a controversial fashion in yesterday's action. This then was yet more battling as we got the next race underway, with Goff looking to the outside of Cranham off the grid earlier on. They will pull themselves over to the racing line, and Goff, try as he might, couldn't quite get the advantage despite having his nose in head as they entered Clairvaux on that first lap. They then pile through into the second corner on the race circuit and make their way round. And this is exactly the type of thing you need to prepare for today, because there's Harrison Mackie taking his line, and it meant that Riley Cranham and indeed Lewis Goff were then forced into going wide. Max Murray, another driver to keep an eye on. He's the number 17 in that shot there, and he's one that has always kept us entertained over the course of the season. In this race, however, at the front, once again, we were looking at Cranham versus Mackie versus Ashcroft, and Dan Oliver in the mix once again in yesterday's race number 2. Josh Watts was in the mix further back, but Max Murray was the one making moves up in the front order for a little while, and we're very used to seeing that from him. Question is, can in the second race today he make a little bit more progress up the order and then stay there, because too often he's been involved in some sort of drama which has then resulted in him dropping down the pack, such as you can see there, Harry Bartle trying to get involved for good measure. That was the 9 car of Bailey Doughty off the road at Clairvaux, which required a safety car in order to get that MK Racing Ginetta back into the pit lane and recovered well out of the way. When we got racing back underway, battle was resumed between Mackie and Cranham. Mackie up the inside into Tower, Cranham around the outside. Jacob Ashcroft getting a good dose of slipstream all the meanwhile. In turn, they make their way up towards Sunny, and Ashcroft is able to give a little bit of head and shoulders to Riley Cranham, which earlier on in the day today was actually repaid, and then a little bit more, I think, towards the closing stages. Jesse Phillips versus Harry Bartle and Melvin Collusion raged on throughout the day, including in this stage of race 2. And there you can see Josh Watts battle scars. He's given us a little tip of the cap there with the bonnet coming loose. Yet more drama further back. That was the number 7 fighting out hard with Jorn Helder in the pack, and Harry Bartle got yet more drama in the very closing stages of the race, found himself shoveled out wide and dropping all those positions that he fought so hard to gain against the R Racing and Elite Motorsport cars. Mackie out front, however, from Jacob Ashcroft looked encouraging. And so the question will be, will he be able to repeat that performance in today's racing action? Contact further back in the pack. That was Ethan Brass getting involved just a little bit in the midfield, but Mackie, a clean drive for him. He'll be happy with that performance, embraces his team, and that leads us on to today, where we've already had one race. Race number 2, we'll see a familiar face on pole position, Riley Cranham setting the fastest lap in qualifying earlier on, and the second fastest lap in qualifying for good measure. He will also have Lewis Goff alongside him on the front row, and Jacob Ashcroft in the mixer as well. We're getting close to the Ginetta Junior Championship, just under 5 minutes now until the cars are released out onto the grid. So let's get prepared for the Ginetta Junior Championship, powered by Sunoco Race Fuels. Here we go then. Time for the Ginetta Junior Championship to return to the circuit for their 4th race of the weekend. It is the Ginetta Juniors powered by Sunoco Race Fuels. There'll be an award for the fastest lap at the end of this one, and we set on board with Melvin Collusion as he prepares to get himself into the fray for what is bound to be an incredibly exciting affair. Up in the commentary box, it's myself, Tom Davis. We've had the magnificent Chris Hartley return from Parc Fermé. Chris, I think we know what we're expecting here. It's going to be start to finish chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Ginetta Juniors, of course. Who's your money on? God knows, because it could be any one of about 10, 12 drivers, couldn't it? Thanks, by the way, for calling me magnificent. I haven't been ever called that before, not even by Mrs. Hartley. In fact, never by Mrs. Hartley.
She's got to up her game.
I've probably got to up my game. That's the truth of it. Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, this. So we have had 3 great races so far, haven't we? And we had Jacob Ashcroft and Harrison Mackie winning the races yesterday. I thought a really determined and mature drive from Ronnie Cranham to win race 3 after, what must have been pretty difficult to deal with, having a race win taken away overnight for the contact that he had with Harrison in the race yesterday. But he's bounced back brilliantly, hasn't he, with that that pole position this morning and then getting the race win. So fairly typical stuff, really. 3 races, 3 completely different race winners, but all 3 of those drivers have been up there in the mix. But they're not the only ones, are they? We could well get a 4th different race winner in this one, because there have been a few others knocking on the door.
It wouldn't surprise me. Harry Bartle's been getting a little bit quicker as the weekend goes on. I'm still waiting for that first Max Murray win, because he looks quick enough for it. He's just consistently involved in one battle too many. Let's also keep an eye out for Lewis Goff. We shouldn't forget about him, just because he's had a race weekend that, by his margins, has been a little bit slower than we normally expect. He's picked up a victory at every single event thus far. If he wants one at Croft, he's got to do it now.
Yeah, but it was interesting to hear him talk to you this morning already about, I don't need to win all the races. I just need to keep picking up points. It's up to them to win the races and catch me up. So he wasn't panicking, was he? He was very much thinking, well, might have a not great day or not as good a day as before, but if I can still pick up some podiums, some points, it's going to be okay. So, yeah, we'll see how that fares. Of course, if he gets a chance to try and win, he will do so. And, sometimes you've got to attack. You can't just go in there defensive-mindedly thinking, well, I've got a championship lead. A 4th or a 5th will do, because that's when you get sucked into the pack, and that's when dramas can happen. And what about Jesse Phillips as well, knocking on the door harder and harder to get that first race victory?
Jesse Phillips right up there in the championship now as well. Lewis Goff still with the advantage. He buys 60 points, but over both Jacob Ashcroft and Jesse Phillips as a result. So the pair of them linked together in 2nd and 3rd. Harry Bartle over the course of the weekend, having been Goff's closest challenger in the opening rounds, he's found himself down in 4th position due to having, I think, slightly worse form than we'd expected coming into this weekend. Harrison Mackie in 5th, and Max Murray 6th position. This is exactly why we're expecting that first win to come before too long, because he has been there or thereabouts on multiple occasions. Picked up a 3rd at Alton Park, picked up a 3rd earlier on in the weekend. But when does that win, even when does the 2nd place come? Because he's always quick.
Yeah, exactly right. But you take it as you come, and they say, well, they expect it, don't they? They expect they're going to be in a battle, they're going to be going up and down the order, that it's going to be hard, that you might not win, you might do a perfect job and still not win because of the nature of the racing. We're looking at a hardy bunch of spectators up on the banking. Thankfully, it's a warm wind, but it is very, very windy out there. And most people have been going around, in swimwear this week, but for the first time in about a week, we've got people wearing hoodies and coats and getting a bit chilly up on the banking.
His t-shirt's fitting him a bit tighter than I think it was earlier on in the day, is the takeaway of that one. We should also touch on the fact that there's a couple of drivers making their Ginetta Junior debuts this weekend. Ian Danixka has become the first Romanian driver to race in the championship. He was also one of the youngest ever. Of course, yesterday it was 14 years and 8 days. Today, 14 years and 9 days. He's already too old. And Luca Lowen is driving for Pace Performance for the first time. He's actually a former Ginetta Junior scholarship finalist, so don't count him out of a good result. He's been going through the teething process earlier on in the day, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's just over the coming rounds just making those little steps towards the front, because everybody else has had so much more track time than him.
Try and put that in context as well. 14-year-olds, they've only been at big school for 3 years. They're 3 years away from being able to apply for a driving license to drive a car on the road, yet they're racing at 120 miles an hour on these high-speed racetracks all around the UK and racing very well. And they've already been doing this kind of racing in karts in the majority of cases for, as I say, 5 or 6 or 7 years. It used to be that you couldn't come into karting until you were 8 years old in cadets, but in the more recent times, you were able to come into karts age 5 or 6 racing in Bambino. So some of these could have almost had a decade of experience. Yet, you know, they're not even old enough to drive on the road. It's amazing, really, isn't it?
It's worth noting, though, you come in at 14 here, and the ladder from this point can be incredibly steep. You go from Ginetta Juniors, and you look at the single-seater path, maybe a season in GB4, GB3, as you see when we're running as part of the British GT package, and in turn, then you look at what comes next. Well, it's a leap to something international, and very quickly into the FIA series, which is what all of these guys will have their minds on if something goes very well. The other route, of course, is up the Ginetta ladder that we're seeing here this weekend. If you can make the step into the GT Academy, well, from there, there's very clear pathways into the British GT Championship.
Absolutely right. Youngest ever race winner in Ginetta Juniors was 14 years and 68 days old, Leo Robinson, a couple of years ago at Silverstone in 2023. The oldest ever race winner was the grand old age of 17 years and 271 days. That was Adam Smalley, who's a McLaren factory driver in GT World Challenge these days, and has been a Porsche Carrera Cup champion and a Ginetta champion as well. So yeah, it's fantastic to have this experience at this young age. So then when you do get to 17 or 18 years of age, you are in a really good position to build upon your GT racing career. Right, let's take a look at the grid then.
Let's take a look at the grid indeed. The cars are lined up on it, and pole position once again goes the way of Riley Cranham. Alongside him, the number 4 of Lewis Golf Championship leader, starting from the head of the field. On the second row, you'll find Jacob Ashcroft and Harry Bartle. That's 46 and 73, with Max Murray and Harrison Mackie, multiple race winner, nipping at their heels on row number 3. Row 4 is home to Jesse Phillips in the 26 and Melvin Kalusian in that Red Bull liveried 5 car. Devon Hagelin, the Dutchman, goes from 9th spot in the number 8, with Josh Watts completing your top 10 in the 22. Sebastian Luch goes from 11th, Daniel Oliver from 12th, and 13th goes to the debutant Ian Denixka for Elite Motorsport, with Vladislav Tomenchuk alongside for company. Row number 8 is where you find Henry Cameron and Addison Smith. That's 11 and 15, with row 9 home to Jordan Helder and Noah Young. Further back than we would expect necessarily for the 95 machine. In turn, we'll get back onto row number 10, where you find Ethan Brass and Dominic Darling. That's the 21 and 47, with Vicky Farfus just outside that top 20, starting from the head of row 11, with Bailey Doughty for company in the number 9 car. The final full row of the grid is row 12. Andrew Robinson and Anesu Mafamulo are finding each other for company, with Luca Lewin rounding out the field. The cars are away on their green flag lap. Unlike our other championships here this weekend, it will be a standing start. So a lap to get some temperature into the tyres. They'll pull back onto the grid, stop, and then we'll watch the lights go on, go out, at which point you all know the drill. We go racing. So they'll make their way round. Conditions pretty similar to what they had earlier on in the day. Maybe a smidge more wind. Chris, you were out there most recently. Has anything changed?
I think it's picked up a bit more, actually, if anything. So, yeah, it's quite a swirling wind as well. It's not always in the same direction. You can see that from the trees. It's moving around there to the right of the picture. So it's definitely affecting things, although not making things any cooler in the car, as Ian Beaumont said from the GT Academy. It's still roasting hot in the cars, but it's definitely moving them and pitching them around a little bit. So a different challenge for the drivers today. Lewis Goff, despite his ups and downs this weekend, podium yesterday, yes, DNF yesterday, yes, as well, and then a penalty dropping him down the order, down the tail end of the top 10 in today's first race, still leading the championship by 60 points, 323 for him. Jacob Ashcroft and Jesse Phillips, 263, tied for second. Harry Bartle, fourth on 256 points, and they're all going to be in the mix for this race.
Don't be surprised if the next time you see that shot at the Jim Clark S's, they're going side by side. We know that the outside line for the first part has been favoured by many of the drivers. Strategy-wise, I don't know about you, but I'm expecting Riley Cranham to try and lead from the front once again. It worked for him very well in the race earlier on this afternoon. He will once again be hoping to hold those behind at bay and sense an opportunity to break away at the front. Lewis Goff made a good jump off the line in race number 3 of the weekend. If he can go a little bit better than that, then he may genuinely challenge Riley Cranham into the first corner, but he'll have to be wary of the in-form Jacob Ashcroft starting from third behind, and Harry Bartle with well, a win would help to salvage what's otherwise been a rather disappointing weekend for the 73, and he's certainly got the form and the pace to do it based on the rest of the season if you take it on aggregate. Max Murray alongside, we've seen he can be exciting. Keep an eye on the 17 starting from 5th as well. Last few cars will pull up into position. There's an interesting point at the grid from Dan Oliver backwards where there's 4 Elite Motorsport cars in a row. That'll keep us in the commentary box nice and busy with all the same liveries in position. Behind them, Addison Smith actually will have a similar view. Not entirely sure who they're racing. Last car pulls up into position, which will allow us to get the green flag waved, and all eyes will turn to the front of the grid and those red lights waiting to come on. Red lights come on then, the revs rise, we hold, and they go out. We go racing here at Croft for the final time of the Ginetta Junior Championship. Good getaway, Riley Cranham. He's not going to be under pressure from Lewis Goff, at least at first, and he'll hug the inside line all the way down to the first corner. Ashcroft is possibly looking to do something a little bit different in third. Bartle swoops to the racing line to cut back, but the top 4 remain as you were, with them running line astern into that first corner. Noah Young keen to gain a position in this opening lap as well, but not able to do it into Hawthorne Bend. May get the run going out to the corner, however, the 95, but a brilliant start from Cranham as he leads through the chicane once again. Slipstream going the way of Goff and Ashcroft behind. Bartle trying to buy into this. Max Murray trying to buy into this with Harrison Mackie still going with them as well. They fan out into the braking zone of Tower on this first lap, and still the 2R racing cars head the field from Jacob Ashcroft.
Goff has been excellent all weekend long coming out of that chicane, hasn't he? And again, he closed up to the race leader, Riley Cranham, but couldn't quite find a way through there. He might be about to find a way through potentially when they're next at the brakes on the way into Sunny in, Sunny out, because he's tucked up right behind the number 18 car. Look at him almost pushing Riley Cranham through Barcroft into the braking zone for Sunny. They go, but Cranham is very good at, we've already seen today, at defending his race lead and positioned that car perfectly. There was no gap, there was no opportunity for Goff to try and find a way through. Ashcroft just behind in 3rd place. Bartle absolutely thudded the curbs at the start on the way through the first corner, but survived. He's there in 4th place, and it was all very calm at the start of the race. Everybody behaving themselves. Long may that continue. Probably won't. They're coming to the hairpin then. Everybody in a big snake of Ginetta G forces, with Riley Cranham leading the way. He's going to lead at the end of the first lap, but Lewis Goff is pushing him hard here. I think he really wants to get at least one win out of the Croft weekend so far. Jacob Ashcroft, who's already had a win, he's right behind them in 3rd.
Lewis Goff so good on the brakes. He had a nibble into the complex, but Cranham had saw it coming. He would have had a nibble into the hairpin if it wasn't covered off quite so proactively. Bollard's obliterated on lap number 2. Bartle has to cover off an assault from what would have been Jesse Phillips. Great start from Phillips, up 2 positions into the top 5. A couple of our Elite Motorsport cars have come together. That'll include Hagelin, I suspect, in that pack, going across the gravel trap. The other ones to the inside of the field. They should be able to get themselves going. They have, but the Elite Motorsport cars losing a lot of positions after colliding with each other.
Yeah, just keeping my eye coming out of the chicane of Max Murray as well. He's about to try and line up a move to try and gain a position up on Harrison Mackie as Jacob Ashcroft finds a gap on the way through Tower Bend to try and get 2nd place away from Lewis Goff, the championship leader. Remember, he's closing the gap to the championship leader. He's up into joint 2nd in the championship, Jacob Ashcroft. He's up to 2nd in the race now as well as they emerge from the trees and out into Barcroft. He's got the job done. So up to 2nd place for Jacob. Jacob is getting better and better, isn't he, as this season goes on. And so these 3 absolutely glued together. It's Riley Cranham down at Sunny from Jacob Ashcroft in the 46 car, the orange and black car. Then it is Lewis Goff there in 3rd place. Harry Bartle is 4th. 5th is Jesse Phillips. Harrison Mackie, I think, has just about held on to 6th from Max Murray's attack coming down into Tower Bend. Clustian, Hagelin and Oliver also running in the top 10 at the end of this 2nd lap of the race. It's a big old squabble going on with Jesse Phillips and right behind him Harry Bartle and Harrison Mackie in the 2nd group of cars, all together at the hairpin. 4th, 5th, 6th, really all the way down to 10th place in a big long snake.
They've got to be wary of the fact that the top 3, whilst not working together, have managed to put a fair amount of distance between themselves and the snake from 4th position down. Across the line they come once again. Cranham, Ashcroft, Goff, your order. Goff's not going to take that line down. The 4 car as close as you like to the back of Ashcroft for what would be 2nd position. Bounding over the curbs goes Bartle and Mackie as they both try and give chase to Jesse Phillips. Bartle maybe out just a smidge wide as they came into Hawthorne Bend. Then you've got the chicane, and the run up towards Tower is Bartle, having been on a different line, now the one that's vulnerable to Harrison Mackie. Mackie will be in the slipstream, takes away back to the racing line. Goff is on the racing line, and Ashcroft's trying to do the pair of them. Up the inside goes the 46. Jacob Ashcroft gets his elbows out, gets his knees out, and anything else he can do to hold the 2R Racing Machines at bay. Goff's going to come around the outside of his teammate for good measure. The 4-car into the Jim Clark S's. He's got one. Can he get the other? Ashcroft's on a slightly questionable line here, and he's going to lose some momentum. Goff comes to get alongside and trying to buy back into it. It's Riley Cranham. For a moment they were 3 wide. Ashcroft's got the advantage. Here comes Cranham to the outside of Sonny, and surely he cannot make that work. He's still got the overlap and backs out of it. Ashcroft, Goff, Cranham your order, and I have no idea how it happened.
Fantastic racing. Much more of this to come, and it's everybody's rolling their sleeves up, and the gloves are off, aren't they, for this final race of the weekend, and they all want to win it. So Ashcroft gets his nose in front because he won yesterday, but he didn't get the chance to enjoy being on the top step of the podium because it was only after the results changed overnight that he was given the win. He's leading, but he's under attack going through that hairpin from the number 4 car of Lewis Goff. Coming into the fray in 4th place as well is Jesse Phillips. It's going to be a 4-way battle, maybe a 6 or 8-way battle for the lead of the race soon, because everybody else catching up as they hold each other up in that lead battle. So their big advantage starting to dwindle now. Certainly Jesse Phillips has caught up to them. Ashcroft into Clervaux leads in the 46 car, then Lewis Goff number 4, then Riley Cranham at number 18. Number 7 coming into the pits is Ian Danitska with a problem. Further back into Tower Bend, Daniel Oliver pulled off a good move on the Red Bull liveried Calustian car to get through. So number 12 up to 8th place now. Also in the top 10 we've got Josh Watts and the race leading trio now all about to gang up on each other once again going into Tower Bend. Who's going to get there first? Who's going to get out of the corner first? I think it'll still be Jacob Ashcroft just about, with Lewis Goff hanging on to 2nd place, Riley Cranham and Jesse Phillips with them as well. And the reason Jesse Phillips is with them, he's got the fastest lap of the race now.
Jesse Phillips still searching for that first race victory in 3rd, and with this lead group it's going to be a great opportunity to do it. Once again Jacob Ashcroft is at the front and fending off a trio of our racing machines. Up the inside comes Cranham. Ashcroft is way off into the dust. He's going to go deep. He's going to go straight on. Does he even get that stop before he encounters something solid? Cranham will lead from Phillips and Goff. No sign of where Ashcroft went, but he's certainly not in the lead group anymore.
No, I think if we get to see that again on a replay, I think there might well have been a bit of contact there, which at that speed was enough to send Ashcroft onto the grass and then onto this wild ride. So his chances of a win, of a podium, have completely gone now. And Cranham leads. Jesse Phillips getting into the mix, though, holding the inside line on the way into the hairpin there in that 2nd place, taking advantage. But red flag is coming out. It might be to do with the Jacob Ashcroft incident potentially. So the race is going to be stopped. They get the news straight away in the cars. They see the red flags from the marshals, and immediately, to his credit, the race leader stops them on track at the beginning of the grid hatchings in the number 18 car, Riley Cranham. When we do get restarted, they will restart in the race order that they were in the last full complete lap before the red flag came out. Right, so we can see, yeah, he ended up in the tyre barrier. He's out of the car. We can see in the background he's walking away. Jacob Ashcroft is okay, but that was a big old off, wasn't it? It was a wild ride onto the grass. But the main thing is that Jacob has got out of the car. We've seen that. We've seen him walking on his own. They will check him out, I think, as a matter of course, to make sure that he's okay in the medical centre. But he's got out of the car on his own after a pretty high-speed incident coming out of Barcroft. He's okay, but the car is damaged, out of the race. That's what's brought about the red flag. And that is a real shame, because Jacob Ashcroft had been having an absolutely stellar weekend up until that point.
Such a quick part of the circuit as well for him to have that incident. The problem is you come through the Jim Clark S's and it is flat, but we've been saying all weekend it's not easy flat, particularly side by side. You don't even really get a chance for the car to steady itself because you're then straight into Barcroft. And so at that point he's coming on a different line. Maybe there was a touch that helps him on his way at some point, and it's become so difficult to gather the car up. Even if you were going to make sunny, let alone when you end up on the grass and then the balance is all over the place. So the cars, as you say, lined up on what will become the grid, with Cranham at the front of the order from the 26 of Jesse Phillips and Lewis Goff. What it does do is pull the cars that were just behind back into play. The likes of Harry Bartle, Harrison Mackie, they'd lost touch with that front group, and now they will be in the mix again.
Yeah, it was all starting to get pretty close anyway. As soon as that top three started fighting each other, you can see you lose best part of a second when you start scrapping each other, especially when you do it at somewhere like the complex, and suddenly a nice big advantage disappears and everybody's back on your case. Yeah, but we have seen once again, and he demonstrated this in the first race today, didn't he? Riley Cranham, I would say for what, 3/4 of the first race this morning, had them all over him, didn't he? And apart from once when Lewis Goff managed to get past him through the hairpin over the start-finish line, he led the entire race. He got Lewis Goff back straight away when he got back into first position on the braking zone into Clervaux corner. And then at the end of the race, he just sort of got his head down, put in some quick lap times, let them fight each other, and sort of cruised to the victory. But we have seen some really good racecraft, some really good defensive driving from Riley, who has eyes everywhere, because you've got to look left, you've got to look right, you've got to look in your mirrors, but you've also got to try and concentrate on what you're doing and position the car ideally for the racing line into the corners.
It's a good strategy to start practicing as well, because Zandvoort, of course, a Grand Prix circuit is narrow in places for a Grand Prix circuit, but for Ginetta Juniors it'll be plenty big enough. That said, in turn we go to Snetterton, which is a tight nippy circuit where he may be able to do something similar. He'll have problems down the back straight, but it'll be no different to a couple of the longer straights here if he's able to keep them at bay. So a good strategy for him to start deploying in his quest to climb back up the championship order. He's made it as high as 7th as a result of yesterday's proceedings, and at the moment he would be on course to nip a couple of positions potentially off the likes of Max Murray if it continues as this way.
Great opportunity, isn't it, to go and race at Zandvoort. Right, they've already done one Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone. They get a full Grand Prix track, at least it is at the moment, the Formula 1 track of Zandvoort, which was renovated in 2020. Got this big banking at the Arie Luijendijk corner, the last corner, which is, you know, treacherous. When you go, I've been around it on a bicycle, right? When you're at the top of that banking on a bicycle, you look down, you think, if I fall off my bike now, this is going to be like a vertical drop down to the bottom of the banking. It's pretty airy. It's so steep through there. They got the banking in the 5th corner in the middle of the lap as well. But it's a proper old school track, like it's a proper race track out in the dunes. It's only a couple of 100 metres from the beach. If you get the chance ever to go to Zandvoort, highly recommend it, because it always feels like a bit of a holiday when you go there as well. You go racing, then you can go and have a walk on the beach. There's always loads of, it's pretty windy there because it's the North Sea coast, so it's always pretty full of windsurfers and kite surfers out on the beach. But it's just a really great venue and a proper old school track. As you say, for Ginetta Juniors, they'll be able to overtake there. Bigger cars, it's sometimes a struggle to overtake, although there are places that you can get through. But you'll never speak to a driver that doesn't love the challenge of driving around Zandvoort, because at the back of the circuit, if you climb up the hill and you go up to the real quick parts up in the dunes, it is absolutely immense to watch the cars through there. We're looking at what's left of the number 67 car of Vlad Tomanchuk, who's lost the back of the car. And there it is. We found it in the pit lane. So that's for sale. That'll be on eBay later on. His car's a bit lighter than it was, but it's also looking a bit more second-hand than it was as well. But it's not going to stop him, is it? Right, so the safety car is reversing into position. We can see that in the background, the medical ambulance is heading back to its position as well, which all kind of suggests that we are starting to get into the process where we're going to get back into the build-up for the restart, with, at the moment, they've rounded the time remaining down to 13 minutes it will be for the restart.
The teams are going to be kept busy before Zandvoort, actually, because it's only in a couple of weeks. The 11th and 12th of July, they make their way there. That'll be live as well if you want to follow it along. I know I will be after having had so much fun here at Croft. Still, what will be a 13-minute resumed race when we get it back underway. I wonder if for Vladislav Tomanchuk, that loss of bodywork, let's call it, the drag reduction system he's deployed, speaking of Grand Prix circuits, I wonder if that will be as a result of the intra-elite contact we saw down at the first couple of corners.
Yeah, teammates by name, but they're all out for themselves, aren't they, of course? They're not really trying to help each other. No, the team would much prefer it if they didn't damage each other. It's going to be a 13-minute race duration. It is confirmed. We'll restart in the running order. You can see in the background, the drivers are fanning the doors open, aren't they? So it just shows it might be a bit cooler out here with that wind chill factor, but you are still baking hot in these cars, which is why these drivers do a lot of physical fitness work, just like me and Tom. We're down the gym every morning, aren't we, at 6 o'clock in the morning?
Speak for yourself. I've never been to the gym in my life. You were talking about a bicycle around Zandvoort there. That's getting a bit foreign.
I never said I went quickly. I just went around on a bike. It's quite slowly, actually.
You're spot on about that sort of situation, though. I remember Commonwealth Games were in Glasgow, and last time they were there, we went to the velodrome.
Yeah.
It was a similar situation. You sat there on the top of what's about 2.5-story building looking down at these cyclists. It's a long way.
Yeah, you don't realise just how steep it is, do you? I was very lucky lots of years ago to interview at the Manchester Velodrome Sir Chris Hoy. And we said, oh, is there any chance we could do the interview with your bike in the background? He said, yeah, just go and grab it. I was like, you sure you want me to touch your bike? I mean, that must be like tens of £1,000s worth of kit. He's like, no problem, go and grab it. It's the lightest thing I've ever picked it. And this bike, I could pick the whole thing up with my little fingers. No weight to it whatsoever. We did the interview. Sir Chris was fantastic as ever. But yeah, you're right. You look over the precipice, you're like, blimey. You don't really realise from TV just how steep the banking is. So yeah, watch the Zandvoort coverage in a couple of weeks' time. You'll see what we mean about the banking at Harry Lyndike turn. But for me, the best part of the course is at the back at the Rob Slottermacher corner, where they come over a crest, flat out. You see GT3 cars through there, and they go literally airborne at something like 140 miles an hour. It's insane, absolutely insane. And from the spectator's point of view, if you go there, you're on the other side of the fence, but you're actually really close to the edge of the circuit there. You're probably only about 10 metres away from the edge of the circuit. It's pretty scary.
One of my favourite Chris Hoy stories is when he was making his rallying debut. Of course, he's done plenty of racing himself. Plenty of damage for Addison Smith there, actually, on the pictures. But Chris Hoy rallying debut at the McRae Rally Challenge at Scotland, and there was a stage where he came through slower than we'd been expecting. And we went and spoke to him. We said, Chris, what's going on? And he told us that he'd gotten so into it that in amongst his immense strength, he just pulled the gear lever off, and so it becomes stuck in gear. Addison Smith is maybe going to have some bodywork pulled off here, because that looks pretty loose for the 15 car further back in the pack. Some of the mechanics getting up to try and sort it out. Josh Watts' car looks worse for wear as well.
You can tell it's the last race of the weekend, can't you?
There'll be work to do on that one before it goes to Zandvoort.
Yeah, well, every other race or qualifying session today, you've only had about 50 minutes to get the car turned around, but now the drivers are like, you're all right, you've got a couple of weeks to get this fixed before we go to Zandvoort. We'll just go for it.
It's like Addison Smith's car's winking at us. It's very lopsided.
Yeah, the left-hand side down. Don't worry, the gaffer tape is on the way. I've seen it coming. It'll fix everything, the gaffer tape. We'll keep the world together one day, gaffer tape.
It's an argument it already does. That's a separate conversation. So the car's pulling up onto the grid then. Gaffer tape also going out to a few of the Elite Motorsport cars. It was Devin Hagelin who had the question of, do you need any? But I'm not sure they actually ended up applying any to him. He's behind Dan Oliver, who is another one of those Elite Motorsport cars. This that we're sat on board with at the moment is Noah Young, who will be toasting in the 95. He's got a lot of work to do off of this restart, because Noah yesterday seemed to be building into the race a little bit, but starts towards the tail third of the field, behind a few drivers that actually I wouldn't mind betting Noah reckons he can get past. When you look at it, he's got Luch, Addison Smith, Jordan Helder just up the road. He'll fancy his chances against them.
Yeah, see how he gets on. They're being gridded up. And with his dad Ash Young, who's racing in GT Academy, will be watching as well. Noah's in the 95 car. He's also been kept a keen eye on by somebody who's giving him a bit of coaching this weekend, who he probably ought to listen to, because he knows what he's talking about with Ginetta's and driving anything. It's the legend that is Tom Ingram is down in the pit lane at the moment, the reigning British Touring Car Champion, keeping an eye on Noah. So they're all being gridded up. They will go out, do one more formation lap, start again on the grid, restart in the current running positions, and it will be 13 minutes of racing. There's no aggregate, there's no, like you used to back in the day, add the times together and the results together from the two halves of the races, which was just too complicated for everybody. It's just a straight race again, but with this new grid, and it will be 13 minutes of action.
I don't miss the aggregate in the commentary box, let's put it that way. This is Melbourne Collusion that we're sat with now, the number 5 car. Once again, as we saw actually throughout yesterday, seems to be just half a tenth away from the ultimate pace in qualifying, which then means that he's starting from about row 4, row 5, that sort of perspective, and he's prone to getting caught in the second group. That's been the story of his season, in fact. If he gets in that front group, I reckon he's got the pace to go with him in the race. The problem is just he's consistently getting detached from the likes of Harrison Mackie and Lewis Goff out front.
Yeah, it's easy done, isn't it, to get sucked into that battle in the second groups, and by the time you sorted it all out, everybody's got away from you, and you've dropped the toe. So there we can see the 73 car car of Harry Bartle, who was a bit up and down this weekend, but he's at the moment still 4th in the championship. He's only actually, by my math, 7 points away from being 2nd in the championship. Lewis Goff, though, still got this 60-point advantage. Whatever happens in this race, Lewis is going to go to Zandvoort as the championship leader. I think I'm right in saying at the start of the weekend he had something like a 68-point lead. So he hasn't, even though it's been a bit up and down for Lewis Goff, his championship lead hasn't really disappeared or drained that much, has it? Just because the people closest to him in the championship at the start of the weekend have also had a bit of a mixed bag of fortunes.
64 it was at the start 64,
of the
right. So he's actually lost even less. Just 4 points is remarkable. It shows the fact that the performance, whilst we're seeing others come up to challenge him, they're doing it on a case-by-case basis almost. It's not one consistent threat. We thought that consistent threat may come from Harry Bartle, but he's not been able to capitalise on Lewis Goff being in good but not stellar form this weekend. As for out front, Riley Cranham, I tell you what, it's hard to bet against him. He looked good all the way through yesterday. Got involved in an incident in that first race, of course, but since then has been on fire. Double pole. The strategy was perfect earlier on today for race 3 of the weekend. He would have to be my pick. What about you? Where are you going?
Yeah, I think it's hard to bet against him just because of how well he drove that race this morning and how he was just able to keep everybody at bay. So yeah, I'd have him as the favourite. Obvious thing to say, but I think I'd have him as the favourite. But you can't help thinking that Lewis Goff might be throwing caution to the wind in this race, because even though he's talked about, well, I don't need to win every race and etc. etc. When you won the first 4 races of the season and you won 5 out of the first 6 races of the season, and you don't win a race when you got 4 in a weekend at Croft, it's sort of alien to him, isn't it? And so you might think, do you know what? I'm going to go for this. I'm going to try and win a race. So one of those two, I would say. But as we've already said, at least another 8 drivers well capable of doing it. And if somebody trips up over each other because it's so close, you can be battling for the lead of the race, run at each other wide, and suddenly you're down in 5th, 6th place, and you're out of the equation for even a podium finish.
The extra factor in all of this is that if anybody knows how to make an overtake stick in the Ginetta Junior Championship rather than just get passed back down the next straight, it's Lewis Goff. Because back at Oulton Park, he finished in 4th, having started 25th for the single biggest number of position gains in a single race. He's also got the 4th highest number in amongst it all as well, so he knows how to go up the order. As for how the day's shaping up, we're a little bit behind schedule. So, whilst these times are there, we're down there for the Ginetta Junior race. This was scheduled to finish at 4 p.m. We actually didn't get the cars out until 4 p.m. and we got a 30-minute race scheduled, which will start at around about 4:30. So that gives you a look at the fact that we're close to 45 minutes behind the schedule. Add 45 minutes and that'll give us 5 p.m. for the Ginetta GT Championship. And in turn, well past that for the Ginetta GT Academy final race of the day. It's getting tight for time for the Centenary.
Yeah, they'll try and squeeze the gaps down for sure. So we've got these gaps between races that are built into the timetable, deliberately so, because if you are running behind for delays, for red flags, you can shorten a gap. A 10-minute gap or 15-minute gap can be dwindled down to, we've seen it already yesterday. They're getting the car straight out and you can have almost only 5 minutes between one race ending and the next one starting. So I think I'll try and catch the timetable up. But it is it's a guide, it's a fluid thing, and we've done our best to stick to it. Well done to the marshals, the recovery teams and the medical teams this weekend, who have kept things running. And of course, everybody in race control have to deal with all this as well. But it's just part of racing, so we are running a little bit behind, but stick with us because you're going to have lots of great entertainment. We've still got these 3 final races of the weekend to come. The 13 minutes of the restart of this Ginetta Junior Championship race powered by Sunoco Race Fuels. Lewis Goff with more wins than anybody so far this season, but no wins yet this weekend. He's had 6 wins. Harrison Mackie has had 2 wins from the last 5 races. He could be knocking on the door in this race as well. Don't rule him out. We've got a win each for Jacob Ashcroft, who's sadly out of this race, and for Harry Bartle. What about Jesse Phillips? It would be nice for Jesse, wouldn't it, if he could get his win ratio off the mark, having been on the podium 5 times so far 6 times now so far this season with the podium he got earlier on. Can he get that first race win? Well, he's in a good position, isn't he? Just in that mix in the top 3 after picking up a place just before that race was stopped.
keep an eye on him. I reckon I picked him for earlier on and I was wrong there. I'll hold my hands up. But he was in the hunt. He's in the hunt once again. He doesn't look any slower than the 2R racing machines ahead. It's just a question of how does the race play out, because if you're the one who makes the move and is able to stay with them, that's great. But if you either have to make the block pass or get the block pass thrown on you, that's the sort of thing that may then lead to your race dropping away from the lead group, and it gets increasingly difficult from that point, particularly given, of course, they're used to having 20 minutes. We're going for a full restart here, and they will only have 13 minutes by which to try and make progress.
Sprint race, isn't it? Absolutely. I mean, it's a short race anyway, 20 minutes, but 13 minutes. It's going to be chaos, isn't it? They're all really going to be going for it. A lot of this is going to boil down to the start of the race. So far, there haven't been any issues off the start, as far as I can tell, on these standing starts for Riley Cranham. He can pull off one more good start, keep his nose in front on the run into Clervaux. Then he's going to set himself up nicely, because he's already used to having to keep drivers behind him without over-defending. He seems to have done a good job of keeping them behind, whilst also driving the lines, driving the corners quickly, and not being too negative in looking in the mirrors too much. So the number 18 of Riley Cranham will line up for pole position, because he led before the red flags came out. Lewis Goff second, Jesse Phillips number 26 third. And then we're going to see another of our race winners this weekend, just behind the pair of them, Harrison Mackie in the number 24 car. And also keep an eye out for Harry Bartle in the 73 car, who is currently running 4th in the championship. So you've got Goff, Phillips, Bartle and Mackie, 4 of the top 5 in the championship, up in the top 5 for this restart.
You do indeed. Last few cars pull into position. It's Anesu Mafmula who completes the grid. Green flag at the back, which means eyes turn to the front. We get the 5-second board shown, which turns all of the eyes to the lights. The rev's already rising. 5 red lights come on. We hold for a minimal hold and go racing almost immediately. Good getaway from Lewis Goff. He's going to put Cranham under pressure once again on that outside line, but Cranham will just eke out in front of him and go straight to the racing line, actually does Cranham. A different approach to what he did earlier on. Goff unable to challenge. Behind Bartels on a tighter line, but it's actually to hold Harrison Mackie at bay rather than to try and move forwards. A couple of the Elite Motorsport cars are close together once again, but this time through, they do make it through unscathed, and so it's an R Racing 1, 2, 3 in the order in which they started. That's Cranham, Goff, Phillips. Is anybody else able to get involved as one of the MK Racing cars? I think that was Bailey Doughty. Shortcuts the chicane and gets going once again. Kaluzjan looks racy in the midfield. Aggressive from Jesse Phillips. Straight to the inside of Lewis Goff. Not able to do anything with it, but does keep Harry Bartle at bay round at Tower Corner. And a little bit deep for Riley Cranham. May give Goff a sniff at the race lead, at the race victory. He's not yet claimed at Croft. He's won it at every other venue we've been to. And the 4 car now is on the hunt. He's crawling all over the back of Riley Cranham. Surely the move's coming in towards Sonny. Does Cranham cover it? No. Does Goff go for it? He thinks better of it because he's got too many cars behind him waiting to capitalise.
Yeah, no gap, because Cranham knew what was coming, and he had in the first race Lewis Goff to deal with for much of the race, so he knows, he's weighed him up, he knows where the attacks are going to come from, he knows where Lewis Goff is maybe a bit quicker. As we go side by side just behind, Bartle trying to get at the inside of Phillips. He's on the outside though for the right-hander that follows that as they come into the complex, and the gap doesn't open up on the way into the hairpin. Meanwhile, the top 2 are going to be close coming out of the corner. Lewis Goff gets a slightly better run out of the hairpin, but Riley Cranham in the 18 car hanging on to the lead for now with the purple flashes on the car. Goff, the championship leader, stays in second place. Jesse Phillips, number 26, third at the end of that first lap of the restart. And then it's Bartle, number 73, and Mackie, number 24. Up to 5th has come the Red Bull liveried Kaluzjan car. He's got ahead of Max Murray. They've been having a race-long battle in both parts of the race so far. There's just under 11 minutes to go. Riley Cranham is doing what Riley Cranham has been doing all day long so far. It's keeping a queue of Ginetta Juniors in his wake.
Is he able to do it for one more race then? Already only, well, less than 11 minutes remaining in this one. Cranham will surely have to defend into Tower. He's got 2, 3, 4 following him all the way up to the right-hander. Goff pulls to the outside. Jesse Phillips will try and go somewhere in the middle. There's no space for that, but he does get an overlap with Goff, who's pinned to that outside line, and they'll go side by side for second place. Phillips trying to get the run down towards the Jim Clark S's. Goff on the inside, Phillips on the preferred line, because it gives you the inside for all of the next 3 corners, and Phillips capitalises. He's up to second. Goff runs out over the rumble strips. Where's Bartle? Not close enough to take advantage of that, and if anything, he's a bit sideways. Immediately Phillips looks forward towards the race leader, but Cranham holds on for now.
Good clean move that from Jesse Phillips, the 26 car up to second place then. red flashes on the car. He's behind the sister R racing car with the turquoise flashes on it, which is the race leader Riley Cranham, who leads them back into the complex. Lewis Goff with the purple flashes on the car, number 4 in third place, trying to go around the outside now, which will give him the inside line on the way into the hairpin. This could be a great move from Lewis Goff if he can pull it off on the way into the hairpin. He's going to box out Jesse Phillips on the outside line here. It's got nowhere to go because Riley Cranham is right in front of him, and Jesse Phillips hangs on around the outside, gets his nose back in front as they go up through the gears, and just about clings on to second place. But that was a good attempt, wasn't it, from Lewis Goff to try something different.
Superb defence from Phillips as well. He was done around the outside at first, but then he himself held on around the outside. We've lost further back. Vladislav Tomic has gone way off onto the grass on the straight. I didn't see how that started. I didn't see how it finished, however. Josh Watts then goes bounding out over the gravel at exit of Clairvaux. At the front, it's unchanged, with Jesse Phillips still sitting in the middle of that R Racing sandwich. Bartel as yet unable to buy into those podium positions, but he's closer, and he's not got to look in his mirrors because Mackie has in no man's land. In turn, you've got Collusion coming under pressure from Daniel Oliver and an Elite Motorsport trio in that part. Goff tries to the outside of Jesse Phillips at Tower. Can he make this one stick this time through? He'll be closer, that's for sure.
Does have the body language of somebody who's definitely trying to win a race this time out, doesn't he, Lewis Goff? I'm not settling for points. I want the win, he says. He's trying everything. He's trying a couple of really good different lines on the way into the hairpin. He's trying something different at Tower Bend. He's always quick into Tower Bend, and now he's got his foot in the door here on the way to Sunny Inn and squeezes through ahead of Jesse Phillips. Jesse's got to hang on around the outside if he can, but he can't, because otherwise, and this is what's happened, Bartel will get through as well. So Harry Bartel picks him off as well. Suddenly, second down to fourth then for Jesse Phillips in the 26 car. He closes the door to stop the yellow and black elite car of Harrison Mackie coming through. Mackie stays in fifth place, all 5 of them together. And then the next group of cars not far back either, with Melvin Calustian in the Red Bull livery car running in 6th place. Look how tight it is now in the battle for third as Jesse Phillips gets back up the inside of Harry Bartel, pulls it off on the way out of the corner. Good move. So back to third place straight away he strikes, and back up into the podium positions for Jesse Phillips.
Riley Cranham's cheering this on. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. He's got 6.5 tenths as advantage, but the safety car comes out to neutralise the field. We've not spotted why that is, either out of the window or on the cameras as yet, but the safety car has come out behind the pack, so there'll be a bit of sorting out here to make sure that they get up to the front of the field and there's no bizarre lappery going on. But safety car out with 7.5 minutes means that Riley Cranham, having just got that opportunity he was waiting for to make a break for it, will have to drop in behind the safety car and witness Lewis Goff and Jesse Phillips stay right with him.
Well, we've got Lewin coming into the pits in the 20 car. He comes into the pits now, Luca Lewin, but we haven't seen back with us yet either Helder number 3 or Smith number 15, so they haven't come back through across the finish line. And yeah, so the medical car is heading out as well to there's been an incident somewhere out of our sight, and that is now been I've gone through the first sector. It's in the middle sector somewhere between Tower Bend and Sunny Out that this has happened. So the safety car picks the drivers up, and it is, we just got word from our producer, it is at Sunny Out, which is a bit of the circuit we can't see, and it is involving those 2 cars, Helder and Smith, and the good news is they're both out of the cars. We've had reports from our camera op down there, so they are okay, but the cars are out and presumably in a precarious position on the exit to Sunny.
Unfortunate for Jorn Helder, and been involved in quite a bit of back and forth thus far in the race. Another one of our Dutch drivers, actually. There's a few of them in the field. He's so far made a decent case for his season. He's been getting that a little bit better, having targeted top 5s for the year. He was building towards that, you've got to say. No prizes for guessing who a young Dutchman's racing hero is at this point, but it is his dream to contest the Le Mans 24-hour. So Jordan will, I'm sure, be back when they go home for him to Zandvoort next time out. The race will, however, be red flagged for a second time, as we've got cars off in that low end of the circuit once again. This time Sunny Out rather than Sunny In, but very similar area, with 2 cars finding their way off and not coming back on.
So what have we got left on the clock? 5 minutes 48 seconds of a 20-minute race, not quite at 3/4 distance, but we are beyond half distance, so it could be potentially declared a result, but they might try and get it started again. But got to be aware of the fact we've got 2 more races to get through, and lots of the other drivers have been waiting for a while. They've stopped them on the track, but with the option to either go back to the grid or turn left and go back into the pit lane. So they're waiting from the order from race control as to whether we're going to get it restarted or not. It looks like, well, they're heading back towards the grid. So it stopped for a moment, the safety car, and now it is, I think, leading them back to the grid and being gesticulated at by the marshals on the start grid. Space out, which I think means they're going to try and regrid it and get what's going to be a very short restart underway. So we'll wait for confirmation of that, but it does look like they're not going to abort the race. Bad news this for Riley Cranham. He'd be quite happy, wouldn't he, if they'd stopped this and that was done and dusted, and he got his second win in succession. Having not won a race all season, 2 out of 2, but he's got to do a bit more work if he wants to get that now. So he's on course for another 36 points because he's got the bonus point for the fastest lap of the race in this race at the moment. So he's on course for 35 for the win, plus the bonus point. So he's had almost a perfect maximum today, hasn't he? Lewis Goff, currently in second place, is going to get 30 points. We know he's going to stay in the championship lead. Jacob Ashcroft, second in the championship, no points, unfortunately. And our best wishes to him. Third place in the championship is Jesse Phillips, and Jesse again is in a podium position. He's in third place in the race. So he's going to get 26 points. And Harry Bartle is going okay again, isn't he? In fourth place. He's on course for 22 points. Harrison Mackie, fifth in the championship, is fifth in the race, and he's going to score 20 points. At the sharp end of the field, obviously it's still going to be Lewis Goff leading the championship. He'll be, by my maths, up to 353 points. Then 289 for Jesse Phillips, 278 for Harry Bartle. They'll be the top 3 in the championship. But Riley Cranham starting to work his way up the order now, tail end of the top 10 before the start of the weekend in the championship. But with, yes, a mixed day yesterday, but he still got good points yesterday. But this potential for a double win today, you know, it's been a solid weekend for him and a great way to project himself into the second half of the season to try and close that gap and catch up to the overall front runners in the championship. Also bearing in mind, in Ginetta Juniors, like the other championships, you don't have to count every single round of the championship. You can drop 2 scores as well, so you can drop your 2 worst scores of the season. They won't count at the end of the year. Riley Cranham has had 2 bad results already, so he's kind of used his lives up, but he's had a 24th and a 27th place finish. And if you take those out of the equation, he's very much still in the championship fight, isn't he?
He is indeed. The other person that it helps, unfortunately for him, is Lewis Goff, who picked up his non-score yesterday, so he'll drop a lot of points. The restart will be a safety car restart. We're getting news from race control, so that's why they're all pulled up to one side of the grid, because they will then pull away behind the safety car and make their way to what will be, as we understand it thus far, a 5-minute 48-second race. However, if we were talking about 13 minutes being a sprint, that probably is going to be a chance to send it up the inside and hope it sticks, because you've not got many other options.
No, so it's going to be, what, 3-lap race? Might squeeze a 4th in, but probably a 3-lap race. Cranham will be leading them away in the 18 car. Goff, number 4, will be second. Phillips, number 26, will be third. He was second for a lot of the race, then he got bundled down to 4th, but he straight away fought back at the hairpin to get third, back away from Harry Bartle, number 73, who'll restart in 4th, then 24 Mackie in 5th. And then Melvin Calistian going okay, isn't he, in 6th place, having a good race. He's just outside the top 6 in the championship. He's had a couple of podiums this year, one in the season opening weekend at Donington and one last time out at Alton Park. He's just been in that sort of second group of cars most of the time this weekend, hasn't he? But this is a chance for him as well to maybe get his best result for a little while. Maybe even challenge for a podium, because he's going to be right on the back of that queue now in 6th place.
I think we can safely assume that if you're in the queue, you've got a chance, because it's going to be absolute chaos when we get this one underway with 5 minutes and 48 seconds. It's worth noting that that 48 seconds is an important part of this. If you're seeking the attempt to close down Lewis Goff in the championship order, I say that because once we complete 75% of the race distance, you're on for full points. If it were to have been called at the current point in time, it would have been 20 points for a race victory. And if you're trying to close down that 60-point deficit, you need as many available as possible for a race win. You then need to do the tricky bit and go and get the race win, which is where Riley Cranham will have his attention when we get the race back underway.
Well, Riley will at least not have to deal with another standing restart, with this safety car restart, although he's been really good off the start, hasn't he? He hasn't had any problems at all so far getting that car off the line this weekend. in fact, I know we've had a few red flags over the course of the weekend with the Ginetta Juniors, but actually they've all really behaved, haven't they, through the first few corners of every start that we've had so far this weekend. Off the top of my head, and we've had 1 or 2 bits of contact and drivers with a couple of wheels through the gravel, but actually at the front of the field, hasn't been anything silly. They've all given each other a bit of room through that first few corners. Famous last words.
I was going to say, you've done it now. that's that. The other factor is I was wondering whether Cranham would actually prefer a standing start, because you're spot on. He's been really good off the line, and if we go for a rolling start or a safety car restart, as we should call it, Goff is going to get the full straight worth of slipstream, as too is Jesse Phillips and Harry Bartle behind. Now, Cranham, of course, will control the restart. He will try and play it to his favour as best as we can, but we've seen throughout the year that in Ginetta Juniors, in particular, given how powerful that slipstream is and the fact that there's only 100 horsepower, if the guy in front of you floors it, you can pretty quickly floor it and be on his back bumper into turn 1.
Yeah, it's just, as I've said before, it's about timing it. If you're behind a car that you're trying to outdo on the restart, if you're right up behind them, you cannot accelerate until they put the accelerator on. So you're always going to be a fraction of a second behind them, unless you run into the back of them, which you're not meant to do. So then, ideally, you want to just leave a gap, maybe a metre, something like that, and then try and outthink them and out-accelerate them and accelerate a bit earlier than them, so that by the time you do get to the start-finish line, you've got a bit more momentum than them, and you can try and do something at the inside into the braking zone for Clervaux corner. But it isn't the easiest place to overtake Clervaux. It's your chances of getting a move off a restart at this track are perhaps less than at some of the other circuits, but that's the only way you can do it, really. But if you drop back too much for the restart to try and have a run at the car ahead and punch the accelerator a bit earlier, then all you end up doing is giving them a gap, and you lose out anyway. So it's really finite window. You don't very often see, do you, drivers overtaking anybody else from a rolling restart or a safety car restart, unless they have a problem or make a mistake themselves.
The other part that I think is easy to lose sight of is we're talking about these drivers because they're so good, to the restart procedure, to the degree of 1 metre, can they get the jump, these sorts of things. Most 14 to 17-year-olds couldn't parallel park within a metre of the car in front of them. So the level is simply miraculous. Obviously, Melvin Kaluzhin, as we see on screen, has been in the wars a little bit. The Red Bull is mostly there, but possibly needs a knee replacement when it's done with the weekend. So we'll see if we can get that one into surgery before we head across to Zandvoort, where Kaluzhin, I suppose in theory, slightly closer to home. He's from Sweden, so the distance there is a touch smaller than it would be to Croft.
Oh, blimey. I don't know.
Not sure I trust my geography that much. Yeah. Other map applications are available.
It's a fair old commitment for these, not just for the drivers, for their families as well, isn't it, though, to be travelling across Europe and coming to the UK to race, on and off every couple of weeks during the course of the season. It's a big old commitment, but it does also show, I mean, it's essentially a national championship, a British championship, if you like, the Ginetta UK Championship, but it's more and more becoming an international field. I mean, I used to commentate on Ginetta Juniors all the time when they were part of the BTCC package, and I would say, I haven't done it for about 4 years now, I think, since I last commentated on Ginetta Juniors. I would say, when I looked at the entry list for this weekend, I thought, blimey, there's a lot more overseas drivers than there ever were 4 or 5 years ago. So it's definitely growing in that respect.
It helps that there's so many rounds as well, because you look at it, of course, many of them coincide with British GT rounds. The next of those will be at Snetterton, as we mentioned earlier on, but they got a head start on the British GT calendar, going to Donington before the group went to Silverstone as SRO. They were at Alton Park altogether. They've got 4 races here where it's all about the Ginetta Championships. They do Zandvoort as well before rejoining the British GT Championship through Snetterton, Donington and Brands Hatch to conclude the season. I cannot wait, it's worth noting, for Ginetta Juniors on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix. That is going to be incredible action.
Yeah, and what a great opportunity. I mean, it doesn't get used that often, doesn't it, the Grand Prix circuit, because of local noise restrictions. To use the full Grand Prix version of the circuit, you talk to any racing driver, it's always one of their absolute favourites, not just in the UK, but across any European circuits, because of that high-speed stuff at the back of the track. It's a great track. I mean, the Indy circuit's good enough, I think, but the Grand Prix circuit is something else. And great opportunity. It's a really good calendar. You've got the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, former Grand Prix track. That's got, one of the best sequence of corners in any racetrack in the world with the crane of curves. You've got the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit where they've already been. Great experience for them there. And then we've already talked about Zandvoort that they go to next. And then they've got the the season closer at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit on the 26th and 27th of September. So it's a fantastic calendar for these drivers to get used to and get some experience on some of the sorts of tracks that if they do progress to become GT drivers or World Endurance drivers, or racing GT World Challenge, and hopefully doing things like Le Mans and the Spa 24 Hours and International Racing Championships. These are exactly the sorts of tracks they're going to end up racing on in the future. So great opportunity for them.
That makes particular sense. We touched on the alumni earlier on, but current reigning British GT champion Kieran Jewis came through and was actually the rookie champion back in 2017. In turn, you look at other GT drivers, you've got the likes of Harry King, Dan Harper, Adam Smalley, of course, driving recently out there in the GT Championships. Ben Green in the mix as well. He was at Brands Hatch earlier in the year with GT World Challenge and was looking very racy back then as well. The likes of Jamie Caroline is in that mix as well. So when we look into the SRO GT world, there's plenty of opportunity for the progression straight up through into the likes of British GT and then into GT World Challenge. On screen at the moment is the number 20 car. That's Luca Lewin, who was logged as coming into the pit lane, I believe, at one stage. Or there was a reason he dropped further down the time screen than we were necessarily expecting. Luca Lewin, it's worth noting, of course, one of our debutants that we touched on right at the beginning of coverage for this race. He was a former Ginetta Junior Scholarship finalist, and the reason you recognise the livery is because you'll have seen it for Harry Bartle up to this point in the season. It's the Pace Performance team. That, of course, a car that we know can go very well as the result of what Harry Bartle's been able to do with it. So keep an eye on Luca Lewin, if not in this round where he's been getting his eye in the upcoming rounds, because that 20 car likely to be very quick. The Pace Performance team also doing a great job with the tape, I'll notice. I almost didn't spot that in the bottom corner of the windscreen and then down the front, but unfortunately the white tape they've got, whilst it may match most of their car, it does not match where it's gone over the BRSCC logo. So we can't be too far away from this one. Still plenty of cleanup, however, and the safety car sat up the front of the queue. All the doors are open. We're sat here on the inside of the, well, on the paddock side, let's call it. Croft's a funny shape, which makes that definition slightly harder to make, but nonetheless, the doors on the far side will be open. The wind, ironically, is blowing from the passenger side, so they won't be able to get a nice air current into the car that way, so we'll see a few of them fanning away, trying to make sure they're nice and comfortable. If we turn our eyes back to the statistics for just a moment, one of the ones that always catches me out is exactly how the wins are working out when you compare them to the grid spot. Thus far this season, we've seen 6 wins from pole position. I think that's something you would expect, and then naturally you'd expect that second place would be the second most successful spot because it's up on the front row, you get a good start and so on and so forth, but that's actually just not true in the slightest. P5 has seen 3 victories so far in 2026. 2 of them came from Lewis Goff at Silverstone in the first race of the season, and actually also again that's where his victory last time out at Alton Park came from. In turn, Josh Watts was also able to go from 5th to victory in the first race at Alton Park. If we were to apply that same theory now, it would mean that Harrison Mackie is in the second best position when we get this one back underway, as he will be 5th in the queue for the safety car restart. In turn, we can go down to the pit lane because I believe we managed to grab Ash Young for a chat.
Yeah, indeed. So, Ash, you are waiting for your race to get going. It's been a bit of a delay eventually, yeah, but you're also keeping an eye on Noah, your lad's racing in this championship. How's he getting on? He's improved over the course of the weekend, I would say, hasn't he?
Yeah, he had a good day yesterday. Had a tough qualifying this morning and he's trying to make his way back through the pack. So hopefully this restarts so he can get some more places.
I understand you're getting a bit of expert advice from a Mr. Tom Ingram this weekend, is that right?
Yeah, Tom's coaching us this weekend. He's been really good, and yeah, he needs to tell me to stop spinning. I keep going around, so that's not very good for my racing, is it?
I spoke to him yesterday, and he said he gave you a terrible piece of advice. He was just saying drive faster, and that was it.
Yeah, but basically, yeah.
Oh, he's here. He's lurking. Say nice things about him.
Yeah.
Hello, Tom.
You got to be careful what you wish for here. I heard my name, and usually when my name's mentioned, bad things then follow.
Only ever good things about you, Tom. How are you doing? How is the summer break treating you from BTCC? You're supposed to be on the beach somewhere, and you're here coaching.
I'd far rather be here than on a beach. It's boring, isn't it?
No, yeah, that's true. That's true. Is young Noah doing a good job listening to the advice of a two-time British touring car champion? Say yes.
Yes, and so is Ash. To be fair, I think it's it's very difficult in this series and in the Academy series. Everyone's really quick. Everyone's really on it. So the margins are so fine that trying to find those fine margins ends up being a good bit of fun, doesn't it? But no, they're doing really well. They're doing a good job, and hopefully we make some forward progress now as the engines start up.
Absolutely, and Tom, it's a great dad-lad thing to do together, isn't it? Obviously, you and your dad Bruce have spent lots of time karting, Ginetta's coming up, working together, having highs and lows together. These two are doing it now, both as racing drivers. It's something people don't really talk about that often, is how good motorsport and sport in general can be at bonding a family and having those memories together.
Yeah, and I think Ash can go further on that. I think it's a really special thing, actually. Like you say, the general relationship is dad and lad go racing. Ash and I have got a really cool experience that they can both be racing on the same weekend. So it's a pretty special thing, I'd imagine.
Tom, thanks for your time. Good luck for the rest of the season as well. Tom Ingram, Ash, good luck for you for the race later on. Right, lots hanging around. Just tell us finally, from a driver's point of view, for Noah, you've had all the adrenaline. Now you've been sat on the grid for ages. You probably had this as well at some point. How do you get yourselves concentrated and fired up again?
You just got to get back into it. It's a long time. They've been sat there for a long time now. So yeah, they've been in the car for probably an hour or so, haven't they? So it's just got to get on with it.
It's going to be bacon in that car as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's a lot better than it was yesterday. Yesterday was terrible.
Absolutely. Listen, good luck for the race later on. Thanks for your time, and hope Noah goes well.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Ash Young, Noah Young, his son racing, and we've heard from the two-time and reigning British touring car champion Tom Ingram. I'll head back up to the box because Tom, I think we're about to get the race back underway, or at least what's left of it.
We are indeed. Clock has started to tick, so 5 minutes 30 or so. It is already 5 minutes 20 seconds remaining. Great to hear from Tom Ingram. Forget about the touring car stuff. Three-time Ginetta champion, Ginetta Junior Champion, back in 2010 with Hill Speed, and went on to win both the G50 and G55 Super Cup, of course. For now, the field behind the safety car make their way on the approach towards Tower, with the tail of the field, Luca Lewin, now just into the first corner. Shows you just how many cars we've got out there. There will be, by the time they come round, about 4 minutes or so of racing, under the assumption that the safety car peels in at the end of this lap, which I think is not necessarily guaranteed, but extremely likely to happen. The order at the moment behind is Riley Cranham from Lewis Goff, Jesse Phillips third, Harry Bartle fourth. Then it's Harrison Mackie and Melvin Kaluzgian before you get into what is going to be the jungle, so to speak, in the middle there, led by a few of our elite motorsport machines in that part of the order, the likes of Devin Hagelin and Dan Oliver right next to each other as we look to get this one back underway. The field make their way through the S's already. Time now down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Can Cranham go back to back? Does Lewis Goff have a fly to throw into Cranham's ointment? And amongst all of this, Jesse Phillips seeking a first victory. Already Cranham's backing them up an awful lot. The safety car has checked out and gone, and they're still at sunny out here, so this is going to be a slow trundle up to the line. Possibly tactics from Cranham. You hate to be quite so cynical, but the less racing time we've got, the better it is for the race leader, and he's making sure they take as long as humanly possible to get to the start line.
Cut a corner or find a trick in the buck. Yeah, good point that. Less time on the clock, fewer laps to defend, but I don't think he's going to have any trouble with that. Certainly from a mental point of view, because he's been so good at it so far this weekend. Right, Cranham versus Goff versus Phillips versus Bartle versus everybody else in this race. It's going to be, what, 3 minutes, and by the time they get to the start line, about 3 minutes and 20 seconds of racing, a couple of laps of bedlam about to get underway.
Cranham it is that leads them on the restart then. He pins it out of the hairpin. Lewis Goff has gone with him. Phillips has not. There's a car length between second and third. Does that give Goff the opportunity to challenge? Cranham returns to the racing line on approach towards turn number one. Goff, I promise he's there. He's tucked in behind, obliterates the bollards we've just reinstated, and through goes Goff. Try as he might to find a way through on Cranham. The opportunity's not been presented at Clairvaux, so he'll stay tucked underneath that rear wing of Riley Cranham. Goff able to hold a tighter line through Hawthorne. Does that give him the opportunity? He's shortened the distance and he's got plenty of speed. Surely he's going to challenge on the approach towards Tower. Goff almost pushing his teammates all the way up the long straightaway. You use the crest to spot the braking. Goff stays line astern. He's seeing a chance to break away from Jesse Phillips here.
Yeah, again, Goff so good coming out of the chicane, applying the pressure at Tower, but at Tower, Riley Cranham knows what's coming, positions the car in the right place, make sure he brakes late enough not to invite the overtake, but also not so late that he messes the corner up and runs wide. And you get wrong at Tower Bend, you end up in the field, don't you? The farmer's field just behind it. So these two have made a bit of a break for it as they come out through Barcroft into Sunny. It's nose to tail between Riley Cranham, number 18, number 4, Lewis Goff's got a lap and a half to try and hang on to this. I would say a minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be less than a lap time left in the race when they get to the chicane. Time running out then for Goff to try and keep this record of at least getting one race win every weekend going. Behind them, Jesse Phillips looking to get his first win. He's there in third place. Harry Bartle in fourth place, and then a slight gap back to the fifth place car of Mackie in the number 24 machine. Here we go then, about to come out of the hairpin, side by side for third place, Tom.
Tactics or not, it's working for Cranham because this is the start of the final lap with Bartle just giving a little bit of a nudge for third position. It's Phillips that he's trying to ease out of the way, and they will continue side by side, door to door, mirror to mirror, all the way up the start-finish straight. Bartle has the advantage with the inside line. Bartle takes third position at the beginning of the final lap.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, it's not going to end like this, is it? It's all going to kick off somewhere, but where and who? Who's going to make the move? We've got two cars battling for the lead of the race. You've got a train of about 6 or 7 cars battling for the final spot on the podium. Jesse Phillips would love to get another podium. The win might not be on the cards now, but he can certainly get third place away from Harry Bartle. Here we go then. Lewis Goff getting, once again, a great run coming out of the chicane, to the outside line now on the way to Tower Bend, but it's covered off again by Riley Cranham. I think Harry Bartle has held on to third. Yes, he has, just behind, despite the efforts of Jesse Phillips. And here we go, side by side now. Goff trying to go on the grass as he goes through the Jim Clark S's to try and get the lead of the race on the way to Barcroft for the final time. And he's got his nose in front. He's gone through. Out wide goes Riley Cranham. He stays with his foot buried off the road. Down the inside of everybody comes Harry Bartle. But somehow, Riley Cranham, who looked like he was going to end up third or fourth, gets to Sunny in before everybody else. Bartle's gone up to second. Goff trying to get the win. It may be cost him a podium here because he's about to slip behind the Phillips car as well. Jesse Phillips is going to try and squeeze through on the way into the complex to get that final spot on the podium. It's going to be Riley Cranham that gets to the hairpin or to the complex ahead of Harry Bartle. And we've also got Harrison Mackie getting into this fight for third place as well. He's got ahead of the pair of them, so he's gone third, going into the hairpin for the final time. Harry Bartle closing up to the race leader, Riley Cranham. The checkered flag awaits though, and Riley Cranham looks like he's going to get his second win on the bounce, his second win of the season. He crosses the line, he wins the race. Cranham takes the victory. Bartle comes home second. Mackie with a bank robbery at the end there just steals third place. Jesse Phillips fourth. Lewis Goff, who went for the win, absolutely went for the win, ends up fifth. The side by side on the grass goes number 33, Anesu Mafalmolo, as he crosses the line off the racing track in action and battles all the way down the field. That was for 20th place, that. They were still going at it, hammer and tongs. But it is a victory somehow for Riley Cranham, because I tell you what, when Lewis Goff went for it through the Jim Clark S's, which was a brave place to try and get a move done, and he went on at full speed on the grass to try and do it, Riley Cranham was sent out wide and he was actually fully off the road. He had nowhere to go. He had 3 cars up the inside of him as Phillips and Bartle got up the inside as well. But he braved it out around the outside. He said, no, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep my foot buried. I might be off the racing track. It might be a bit bumpy and a bit dusty out here, but I'm not giving in. And then he just braked as late as he dared, got them all back on the way into Sunny, and the rest was history. And with the momentum lost, Goff ended up dropping from potentially the win down to second, straight down to third coming out of Sunny, and then ended up off the podium as they came into the complex for the final time. They'll be very frustrated with 5th place. Riley Cranham, though, with a stellar day, taking the race win. Great racecraft there from him, great determination as well, bouncing back from the disappointment of what happened last night with the change of results. And it is Riley Cranham who takes a famous victory here. What a great couple of laps of the restart that was. It was worth the wait, wasn't it, after the red flags? For our racing then, Riley Cranham wins the race by 0.259 seconds in car number 18. Number 73, Harry Bartle, comes home in second. Third place, number 24, Harrison Mackie's had a very impressive weekend as well. 4th place, number 26, Jesse Phillips. 5th place, number 4, Lewis Goff. 6th place, number 5, Melvin Christian. And then in 7th place, number 8, Hagland 8th place, number 12, Oliver. 9th, number 17, Murray. And 10th place, number 22, Watts. 11th was number 11, Cameron. 12th, number 36, Loish. And then 13th, number 95, Young. 14th, number 47, Darling. 15th, number 21, Brass. 16th, number 9, Doughty. 17th, number 2, Farfus. 18th, number 6, Robinson. 19th, number 67, with what was left of his car, Tom and Chuck. 20th on the grass at the end of the race was number 33, Mafamulo. And then 21st, number 20, Lewin. They were the finishers in the race. And that was thoroughly entertaining. So Lewis Goff, coming into the weekend with a 64-point lead in the championship. It's dwindled a little bit, but despite the ups and downs, he's still going to be comfortably the championship leader. He picks up for that 5th place finish in the end that he got. He'll pick up 20 championship points to move himself on to 343 points. Unfortunately, Jacob Ashcroft, that first red flag, was out under the car damage, so he gets a DNF. It's actually his first non-point scoring finish of the season. Jesse Phillips, finishing in 4th place, has had a solid weekend as well, so he got 22 points in the end. That will move on to 285 points. And Harry Bartle, who started the weekend 3rd in the championship, dropped out of the top 3 in the championship. Well, with that 2nd place finish, that's going to give him 30 points in the race. And with that 30 points that he scored, that will move on to 286. So I think he's 1 ahead of Jesse Phillips and back into the top 2 in the championship. Right, our only double race winner of the weekend in Ginetta Juniors is now speaking with Tom Davis. Let's hear it from Riley Cranham.
Riley, 2 race wins. That second one, that looked difficult.
Yeah, difficult race, especially the 2 restarts. And then, just managed it well, had a good battle with quite a few of them. So, yeah, good race.
And talk me through the last lap. It was mega action start to finish, but that last lap stood out.
Yeah, last lap was good. Lewis undercut me, and to be fair, I didn't see him. Came alongside through the next left, right. And then I don't know whether Harry was up inside, and I managed to sweep around the outside and managed to hold the lead. Was
there any point where you thought, oh, they've done me here?
Yeah, I think Jacob had an excellent move into tower on me, and I knew I just needed to keep calm, come back through. I knew I had the pace, and that's what I did.
In turn, we look towards Zandvoort. Is that a track you're excited for?
Well, it's an F1 track, so I'm really excited for it. I think we've been there testing, and I really enjoyed the track. You know, got quite a lot of bank corners, and then the sand that makes the track a lot, less grippy. So I'm excited.
Me too. Thank you very much for talking to us, and congratulations.
Thank you.
With that, there's already cars headed out on circuit, so we'll go straight back up to the commentary box.
Thanks very much indeed, Tom. Yeah, they're going to try and crack on now because we've got 2 races to go, and obviously we are quite a lot behind schedule. So we are about to get very quickly our penultimate race of the weekend underway. This is race 4 of the weekend for the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. Okay, so the cars make their way to the grid for the final race of the weekend for this category. These are the V8s, the 390 brake horsepower Ginetta G5060s, the most powerful cars of the weekend, capable of doing 165 miles an hour. It's the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship. The grid for this race based on 2nd best lap times from qualifying. Cameron Pratt-Thompson is the driver that's going to start the race from pole position. He very nearly got pole position overall and started on pole for the first race of the weekend, but by 24 thousandths of a second he missed out. William Antrobus ending up getting the pole, and in a great battle this morning, Antrobus was just about able to fend off Cameron Pratt-Thompson for that victory. But Cameron Pratt-Thompson is now ahead on the grid of William Antrobus based on 2nd fastest lap times, 37 and 57 on row 1. On row 2, 23 Harry Gamble and 99 James Nicholas. James Nicholas winning the AM class on the last lap of the race previously. Row 3, 25 Lewis Darling and 27 Alex Duncan, who is the AM class championship leader. And then on row 4, 51 Jamie Cordell and 3 Elliot Foster, 7th and 8th on the grid. And then it should be 9th on the grid, number 44 Lucy Hodgson. The cars make their way onto the formation lap. It will be a rolling start once again for the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship, and it will be a 20-minute race then. So Cameron Pratt-Thompson keeps on getting podiums, keeps on battling for this championship lead. Hasn't yet got a race win, but he came as close as he has all year to winning a race earlier on today. He was really knocking on the door of William Antrobus in what was a race-long battle in that 20 minutes of action that we had this morning. Couldn't quite find a way through, but he gave it his all. There was just a couple of tenths of a second between them in the end. Can he find a way through this time, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, to get his first win of the season? Or can William Antrobus, who's been full of confidence this weekend, complete the job and get 4 wins out of 4? What a weekend that would be for William if he could hang on to it, and that would also be 6 wins this season. He's already moved into the championship lead off the back of his race winning performances so far, and he leads the championship by my maths by 6 points, with 220 points to 214 points for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Harry Gamble has been trying to keep up with him, and the car, he said, it's a bit better than it was yesterday. The tyres working a bit better than they did yesterday, and he's pretty happy that he got the pace potentially to do something about them in this race. Alex Duncan has been battling away all weekend long really with James Nicholas. They've both had race wins or class wins this weekend so far, so let's see who comes out on top in the AM battle. It's going to be a cracking race this, which is about to get underway. The safety car leading them around then, and then it will peel off into the pit lane, and our top 2 will control the pace until they get to the start-finish line. The red lights are on and await them when they pop out of the hairpin in a second, and 20 minutes of racing will get underway with this Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship race. Right, pole position then for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Can he get pole position converted into a race win, or is the unstoppable William Antrobus going to do it again? Let's find out. Let's go racing for the final time with these cars today. Our penultimate race of the Ginetta Festival. It's a really good start for Antrobus. He's going to get the lead of the race, and Harry Gamble is going to try and get second place away from the pole sitter as well. James Nichols is going through the gravel track with a couple of his Pirelli tyres, but survives in the 99 cars, just about hanging on to 5th place. But I think he's now fallen behind the blue and white car of number 27, AM Class Championship leader Alex Duncan, who had a mega drive to 3rd place overall yesterday. He's already had a couple of overall top 3s in the championship. So on the way into the right-hander at Tower Bend, they go with William Antrobus as the race leader, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson second, Harry Gamble in 4th place, because he's dropped behind the 25 car of Lewis Darling, who's made a good start from that 3rd row of the grid. So Darling up to 3rd. He made a pretty good start this morning as well. He's in the white, blue and red Orion car. Then it's Gamble down in 4th place as they make their way out of Sunny and up towards the complex for the first time in the race. Right, so it's a familiar sight this for Pratt-Thompson, staring at the back of that 57 car of Antrobus. He had to stare at the back of his car for the entirety of race 1 this morning. Let's see if he can do something about it this time. He knows that all the time now Antrobus is taking points away from him. 5 more points for a race win. He's already lost the championship lead to Antrobus, who's on course potentially for just about a perfect weekend here with 4 wins out of 4. He leads at the end of the first lap of the race. Pratt-Thompson in 2nd. Darling, number 25, in 3rd. Despite looking pretty good off the line, Gamble ended up in 4th place in that yellow and black number 23 car. And then it's the best of the AMs, which is Alex Duncan, who's made a good start. He's there in 5th place overall. So he started 6th, he's gained 1 and leads the AMs. Jamie Cordell is the 2nd best AM now in the 51 car, because he managed to find a way past James Nicholas as well. James Nicholas that was getting a bit ragged through the exit to Clervaux at the start of the race, put a couple of wheels through the gravel trap, which sort of knocked his momentum through Hawthorne and the chicane as well. So that's why he ended up dropping behind both of his AM class rivals. Here they come then, thundering away. What a great sight these Ginetta G56s made. Fastest ever one-make series for Ginettas with this latest iteration of the car that was brought about at the start of last season. They're fantastic to watch as they hop and skip over the tarmac. Their GT3 levels of performance. On the way then back into the left-hander that brings them back into the complex. They come. Antrobus controlling the race but not getting away from anybody, and actually 3rd and 4th and 5th I think are coming back up to the top 2. It is the stage of the weekend where you've got to start talking more and more about tyres as well, because you can't just simply bolt a new set of slick tyres on these cars for every race. You've got 2 sets of tyres that are going to last you 4 races this weekend and 2 qualifying sessions and the free practice session yesterday morning as well. So, and only 6 of the 8 tyres that you get can be new tyres for the weekend. So they are now at a stage where they are driving with tyres that are definitely a little bit worn out, and you've got the same amount of horsepower, the same amount of grunt, and less grip than you had before at the start of the weekend. So those that have managed their tyres best, and maybe one or two that haven't had full races either, if you had a DNF somewhere or a non-start, then you know, one advantage of that is that your tyres might be a bit fresher. You might have less use on your tyres than others have had. Now, it's all getting a bit tight, that battle for third place, and it's involving Harry Gamble, the 23 car with the onboard, who we're with now if you're watching the live stream pictures. Also, the leading two AMs, number 27, Alex Duncan, and number 51, Jamie Cordell, are really gunning for him here. And in turn, it's willing on Gamble to try and close the gap to Lewis Darling. So third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all really tied together on this third flying lap of the race. Still plenty of time to go, 16 minutes in this race as they come back into the complex. Absolutely nothing between Antrobus and Pratt Thompson once again as they make their way under-braking into the left-hander. Gamble is now having a go at it. Down the inside he goes to snatch third place away from Lewis Darling. A great move at the hairpin. You saw it from the onboard camera if you're watching the live stream, and if you're here at the track you saw it for real. Great move down the inside and nailing it on the way out of the corner to get himself up into third place. Gamble ahead of Darling. Darling has made some good starts to the race this weekend. Finds himself down to fourth place. Now he's the one that's got to deal with Alex Duncan in the background. Just dropped though Jamie Cordell, who's fallen back away from them and into the clutches of James Nicholas. So that might be the next battle to watch, the one for 6th and 7th between the two turquoise and grey cars 51 and 99, battling over second in the AM class, because I think Nicholas is starting to get back into his stride now after a slightly shaky start to the race. Really good exit coming out of Tower Bend for Cameron Pratt Thompson in second place, but he can't do anything at the moment about finding a gap and finding a way past Antrobus, who's able to soak up the pressure for another run into Sunny. They're not really holding each other up and pulling away from everybody behind them as well. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Pratt Thompson at the moment, which is something. It's a championship point. Still going to be outscored by 4 points as it stands by Will Antrobus, which means that the gap would grow from 6 to 10 points. Antrobus having been second in the championship before the start of the weekend, but it's not done yet, and this is now a chance here for Pratt Thompson. He's got a really good run coming out of the hairpin, and he's all over the back of Antrobus. He's all over his case. The inside line is covered. Drifting back across to the inside is Antrobus, trying to find a way back around the outside on the way into Clervaux is Pratt Thompson. Again, nothing giving, no chance to come through. Big effort though for him there. And Harry Gamble, now that he's free of Lewis Darling and has got himself back up into the top three, he's just at the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.939. He was, however, only 27 thousandths of a second quicker than Pratt Thompson. Pratt Thompson was, though, a couple of tenths, nearly 3 tenths quicker than the race leader on that previous lap, which is why he suddenly started to apply that pressure coming out of the hairpin and on the run down towards Clervaux. Get the sense that he's fed up of finishing second and third in races so far this season. Even though it's all good points, I think he might, if he gets even a slight chance, throw a bit of caution to the wind now and go for it. Cameron Pratt Thompson. He has had 6 podium finishes this year in great consistency, but he hasn't yet got the race win. And now it's 5 wins to 0 for William Antrobus. But William had that non-finish at the start of the season. However, you get to discount, as I said, your worst races at the end of the year as well. So realistically, Pratt Thompson needs to start thinking about taking points away from Antrobus. And he's trying his best. He's throwing everything at it. But these two drivers, there's nothing between them. Now we've got into 5th place. Alex Duncan has found a way up ahead of the 25 car of Lewis Darling at the end of the lap, coming through the hairpin. So the 27 car gets to Clervaux first. He's got the inside line and makes the move complete. So he's in 4th place now in that 27 car. The top 2 coming out of the chicane, and there's probably about a 1.5 second gap back. Yes, 1.7 seconds back to Gamble in 3rd. Then it's Alex Duncan in 4th, the leading AM driver. Lewis Darling, number 25, the white and luminous pink car. And then the 2 AMs just behind are fighting, and there could be a change on the way into Tower Bend, potentially. Trying to go around the outside. Here is James Nicholas, and I think he's done it. That's a fantastic move around the outside at Tower Bend. That would have made for some good onboard footage. So Nicholas, who slumped down to 7th place from the second row of the grid at the start of the race, fights back. And there we can see he's now ahead. He's the one with more black on the car. They're both black and turquoise cars, but with more turquoise on the livery. The 51 car of Caudle is the one that's just dropped back behind 99. It's a fantastic move all the way around the outside for James Nicholas, who's already had a couple of class wins this year. This weekend has been on the podium in all 3 occasions in the AM class. Top 3 AMs and top 3 pros all together. And now the move for the lead of the race, coming out of the hairpin. He's got through. Pratt Thompson has found a gap. He's tired of waiting. He's tired of staring at the back of Pratt Thompson's car, and he's gone through into the lead of the race, back up into first position, the driver that started on pole. Right, now can he get his head down? Can he pull away from Antrobus? Can he get his first win of the season? It was a really good move, that from Pratt Thompson. And he's been quicker at the hairpin a couple of times, and he's been really good on the exit there a couple of times. And that time he knew that that was his advantage. He knew they had to make it stick, and that he did. Great move. But now, of course, he's got to defend from William Antrobus. So that is a swing of 5 points. Rather than losing 5 points to Antrobus, he's gaining 5 points on him. And when he's only 6 points behind in the championship, this all matters, absolutely. So 35 points he's going to get. He's got the fastest lap of the race as well. Gamble had the fastest lap last time around, wasn't it? It's still Gamble that's got the fastest lap, so there's no bonus point coming his way. But as it stands, there'll be 1 point between them, as there was yesterday evening after the races. Yesterday there was 1 point between them, and when he got pole position, William Antrobus scored a championship point and moved level with Cameron Pratt Thompson, then beat him in the first race today to move ahead. But now, as it stands, he'll still be in front, but it'll only be 1 point between them. 250 versus 249 points, and he is pulling away. So maybe he's just looked after those tyres a little bit better, even though he was pounding around and around and around in qualifying this morning as he tried relentlessly to snatch that pole position at the end of the session. Did Pratt Thompson, and very nearly did it, and he might have done it had he not got to traffic on the final lap of his session. But in the end, it paid off because he was doing enough to get himself the best second fastest lap time. That's what gave him pole here. Although he didn't really help in the end, did it? Because he lost the lead straight off the line. He got it back now, though. That great move a couple of laps ago coming out of the hairpin. And Pratt Thompson suddenly 0.8 of a second clear of Antrobus. So Antrobus maybe not winning a race for the first time this weekend. Still, 3 wins in a second. Pretty solid visit to Croft, I would say. Pratt Thompson, 37 leads. 57 Antrobus is second. 23 Gamble is in third place. And he's matching their lap times. He was a little bit quicker than Antrobus last time around, so don't rule him out yet, Gamble. Fourth place is 27, which is Alex Duncan, who is the leading AM driver. And then Lewis Darling had a great start up to third. He's down to 5th place now in the 25 car. Second best of the AMs is James Nicholas, number 99. Third best of the AMs is Jamie Caudle, number 51, in 7th. And then Elliot Foster and Lucy Hodgson running in 8th and 9th positions. Lucy Hodgson's best result of the season so far being a 6th place finish at Alton Park in that second weekend of the season. They've been to Silverstone, Alton. This is the 3rd weekend event of the season here at Croft. And it is round 9 of the championship. Round 9 currently being led by Cameron Pratt Thompson, who's now also got the point for the fastest lap of the race. The bonus point for that with a 1 minute 22.672. You know what that means, don't you? It means he's got 36 points coming his way, not 35. And that means they will leave Croft absolutely dead level on points. William Antrobus will still be technically the championship leader because on count back of the most race wins, he of course has got that advantage, but in terms of points they'll be absolutely neck and neck. Ooh, Pratt Thompson was a little bit wide coming out of Tower Bend there, just took a bit too much of the curb with the left rear corner of the car, and that means that the gap might come down a little bit. Also struggling a bit through that corner was Lewis Darling, who is starting to be gobbled up here by James Nicholas. A bad start to the race with a couple of wheels through the gravel at Hawthorne. However, it's come back marvellously since then and pulled off that terrific move a few laps ago up at Tower Bend to get Jamie Caudle demoted down to 7th place. He's quicker than Darling, that's for sure. It's his pro driver in the 25 car versus an AM driver. And down the inside he will go on the way into the hairpin. Halfway alongside, avoids contact, gets on the ground now, accelerates, unleashes the V8 engine, gets his nose in front. He's on the outside line though as they charge down towards Clairvaux, but he's we already know, pretty brave around the outside from what he did at Tower Bend, but this is going to be difficult to get around the outside of Lewis Darling. Lewis has the line, holds the position, but that was a big attempt to get past, and there's no doubt about it, Tom, the quicker of the two at the moment is James Nicholas. What a big battle that was. He actually crossed the line just ahead, but he's back down to 6th.
Try as he might, he cannot find the opening. He'll be close once again on the approach to Tower. Surely a lunge from there is too far back. Indeed it would have been. Again, though, leaves his braking as late as he dares. Is the opportunity to pass Lewis Darling going to come later on round this lap? It's not the first time this weekend that these two have been running close to each other, so they'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses out there on the circuit. Can James Nicholas take advantage of any of those weaknesses? Back on board we go as he's out over the rumble strips prior to this run into Sunny Inn. A little bit sideways for Darling. Does that snap give Nicholas the advantage? It gives him the momentum, but the door is slammed shut in his face, and Darling maintains the position for now.
Good battle this, isn't it? Really enjoyable. And James Nicholas has been good fun to watch this weekend. He's pulled off a couple of really diamond moves. Is he going to have another lunge on the way into the hairpin? He's thinking about it. Trying to catapult himself down the inside. No, sits tight for now. Sits behind the 25 car. This battle for 5th place overall. Darling might be in a different class to Nicholas. Neither of them care. They're both going at this hammer and tongs. Identical machinery. In terms of the AM podium, it's not going to affect things. Out wide onto the gravel trap goes Darling. That's done it for him. And through will come Nicholas. He'll lose a ton of time there as he gets it back onto the circuit with dirty tyres now. He's probably going to come under fire from Jamie Cordle up at Tower Bend as well. And he's just about a car length in front of him. Is Cordle going to take advantage? I think he's going to think about it. Yes, he goes for the inside line. Now down into Tower Bend and squeezes through. So that's 2 places lost for Lewis Darling. It was such a good start to the race as well when he got himself up to 3rd place, but now he's been passed by Nicholas and he's also been passed by Cordle, which puts him down to 7th.
Great pass from Cordle, not just in the way that it played out, but also remember that was the corner that yesterday he made a mistake at, and it put pay to any chance of a good result in race number 2. To come back out today and be late on the brakes, sliding to the inside, that shows quite the character of Jamie Cordle, who's now ahead of Darling into 6th position. The question will be, can he set off after his teammate? It'll be a tough ask, but he did take 0.8 of a second out of him whilst they were battling.
Meanwhile, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, the race leader, number 37, 2.2 seconds clear. He's on the way to that first win. 4.5 minutes just over remain on the clock. William Antrobus might have to settle for 2nd place for the first time this weekend, but he has been pretty sensational, hasn't he? And will, it looks like, be the championship leader at the end of the weekend. And then Harry Gamble hasn't quite been on their pace this weekend. He's not far back though. It's a pretty good run for Harry. Good move to get himself back to 3rd ahead of Lewis Darling early on the race as well. So he's running in 3rd place. 4th is number 27, Duncan. How far has he got in terms of an advantage to Nicholas? About 3.8 seconds. It should be enough, shouldn't it? But the way Nicholas is driving, he's flying at the moment. Alex Duncan is going to have to stay pretty focused, I think, if he wants to make sure of a 2nd AM class win of the weekend.
Lewis Darling's troubles go from bad to worse because he's just picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits. The other slight oddity in this race is that Cameron Pratt-Thompson, once he's right there in the championship, would take the lead as it stands. You've got to remember, he's not actually had a fastest lap of the race until this point. So if he's on for it, it'll be his first point for that accolade. It's only a point. It's not the sort of thing that tends to be the be-all and end-all. But in a championship this close, him showing that ultimate turn of pace is maybe what he's been missing up to this stage. So encouraging.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a point that, you know, keeps him level on points with William Antrobus, even though William's got the greater number of race wins. So they all count, absolutely. And these bonus points that you can get, they can really add up across the course of a season, can't they? We're getting the 5-second penalty board held aloft, I'm afraid, for Lewis Darling for that track limits. I wonder if he got done for track limits when he went through the gravel track. He wasn't exactly gaining an advantage there, was he? But he's obviously had a couple of warnings already. Right then, so there's Darling coming through shot. Sort of dusted himself back down, hasn't he? But he has dropped a bit of time to Cordle, who went past him at Tower Bend. Cordle got a bit skittish, didn't he, coming out through into Hawthorne? Got a bit sideways. I guess that's the nature of race 4 of a weekend where you've got these tyres on now that are really past their best.
And 1 lap ago, Lewis Darling will have covered that part of the road in all sorts of detritus. So Cordle now up the road. He'll have a bit more grip, I'm sure, at this point of the circuit. You're right about the tyres, though. That is something they will have been managing all weekend. And yesterday it was so hot. So if you've got any of those tyres still in the car, they really will be feeling it by this point. at the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and track temperature's raging hot, and a track which is tough on tyres as well, given the high-speed nature of the middle part of the lap. So Cameron Pratt-Thompson 2.5 seconds clear in car 37. William Antrobus, number 57, in second. Number 23, Harry Gamble, in third. They've been the regular front runners in terms of top threes. They've sort of hoarded the podiums mostly this season so far, haven't they? The race leader just putting a lap on Lucy Hodgson in the 9th place, number 44 car, starting another lap, just under 2 minutes to go when he crossed the line. So this should be the penultimate lap of the race. And then leading the AM class is Alex Duncan, number 27, whose gap has dwindled, but not by that much. He's 3.4 seconds clear of James Nicholas. And into the pits now, I'm afraid, has come Lewis Darling. So that's his race run. It all started so well, didn't it? But it's become a bit of a disaster, I'm afraid.
It's worth noting he was at the back of the pro order and has just picked up that penalty, so he's not going to get any higher up at you, wouldn't have thought. So for him, come into the pits, call it a day a little bit early, save the car for the next round, is not the worst decision. On the pictures, we're following Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He's got a minute and a wee bit of change remaining in this race, which means he'll complete this lap and go on to one more, which will be his concluding lap, not just of the race, but of the weekend, of course, and a weekend that has seen him assert himself as a championship challenger. We came into Croft thinking that, well, maybe he's there by circumstance. We know that there was an issue for Harry Gamble at Alton Park. We know that William Antrobus has actually got points taken away from him back in the first round at Silverstone. Is he there by virtue of mistakes of others? This weekend his answer, no, he's not. He's here to play.
That's right. The next weekend for these drivers is, we've got a bit of a break now, actually. It's not till mid-August, the 15th and 16th, when they'll be going to Snetterton, around the full Snetterton circuit. It tends to get quite hot there as well, doesn't it? And they've got a big, long straight where there'll be lots of overtaking opportunities. But really controlled drive. This a nice move as well to get that lead of the race. He really thought about it, didn't he? And waded up for a couple of laps coming out of the hairpin and eventually pulled it off. And since then, he absolutely hasn't looked back. So Pratt-Thompson is on his way to victory number 1 of the season. And he's nearly 4 seconds clear of Antrobus. Gamble in 3rd place. And then it looks like Alex Duncan is on his way to another class victory in the AMS to extend his championship lead.
That's exactly what he needs. Just keep on scoring the points. Alex Duncan ahead of James Nicholas. Last few laps, Nicholas has actually been the quicker of the two, but with the gap still sitting around 3 seconds, there's just too much work remaining for Nicholas to try and make a dent in it after he finally made a way through on Lewis Darling. Pratt-Thompson with just a couple of corners left to go now. He's done with the second sector. He'll cut the split time in just a moment before he reaches the complex, and it's into that complex to conclude what's been a fantastic race for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He asserts himself not just as one to watch in the championship, but as a true challenger now. He takes a race victory that up until this point had eluded him. He'd been 3rd, he'd been 2nd, but at Croft in race 4 of the day, Cameron Pratt-Thompson is out of the final corner to take the checkered flag first. He takes it with William Antrobus in 2nd place, Harry Gamble in 3rd, the title protagonist completing your podium in the final race of the weekend for the Ginetta GT Championship. Behind them, 4th position for your AM class winner, that's Alex Duncan from James Nicholas, who did get the gap down to 1.4 seconds at the end. That was much closer than I think any of us expected. Jamie Cordell will confirm an AM class podium in 6th spot overall. Elliot Foster will be the last car to take the checkered flag, because we've already had Lucy Hodgson come through a lap down in 8th position. So there through goes Elliot Foster, the 3 car in 7th, and it's a top 5 in class for Lucy Hodgson rounding out the finishers. Lewis Darling into the pits with a lap to go, and I must say in rather stylish fashion, he did a significant burnout on his way through that final corner on his way into the pit lane. That'll do the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship for Croft. We'll get down and talk to the drivers in just a moment, and what a fabulous final race it was that came together. We had action, we had starts not quite going to plan, we had passes, repasses, well thought out overtakes, and at the end of it, Cameron Pratt-Thompson comes out on top. William Antrobus and Harry Gamble were close enough to him that they stay there in the championship. It's 2nd and 3rd for each of them respectively, with Alex Duncan topping the AM order in 4th. James Nicholas and Jamie Cordell complete that AM podium, another podium for each of them. The E3 Sport team continued to be consistent. Elliot Foster was 7th, Lucy Hodgson was 8th, and into the pits a lap before the finish was Lewis Darling for Orion SPR. We'll go down to Parc Fermé in just a moment to celebrate the drivers. Remember, as we touched on just a moment ago, they will be back midway through August on the British GT package when they head to Snetterton. That's bound to be a fantastic event. You can bet that Cameron Pratt-Thompson, William Antrobus and Harry Gamble will pick up where they left off. But for now, it's time to celebrate, because down into the Parc Fermé area head the like of Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Will Antrobus and Harry Gamble for what is a podium procedure they'll be all too familiar with after this weekend. They've been on it almost every time. The only exception was when Alex Duncan got himself onto the overall podium instead of Harry Gamble yesterday. Harry Gamble reasserting himself in race 4 of the weekend. That's William Antrobus. He did a fantastic weekend. 1 in race 1, 1 in race 2, 1 in race 3. Couldn't quite complete the set. It's second place for Antrobus in race number 4. Alongside him, just about in the background actually, you'll spot Cameron Pratt-Thompson pulling in. He's obviously taking his time on the slow down lap, celebrating his victory. Antrobus out of the car. He knows that for the championship, that's done a world of good. He came in to this weekend in 3rd position, did Antrobus, a solid 16 points off of the championship lead. He leaves it with the championship lead, albeit on count pack, meaning it is extremely tight indeed. That's the E3 sport car of James Nicholas on the left, and up we come here to where Cameron Pratt-Thompson celebrates with the team. CPT. He knows what he's doing, doesn't he? As we approach tea time here in the UK. He has done a fantastic job of the weekend to keep himself in that championship hunt, both himself and Antrobus getting the better of Harry Gamble this weekend. Gamble will need to reinsert himself at Snetterton lest the gap begin to get away from him just that little bit by Donington and Brands Hatch to conclude the Ginetta GT Championship season. 3 races at each of the next 3 events. As I can see in the shot for a moment there, we did have Chris Hartley down hoping he can grab a word with Cameron Pratt-Thompson as quickly as possible, because we can already see we've got cars out for what will be the final race of the weekend. The Ginetta GT Academy machines making their way out onto the circuit. They've provided us with plenty of good action. More on that in just a moment. As the day continues to be nice and warm, it continues to be nice and happy for Cameron Pratt-Thompson, who's with Chris.
A very, very happy Cameron Pratt-Thompson. He leapt out of the car into the arms of the team and his friends and family. You can see what it meant to him. Cameron, well done. What a way to get a victory. You've been knocking on the door for ages and finally you got through. I tell you what, it's a great move to do the job as well, coming out through the hairpin.
God, it's only taken 2 years, but yeah, we're here now. So honestly, I just want to say thank you to everyone at SVG, Andy Johnson, for all you do for me, Andy Smith.
You made it interesting by you know, not getting the pole position converted into the race win, but I just made it interesting for everybody else because we got to see that move, see what it means to you as well, emotion, because you put so much work into this, don't you? You as a driver, as a family, as a team. It's not just about the weekend, it's about all the effort to get here in the first place.
100%. I mean, after I lost the lead, I was so hungry to come back and get the win. And yeah, like I say, just want to say thank you to everyone watching at home, my girlfriend, my family. I love you all, and like, I'm hoping I've done you proud today.
You absolutely have been brilliant this weekend. Well done, Cameron. Thoroughly deserved. He gets a round of applause as well. Isn't that great to see? He gets congratulated, and somebody absolutely overjoyed with their race win. Cameron Pratt-Thompson is now a race winner. Right, let's go back to you, Tom. In the commentary box, we've got our last race of the day coming up.
That's right. Thank you very much, Chris. It's time now for the final race of the day, and it is coming courtesy of the Ginetta GT Academy. They're already lined up on the grid. They've gone out. They've made their way around. Remember, this is a rolling start, so the safety car will take them through. How did this event play out earlier on in the day, I hear you ask? Well, it was Joe Ostelhoff who managed the gap to Ian Beaumont and Tom Walker behind him in the opening 2/3 of the race, and when he decided to pull the pin, he set the fastest lap of the race and checked out so that he no longer had to look in his mirrors. As for Lewis Bialica, I hear you ask, well, he's had a slightly more rough weekend, or at least a more rough day than we would necessarily expect, but he was still second in the order. As for how they line up for this race number 4, it's once again Joe Ostelhoff on pole position, with Ian Beaumont alongside him on the front row. Row number 2 is home to Lewis Bialica and Tom Walker. Keep an eye on both of them. They're sure to try and go forwards. Row 3, Lucas Theo is who we're expecting to see there. It's been a tumultuous tumultuous weekend for Lucas, so I hope his car is present and that he can get going. Connor Blackburn in the 66 starts from 6th. Then we get back to row number 4. That's Will Fallon and Ben Wiseman. Both of them were eager off the start in race number 3 of the weekend, so keep an eye for them in this final tour. And then we've got Ash Young and Faye Goff completing the top 10. Final full row of the grid is row number 6. That's where you find Robin Grimwood and Alan Wright's number 77 car for Want to Race. And rounding out our order, we head back to row number 7, which is where we'll find the number 4 of Damien Duffy. Damien with absolutely no racing experience before his debut in the 2025 edition of the Ginetta GT Academy. Safe to say he's acquitting himself rather well, albeit not quite as well as those who are at the front of the championship order. Remember, we do split the order in this one, so we've got the GTA points leader is Tom Walker. The gap has come down significantly, however. It was just under 60 points when we started the day, or just under 40, I should say. It's now 28 between Ostelhoff and Walker at the top of the Academy class. In the rookie class, Lewis Bilicka, his margin is only 16 over Ian Beaumont due to the fact that when it's not gone well for him, it really hasn't gone well. So keep an eye on the 17 car starting from the 2nd row of the grid. Eager to reassert himself, I'm sure. Safety car leads the field into the hairpin for the final time this weekend. When the car peels off into the pit lane, the pace is controlled by Joe Ostelhoff on the front row. They go 2 by 2 with the red lights already ablaze on the gantry. We wait, we wait. The lights go out and we go racing here at Croft for the final time in the Ginetta Festival 2026. It's an even start off the front row. It's an even start off the 2nd row as well, but Ostelhoff with the inside line will be favoured to hold the advantage into the 1st corner. Beaumont all the way around the outside of Clairvaux, though surely he can't make that stick. Of course he can. Fantastic pass from Ian Beaumont to lead here in the Ginetta GT Academy. Joe Ostelhoff 2nd. 3rd position at the moment belongs to Tom Walker, who must have pulled an equivalent move to Lewis Bilicka just behind. So Lewis Bilicka sits there in 4th position. That's where he was running in the earlier event, but we know he's got the pace to go with that top 3. He's immediately on the defensive, however, because Lucas Theo wants to make an early move. Theo, having gotten further than he did in the earlier race, already finds himself looking forwards rather than backwards to the likes of Ash Young, who is well and truly in the jungle. Out front, Beaumont leads from Ostelhoff. Those two just making a car length or 2 between themselves and Tom Walker 3rd. Is the challenge coming from Ostelhoff? Strike whilst the iron is hot, or strike whilst the tyres are cold? Those will be the questions for Ostelhoff, who's got no answer to the pace of Beaumont down at Sunny. The 13 car stretching its legs. Fantastic from Ian Beaumont through that part of the circuit. Now they run in towards the complex for the first time of asking. Ostelhoff's been good here all weekend long, managing the traction on those rear tyres, generating the rotation in the slower corners without sliding the rear axle. Is he able to make use of that? No, he's not. Beaumont has this car settled underneath him. Bilicka looks to the inside line to try and find a way back through on Tom Walker, but there was no gap there for him to put the 17 car in. And so at the end of lap number 1, it will be Ian Beaumont who leads the field across the line from the American Joe Ostelhoff in at 2nd, 3rd for Tom Walker, 4th for Lewis Bilicka, 5th is Lucas Theo, and I'm curious to see what he can do if he gets a clean run at this race. Into Hawthorne they go once again. Still Ian Beaumont stretching his legs, we've got to say. That car looking very, very good underneath him. Ostelhoff has had an answer for pretty much anything anybody could throw at him this weekend. He doesn't seem to have an answer to Ian Beaumont at the moment, however. He's still ahead, is Joe Ostelhoff of Tom Walker. That's what matters for the Academy class point scoring. Keep an eye on Lewis Bilicka just closing up in 4th position. The red, black and white car making that little bit of progress towards those up the road ahead of it. We wait for them to arrive into view from behind the trees, behind the tyre stack, and in front of the next one they come at the Jim Clark S's. Lewis Bilicka hoping to make just that little bit more progress. That's Lucas Theo, who is right there in the hunt, waiting to pick up any pieces for this battle for the final spot on the overall podium. Hopping and bumping around goes Tom Walker. The cars haven't looked stable at any point in the GT Academy weekend down at Sunny, and Tom Walker, the perfect picture of that there, with a rear axle must have been giving him a little bit of trouble. The 21 car winds on the lock into the complex for lap number 2. He'll try and keep Lewis Bilicka at bay, but Bilicka looks to the inside, gets his nose alongside, gets his door alongside. Lovely late pass on the brakes from Lewis Bilicka. He'll show Tom Walker out to the exit curb, and it's 3rd position overall for Lewis Bilicka. Now he'll want to turn his attention forwards to Joe Ostelhoff, but he can't do that quite yet. He's still got pressure behind, as immediately trying to retaliate comes Tom Walker, but it's back to the racing line for the pair of them. Bilicka consolidates P3. Bailica then, as we say, will immediately have his eyes forward. We know he's got race-winning pace. He's got race-dominating pace when the car balances with him, but it was not with him in qualifying this morning. He put 2 new tyres on one side of the car. He had used tyres on the other side of the car by virtue of the tyre conservation regs. He has to do that in order to make sure he's got rubber throughout the course of the weekend and the season. However, when it came to it, whilst he had tons of grip and go well turning one way, he had no grip turning the other way. He seems to have sorted those problems out, however. Himself and the team clearly working very hard to get this car back into a competitive position. Himself and Want to Race will know each other very well by this point in the season. You can see already Bailica closing up onto the back of Ostelhoff just that little bit. It's now equidistant in front and behind the 17 car, with Beaumont still leading, having set the fastest lap of the race last time through, a 1:30.3. However, on this lap, the gap comes down in Sector 1. It comes down by 0.05 of a second in Sector 2, where Bailica does the fastest middle sector of the race thus far. The top 3 concertinaing on this lap, and Bailica is immediately onto the back of Joseph Ostelhoff. Joe Ostelhoff will have to deploy every inch of experience. We've seen him defend well already this season. We've seen him defend well this year, but can he keep Lewis Bailica at bay with a 29.8? Lewis is the first driver to dip sub 130, and the car looks alive for him. Lucas Theo in the 7, another driver who seems to have a lot more performance than we've seen from him earlier on in the weekend. He's straight onto the rear of Tom Walker as well. That would be another rookie getting through on what is an Academy Class Championship contender. It shows the quality of the fresh crop running in the GT Academy this year. The Rookie Championship running at effectively the same pace as the Academy Championship in the rounds thus far. Croft proving no different whatsoever. Remember that the machinery between the Academy and the Rookie cars is identical. It's purely driver classification. We go on board now with the 21. This is Tom Walker, and I doubt he can see much more than what we currently can, because the sun's getting that little bit lower in the sky as you run towards Sunny, which is where now he'll just begin to turn that front end into the apex. You can see him bouncing around on the wheel that little bit. It's not a single smooth movement, and it's because that surface has the hops, it has the bounces. It's not that the surface itself has any holes in it. It's more so that the road itself is on an uneven beginning point. It's on hills, it's on crests, it's on troughs, and that creates just that little bit of undulation that Croft is not always referenced to, but it does play into how you set up the cars. They're often a little bit softer. A little bit softer potentially is the grip that Tom Walker has on 4th position as Theo closes up onto the back of him. Bailica sets another purple lap. He closes onto the tail of Joseph Ostelhoff that time through. What was Ostelhoff doing relative to Beaumont out front? Actually, it all came together because it was a 1/4 of a second Ostelhoff quicker than the race leader, and Bailica took 0.4 of a second out of the race leader. So they're all closing up that little bit more. Ostelhoff straight across to what will become the racing line. He doesn't want to give a slipstream. Has he got a problem? He's letting Lewis Bailica straight through. Maybe this is a points consideration here because he knows that those two are running in the Rookie Championship, and for Ostelhoff, he's interested in scoring Academy Championship points. Surely this is tactical rather than a problem, because he seems to have picked up the pace straight away once again. Ostelhoff playing the game. He doesn't want a psyched out Lewis Bailica right on his bumper, because he knows the pass will be coming. Lewis fancies a win, having had a difficult day, and so Lewis Bailica will now set off after Eon Beaumont. Joseph Ostelhoff will see whether or not there's a chance to learn from Lewis, the German, just ahead of him. Beaumont, of course, representing home in this. Then it's Germany. Then it's the American, Joseph Ostelhoff. It feels a little bit like the football that we've got going on at the moment, doesn't it? This is Connor Blackburn in the 66. Lovely livery we should touch on for them. And well done to the team for putting that one together. He's defending his 6th position from Will Fallon, but it's more important than 6th because it is also for a class podium in the Academy class. So those two will, I'm sure, fight it all the way out. Bailica, whilst getting through on Ostelhoff, sets another fastest lap of the race. He took half a second out of Ian Beaumont. Fallon crawling all over the back of Connor Blackburn, tails him through those first couple of corners. Is Blackburn able to get the power back on at Hawthorne Bend? He is indeed. I thought for a moment he got an awkward bounce there as he turned in, but it seems to have worked okay. And here we go back to the front. This is Bailica 3/4 of a second was the gap at the line. It will now be about half a second because purple in the first sector goes Lewis Bilicka in the 17. The gap comes down. The gap comes down that little bit more. The Jaws theme will be playing for Ian Beaumont because he can see the man who just cannot be stopped closing in on him. When we started the day, Bilicka had won every single race he finished. That reign came to an end earlier on at the hands of Ian Beaumont. Bilicka wants to reassert himself as the man to beat in the Rookie Championship, in the Ginetta GT Academy, full stop, because these two may be rookies, but they are leading the field and pulling away from Justus Ostelhoff, who leads the Academy class in third. Ostelhoff under no pressure as yet from Tom Walker. Into the hairpin for the first time comes Bilicka. Surely he's going to try the pass. He's late on the brakes as Bilicka into the hairpin. Beaumont gives him space but locks up and goes incredibly deep at the hairpin as a result. And the top two will run side by side down the start-finish straight. Bilicka on the outside, Beaumont on the inside. Bilicka will need to get in front of Ian if he wants to hold this, because we know how difficult that outside line is at Clairville for turn number 1. Beaumont inches closer, closer, closer still. Ian Beaumont will hold on to the lead despite an aggressive attempt from Bilicka at the hairpin. Bilicka was respectful. Ian Beaumont was even more respectful, gave him possibly a bit too much space, but stays at the lead for now. There's still half race distance to go in this one. 10 minutes and 30 seconds remain on the clock. Another onslaught, another battery is coming from Lewis Bilicka. Up towards Tower they go. He's late on the brakes to the inside, not close enough. Bilicka backs out of that one. Lewis will have to find another way through. He's tighter on the exit. He gets the steering lock off earlier. That will mean he's on the throttle earlier again. Ostelhoff, whether he meant to let them through or not, he's close back up to them here with the top two fighting it out. And you'll be thinking, come on guys, I want to score championship points in my championship. I don't want to get involved in with you two who are scrapping it out. Beaumont trying to make it a double victory in the day, maybe just a smidge wide, however, as they went through. Sunny, he's a smidge wide at Sunny out as well, kicking the dust up into the face of Lewis Bilicka. Bilicka closes. The German, taking a lot of experience from sim racing, is Lewis Bilicka, where he's been incredibly successful. He did some ice driving as well, and now makes his way to the outside of the hairpin. Beaumont covers that one off. He saw it coming this time. The number 13 from Romford holds the line, holds the position. This time he won't have to worry about the side draft down the start-finish straight. Or will he? Beaumont, for a moment, he looked a little bit complaintive there, a little bit complacent rather, as they make their way down the start-finish straight. Bilicka challenges once again. He's not close enough at that point, so tucks back into line. Beaumont maybe a smidge wide on entrance to Hawthorne, and that gives the momentum straight back to Lewis Bilicka. Bilicka closing, closing, closing. Beaumont may have started go-karting at age 7, but none of that experience is going to matter here because Bilicka refuses to take no for an answer. This time it'll be the outside line at Tower that the number 17 tries. Is that going to work out for him? We've not seen it work out often enough, but he holds it. He gets his door alongside. He gets his nose up alongside, and he slides out of the corner. Ostelhoff's going to do at least one, if not two, if he wants to, having previously let these two go.
It's like the last day at school, this, doesn't it? Everybody's absolutely throw caution to the wind and misbehaving a bit. It's a great battle to watch at the moment, though, these four. Well, Bilicka's back on it, isn't he? But Ian Beaumont, I think he's fallen in love with this place. Although he gets it wrong, coming out of Sunny, one's wide, onto the grass. He's going to lose, what, 4 places, 5 places maybe. Rejoins, the back end just stepped out mid-apex as he got on the power. He ran out of grip, the back end stepped away, snatched and saved it quickly, but not before he got onto the grass. So Bilicka gets the lead of the race. Ostelhoff is into second place. Walker is up to third. I think Theo has had a real up and down weekend, got through as well, didn't he, in 4th place. But we still ended up with a 4-way battle. Unfortunately, though, the 77 car has gone off. And that's Alan Wright, who won the Chairman's Cup class earlier on today. So he looks like he's the latest retirement from the race.
You've got to give credit where it's due. Bilicka turning up the pressure cooker is what will have forced Beaumont into that mistake. Beaumont's still running pretty well. He's 3rd in the rookie order, so he'll have 7 3/4 minutes almost to try and get onto the back of Lucas Theo to salvage 2nd place points.
Yeah, exactly. So Bilicka, it's not been his absolute best weekend, although yesterday was pretty good, wasn't it? But it still ends up being 3 class wins and a class second, doesn't it, if it stays like this? So, you know, if that's your off weekend. Good luck everybody else. Ostelhoff, though, has been superb this weekend, hasn't he? And really enthusiastic about his racing. It's great to see these drivers. Sometimes you see professional racing driving, you know, they win a race and they don't look that happy about it. But we haven't seen that at all today. We've seen some real joy and emotion, haven't we? We saw it from Joe earlier on today. We've certainly just seen it from Cameron Pratt-Thompson as well, which is fantastic to watch. Tom Walker has been sort of the nearly man in these battles, hasn't he, in third place? Can he get involved? Can he move forward up to get a top 2 finish? If he can get second place out of this, then he'd be pretty happy. He's second in class at the moment. He is still leading the GTA Championship. But Joe Osselhoff has taken quite a few points out of him across the course of the weekend, hasn't he, in this championship?
He has indeed. It was down to 28 points, the gap, when we started this race. At the moment, it would come down by at least another 6, and that's before you account for the fastest lap in class point. So it would be hovering around 20 or so. Whether it's 21 or 22, we'll wait and see. But at the moment, they are still giving Bajlica a decent run here. They've gone with him on that previous lap as best as you can. When the guy in front of you does a purple lap, it was personal best for Osselhoff, Walker, Lucas Theo, Ian Beaumont, Will Fallon behind. They're all going quickly, and they've only got 6 minutes left. They want to make the most of their time here at Croft.
Absolutely. 1:29.054, fastest lap of the race for Bajlica. Really impressive that the top 6 have all just set their fastest laps of the race. Tyres are supposed to be getting a bit tired at this point of the weekend. Not of it in this championship, so they push on. Also, Lucas Theo going really well here. It's a good race, bad race for him so far this weekend, isn't it? But Lucas Theo is on it here, absolutely. Staying with Tom Walker there in third place. He comes through. We've got in 5th place the number 13 car of Ian Beaumont, having to try and recover after his very hairy, grassy moment from the lead of the race where he ran out of road and ran out of grip coming out of Sunny a few laps ago. So what's his pace? I mean, he's just set his best lap of the race, so the tyres are okay. He's got rid of any dirt there. 1:29.5. He's as quick as Lucas Theo, but he's not really closing the gap.
The 29.0 last time through from Bajlica is the fastest lap of the weekend, which means he now holds the lap record, which he actually did have yesterday as well. It came in the first race of 2 for them, a 29.2 previously the fastest lap they'd done, so shows just how hot the pace is in the closing stages of, are we still in the afternoon, 5:45? We must just about be in the afternoon. It doesn't feel like even until we hit 6 p.m, but they'll be close to it by the time we finish this race. Theo, it's worth noting, is right on the back of Tom Walker, and that means that he's not being caused at a significant rate by Beaumont, those two fighting over 2nd and 3rd if they were to be closer on the race circuit.
Will Fallon in car number 30 runs in 6th place, but he's on course for a GTA class podium. The GTA top 3 at the moment are Ostelhoff in car 19, 2nd place overall, 3rd place overall, number 21 Walker, and as I say, 6th place for Fallon. The top 3 rookies, obviously the race leader, Bajlica, and then 4th and 5th on the road, which are Lucas Theo. And he's still going to get a podium out of this, isn't he, Ian Beaumont, because he's still 3rd in his class, 2nd in the championship. But on this occasion, it looks like he's going to lose points to Bajlica, who's going to get the rookie win, as well as another overall race victory.
Just 4.5 minutes remaining now then. Tom Walker with increasing pressure building. Lucas Theo has been behind him for a couple of laps, hasn't yet showed him a nose, hasn't yet pulled out of the slipstream in a significant place to challenge an overtake, maybe to spot a braking point, but hasn't been close enough to turn that into any sort of mounting pressure yet. That said, the 21 car is certainly more eyes in the mirrors than he is forwards to Joseph Ostelhoff, who still leads in the GT Academy class. Tom Walker trying to do something about that, but with his attention behind to Lucas Theo, the 7 car. I thought for a moment he was going to challenge it to the hairpin there, but didn't quite get the complex right.
No, and yeah, it's getting a bit tasty between these two, isn't it? Really good drive this by Lucas Theo. It'd be nice to see him up on one of the class podiums at the end of this weekend. He's had a few trials and tribulations, which started yesterday in qualifying, but Tom Walker, he's good on the brakes, isn't he, on the way into Clervaux? Coming back at him, though, under braking on the way into Hawthorne. That cap comes right back down. So the silver and orange and blue car, Lucas Theo, gets on the gas. Car wobbles around a bit in protest. The tyres agonising as all of that horsepower is delivered into them. And these V6 engines roar onto the back straight, head towards Tower Bend. 3 minutes to go. He's not going to be close enough to attack into Tower Bend. They're being dropped a little bit now by Ostelhoff in 2nd place. So in turn he is, 1.8 seconds behind the leader. Just on his best lap of the race, but it's still not as quick as the race leader. About 3/10 down on Bajlica's last lap time, so the gap's nearly 1.9 seconds now.
Behind them, is there anything Theo can offer Walker? It won't come at the moment because Walker's just gone incredibly well through that middle part of the lap. Lucas Theo is actually quicker than anybody's been through the speed trap at the run towards Tower. The slipstream presumably helping him just that little bit as well, and we know how good on the brakes he was into Hawthorne Bend. Must have carried the momentum through the corner at that part. Walker turns now into the complex. Lucas Theo closing, but he tends to not quite be close enough for the lunge is the problem, and once again that will be the story here as Lucas Theo makes his way to the left around the hairpin, trying to deploy all of the previous experience he got from Rotax karting before stepping up into the Ginetta GT Academy. I suppose a late move on the brakes to the hairpin is exactly what we tend to see in karting, so he'll be ready for it.
Yeah, and you learn all about karts control in karting with the direct drive karts, fixed axles. Really is about the feel in karting, especially when you get wet weather conditions. They really learn a lot of skills in karting. There's no coincidence that most of the top racing drivers have that background in kart racing, because it's the skills you learn. I think it makes you a better all-round driver as well, just the reaction times that you get. Lucas Theo closing up under braking once again on the way to Tower Bend. He's thinking about it, isn't he? He's keeping the pressure up. He's making Tom Walker work those tyres hard as he can, and he's just hoping, Lucas Theo, that an opportunity arises and a mistake happens, and if so, I think he is perhaps slightly quicker than Tom Walker, but the novice driver doing a fantastic job. Keeps on piling up the pressure, coming out of sunny at the moment.
It's a mature drive from Lucas Theo. Technically, he's just about young enough to still be racing in the Ginetta Junior Championship, so shows just how quick he is. He's aspiring to get into British GT and in turn form a GT career from there. He's already acquitted himself quite well here, and in what was a weekend of adversity for him, he stood up to it, produced a good performance in race number 4 of the weekend, and with 1 lap to go, I'm sure he's going to try all he can to get onto the overall podium.
And behind these two, we got Beaumont, number 13, in 5th, number 30, Fallon in 6th, 7th place, and they were still doing a lot of work on the car when we went down with the radio mic for that red flag in Ginetta Juniors. It's Connor Blackburn, who had a bit of drama in the start of the race earlier on, but they got the car patched up. He's back out there, and he's 4th in the GTA class, but he is 3.3 seconds behind Fallon. We're on the final lap of the race then, because the clock is about to tick down to 0, and so it is a familiar sight. It is number 17, Lewis Beilicker, in the lead of the race, but it's been a star weekend for Joseph Ostelhoff in 2nd place. Tom Walker has had to play second fiddle to those two drivers for a lot of this weekend. Now he's more concentrated at keeping the impressive Lucas Theo behind him in that 7 car to hold on to a final overall top 3 place. Theo, though, remember, he's 2nd in the rookie class, so he is going to get a good result out of this either way. Beaumont, despite his wobbles earlier on, his brave efforts to lead the race overall, will get 5th place, but will also be on the rookie podium. Right then, Lewis Beilicker on his way to yet another race victory. He's had a few ups and downs this weekend, but can't keep a good man down. He's driven brilliantly in this race. He brakes for the final time of the weekend into the hairpin. The checkered flag awaits. Lewis Beilicker is now going to go up through the gears. He waggles the nose of the car and celebrates. He's applauded across the line by the team, who cheer and celebrate. He takes the checkered flag, wins the race by 2.7 seconds. Ostelhoff comes home to complete a really good weekend in 2nd place. Walker in 3rd, and Theo just behind him in 4th place, with 2 really impressive drives across the course of the weekend. Bit of bad luck in between as well, but a really good drive by him. And then it's Beaumont, Fallon, Blackburn across the line next up in 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Ben Wiseman is the next one over the line to complete the top 8. So see Joseph Ostelhoff drawing alongside Lewis Beilicker there to give him a wave and a thumbs up. The German driver wins, the American driver is 2nd, the British driver is 3rd overall. And we'll have Beilicker, Theo and Beaumont on the rookie podium. Ostelhoff, Walker and Fallon will be the podium finishers for GTAs. As we see the cars, the drivers enjoying their slow down laps. It's been a hot weekend for them. Had to wait a little while longer than expected for this 100th race as well. But I suppose the way he's gone this year, it is kind of fitting. That is the driver that's dominated the race wins this year, Lewis Beilicker, that manages to come home and win this centenary race, the 100th GT Academy race, won by Lewis Beilicker. Makes a little bit of history here at Croft. 3 wins at Donington, 2 wins at Silverstone, a win at Alton Park, and he's ended the weekend with another race victory here today to follow on from the 2 that he got yesterday. So it is Lewis Beilicker that wins the race after 14 laps in car number 17 by 2.73 seconds from number 2 Joseph Ostelhoff in the number 19 car. Number 21 Tom Walker comes home in 30th. just ahead of number 7, Lucas Theo, who comes home 4th, but is the second best placed rookie for SVG Motorsport. His teammate Ian Beaumont recovers to 5th and a class podium as well in car 13. 6th place, number 30, Will Fallon. 7th, number 66, Connor Blackburn, who's had some impressive turns of speed this weekend as well. 8th place, Ben Wiseman, number 8. 9th place, Ash Young, number 53. And 10th place, Robin Grimwood in the number 50 car. 11th, Damien Duffy, number 4. 12th, Alan Wright, number 77. And Faye Goff, 13th place in the number 33 car. Fastest lap of the race, going on lap number 9 to the race winner, Lewis Bylicker, with a 1:29.054. And there you can see the German driver has now made his way into Parc Fermé and will be getting out of the car. He's a pretty cool, calm customer. He's done another excellent job this weekend, and that's, as I say, yet another win in the class. 3 out of 4 rookie class wins this weekend. He punches the air, he clenches the fist, he taps the car on the roof as if to say thank you to the machinery which got him there, and he's proven to be a real star. Let's watch out for his name in the future. First, he's got a championship to try and win. Extends his advantage over Ian Beaumont. He's also had a really solid weekend. Didn't quite work out for him in that last race, but he certainly played his part and been very entertaining across the course of this weekend. And we're pretty pleased with his first drive to Croft. The tall German driver then gets out of the car. Joe Ostelhoff, the American, has certainly played his part this weekend as well, with 2 wins and 4 podiums out of 4 this weekend in the GTA category to close the gap to the top of the table to Tom Walker, who will retain the GTA Championship lead. And of course, Lewis Bylicker will retain the Rookie Championship lead over Ian Beaumont and Ben Wiseman. 2 wins at Silverstone, 2 at Alton Park, and 3 out of 4 wins here at Croft. Not a bad first half of the season in the GT Academy, and he also wins that 100th race. While we wait for the drivers to catch up with Tom, a massive thank you to all of the spectators that have come here this weekend to enjoy the racing and support the racing drivers and the circuit. Massive thanks, of course, to all of the marshals here who do always an epic job for us, the volunteer marshals, the Orange family. Thank you for looking after the safety of the drivers and helping to run the race meeting as smoothly as possible. Had a few delays and challenges to deal with, but they've dealt with them as ever very well. Thank you to all of the staff here at Croft and to the BRSCC who run and organise the event as well for all of their input. It's been a really, really great weekend of racing with this 2026 edition of the Ginetta Festival. And of course, there's lots more racing to come for all of these championships for Ginetta GT drivers. They'll have a bit of a break now for the summer, but they've got 3 races at Snetterton, they've got 3 races at Donington, they've got 3 races at Brands Hatch to come. What's going to be a pretty packed late summer for them. Right, let's hear from the man of the moment, the winner of that 100th race of the GT Academy. Lewis Bylicker is speaking with Tom Davis.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Chris. Lewis, last time we spoke, it wasn't quite such hacky circumstances. You come back, you've won race number 2. You must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I feel absolutely amazing. I mean, the car is great now. I mean, pace looks way better now, and yeah, I'm stoked that I got the win. Obviously, it was also thanks to Joe, who sort of waved me by a bit, and then obviously that's why it's good to have a team, and that's why I want to race is the team to be at. And then obviously they fixed my car real quick, so that was amazing from them.
And in terms of the pressure you're applying to Ian as well, it just seemed like it was mounting and mounting. Eventually made that mistake. Do you think you could have got past him anyway?
It would have definitely been difficult because he was definitely well aware where he was closing doors and where he had to put his car on track. So it was quite hard. So I was glad he sort of got the pressure to him at the end. So probably some moves at the end sort of just cracked him a bit, and with the heat as well, obviously you just lose focus at the end a bit. So that was sort of what I was playing at for the long game, but obviously if I could have taken a chance at it somewhere, I would have, and I think we went side by side into turn 1, didn't want to risk it getting put into the gravel trap, so I think that was pretty smartly played and just stayed behind, sort of had Joe behind me as well. It was a great race, yeah.
And in terms of the season, we've got a little bit of a break now before we head to Snetterton. Have you got any nice plans?
Sim racing mostly. I will do the European Regional Championships for Porsche Esports Super Cup with Coanda Esports, obviously, and then yeah, hopefully just some chill days. Obviously off of uni, so don't have to go back to Sweden that time soon. So yeah, hoping to have a sort of relaxed summer break and then come back even stronger.
Well, congratulations and good luck with your esports endeavours.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I am going to do is just quickly see if we can grab Joe Ostelhoff. Joe, a bit of an impromptu word. That one there, was there some strategy in play letting Lewis by?
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah, we talked about it before the race. There's no point in me fighting against somebody who's not in my class while they're on my same team. So I checked up, saw that Ian had made a pretty solid move into turn 2. I wasn't even going to fight him because he's not in my class, but I know Lewis needs to. See ya. There we go. Just followed him through.
And the pace looked really good for you, not just in that race, but all weekend long. How do you go about trying to carry that into Snetterton?
You know, I've got a good summer break, so I'm going to eat some proper food like we talked about earlier. Hopefully that'll refuel me, but now I'm excited to get a little mental break and just keep rolling. The team's been amazing. God is great.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Congratulations.
Thank you. What a weekend.
Thank you, Joe. With that, Chris, we'll go back up to you in the commentary box.
Thanks very much indeed, Tom. Yeah, what a weekend indeed for Joe Ostelhoff. He's done a superb job. I think he's fallen in love with Croft as well. It's been a great venue for the Ginetta GT Academy Racing and for all of our championships this weekend. Great to hear from Lewis Bylicker as well. Both really nice guys, and it was great to see them both performing well this weekend. Right, we can take a look back then at highlights of our final race of the weekend here at Croft. And it was a big one, wasn't it? The 100th ever race for the Ginetta GT Academy. And it was Ian Beaumont that made the early break for it, didn't it? The rolling start got underway. Ostelhoff on the inside, Beaumont on the outside, charging down towards the first corner. Beaumont getting the lead of the race. His first ever visit to Croft. Tom Walker tucking in behind the pair of them, running in third position. And Lewis Bylicker down in fourth place at that stage in the race. And Beaumont actually started to stretch his legs, stretch his advantage away from Ostelhoff and Walker. There's also a good start to the race for Lucas Theo in the number 7 car. Impressed with the 6th place finish in race 2, but had problems with the car in qualifying. Missed race 1 and missed race 3, but he was in the mix as well. And just behind him was Connor Blackburn, who'd also had some damage to the car in the first race of the day. So Beaumont looking good, but coming up through the order all of a sudden was the number 17 car. A familiar sight, Lewis Bylicker charging through. Well, not really a familiar sight, because most of the time this year he's been winning from the front, from pole positions. But then he started to challenge for the lead, having got past Ostelhoff. He went side by side with Beaumont on the way into Clervaux and into Tower Bend, and at several other points of the circuit. He was knocking on the door, he's applying the pressure, he was throwing everything at Beaumont. He's the top 2 in the Rookie Championship. Beaumont then this moment just lost the back end of the car momentarily coming out of Sunny. That then sent him wide onto the grass, and because everybody was queued up behind him, he plummeted suddenly down to 5th place. We had an off for Alan Rice in the number 7712 racing car, but he did recover and finish the race. And then we had this battle for the final overall top 3 position, with Tom Walker having to work very hard in the 21 car to keep the number 7 machine behind him. Damien Duffy, meanwhile, was on his way to the checkered flag, but the winner went, and the victory went once more to Lewis Bylicker to extend his championship lead in the rookies. 2nd place to Joe Ostelhoff, and hanging on to 3rd place was Tom Walker, just ahead of the number 7 car of Lucas Theo. So confirmation of the round 9 championship results, race 4 here at Lewis Bylicker taking that victory after 14 laps of racing from Ostelhoff. 3rd for Walker, 4th for Theo, 5th for Beaumont, 6th for Fallon. Blackburn, Wiseman, Young and Grimwood rounding out the top 10. And in terms of the podiums, Bylicker, Theo and Beaumont will be the top 3 on the rookie podium for the final podium presentation of the weekend. Ostelhoff, though, knowing that 2nd place was still enough to get maximum points to win the GTA class and close the gap further still to the points leader, Tom Walker, as he's been doing all weekend. And Will Fallon will join both of them on the podium for the final time. So a fantastic weekend of racing. We had some real drama out on track. Sometimes a bit too much drama in the Ginetta Junior race, the final race of the weekend. But boy, oh boy, as ever, they delivered some spectacular racing. It's been fantastic to see and hear the cars in the Ginetta GT Academy and the Protyre Motorsport Ginetta GT Championship as well. They've also given us some great entertainment. And of course, for the Ginetta Juniors, they'll be looking forward to heading to Zandvoort in a couple of weeks' time. Right, we can throw back down to Tom Davis now. He's managed to catch up with a couple more drivers down in Parc Fermé.
I have indeed. I've got Tom Walker on my right, Lucas Theo on my left. There was an exciting battle. You two were close to each other at the end. Tom, I'll come to you first. Were you worried about Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, you're always watching the whole time, and I felt like I lacked a little bit of pace today, which was a little bit annoying, because you always want a challenge for the win. But yeah, I've just been lacking a bit of pace.
And then in terms, Lucas, rather, you were getting close to the back of him. Were you interested in making the move, or were you conscious of the fact that you're running in different classes?
Well, to be honest, I wanted to make a few moves, but I had a little issue with my brakes, so I was a bit cautious whether or not I wanted to actually dive down the inside or not. But at the end of the day, we're in different classes, like you said, so completely different podiums. So no point destroying both of our weekends, you know. So yeah, I'll just stay behind for a little bit. And
Would it be? Sorry. Would it have been a dive down the inside if you did go for it? Was it going to be a late lunge?
Probably a late lunge on the final corner, on the final hairpin, but yeah, I just decided to play it safe today.
Do you think you'd have seen it coming? Not to stir it up a little bit, but
Yeah, I guess you're always watching, to be fair. Yeah, it's a good race. Steady.
And in terms of the weekend, obviously for both of you, well, it's very different stories. Tom, we've spoken a few times. Lucas, it's been eventful, might be the way of phrasing it. What do you want to say about that? Because the resilience certainly seems good from our perspective in the commentary box.
Yeah, I mean, well, race today, crash obviously, wasn't the best, so I didn't finish. And of course, yesterday, didn't even go out for race 1, so started the back for race 2. I mean, race 2 was a success because I went from last to 3rd in class, so I was happy about that. But obviously, qualifying and race 1 didn't go too well. Just want to thank my team as well for making that happen. And thank you to Russell Birch in particular, because he made it happen. He made it happen.
What do we owe Russell Birch the thanks for? What's he been doing?
Honestly, just the car. The car was absolutely destroyed, and he made it happen. He fixed the whole thing within the hour. So it's annoying we couldn't go out at the end of the race because they did actually red flag it, and we had the opportunity to go out, but sadly didn't let us out. So wasn't the end of the world, but I'm just happy that we've had a good run this weekend.
Well, it's certainly been an interesting one to watch. Tom, I feel in the interest of balance, I've got to give you the chance to say what you want so you can slip in a thanks to the team. How was the weekend for you? What do you owe the team for?
Yeah, I smashed up my car a few times, to be fair. So, yeah, I always got to thank the team, especially William as well, my main mechanic. So, yeah. And, yeah, thanks to my family as well.
And let's turn the attention now to Snetterton. There's a couple of weeks off, more than a couple, in fact, before we get there. Very different circuit, though. Have you got anything in mind for there to carry the momentum through?
Hopefully a bit more pace. That would be it, really, yeah. See how we get on.
Well, good luck. Thank you very much. Lucas, just quickly, when we turn our eyes towards Snetterton, what are we expecting for you in that one? Because it's been hard to get a gauge of pace over the course of the weekend here.
Well, honestly, I'm just trying to look for podium upon podium. But at this rate, I mean, it's going better and better, I think, every weekend, apart from, obviously, unlucky crashes and things like that, mechanical failures, of course. But Snetterton, I want to come at least second on both rounds, even maybe pushing first. I know Bilecka there has been constantly pushing on first, but I reckon soon it's going to change. It's going to change.
We'll keep an eye out. Thank you very much for talking to us, Lucas. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you to you, Tom. Good luck when you get to Snetterton.
Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you very much. That's us almost at the end of the show. I've noticed Chris is lurking just behind the camera. Chris, we've had a great weekend.
Mega weekend, yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. The racing's always good at Croft. It's a proper circuit, proper old school circuit, very underrated. We've seen some fantastic racing. We've seen some emotion as well. I think the highlight for me was seeing the just the pure emotion from Cameron Pratt-Thompson as he got out of the car, just leapt into the arms of his team, and you could see in the interview as well what that first win meant for him. Riley Cranham was a star, wasn't he, in Ginetta Juniors? 2 wins in a weekend out of 4. That's hard going in Ginetta Juniors, because you've seen just how brutal, how close the racing is.
And we're going to Zandvoort next for that championship. Really looking forward to that one. That one in just a couple of weeks. You going to be watching?
I absolutely will be, yeah. It's a fantastic circuit, as I've said. Racing will be great there as well. And if the weather's as good as this, they'll all be on the beach, won't they, after the racing and after qualifying on the first day?
I certainly would be. With that said, we've then got Snetterton in a couple of months for the GT Championship and the GT Academy. But for myself and Chris here at Ginetta Festival and Croft, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you later on in the season.